Good afternoon. Welcome everyone to the Frozen Dungeon. That is the City Council meeting. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of October 1st. Today's invocation will be delivered by Reverend Catherine Dorr, and Councilmember Foley will tell us more.
Thank you so much. It's my honor to make the following introduction. The Reverend Catherine Baginski Dorr is the Associate Priest at St. Francis Episcopal Church, a church that counts both Councilmember Davis and myself as parishioners. With a history stretching back 90 years, St. Francis has been a spiritual home to generations in San Jose and remains a vibrant community today. Just this past month, St. Francis celebrated the completion of a $1 million church remodel, including the installation of a virtual organ, which runs on a computer with software that can mimic the sound from all of the famous European pipe organs. And the sound is exquisite. If you ever want to hear a beautiful instrument, head over there. As the Director of Community Outreach of St. Francis, Catherine's ministry is to develop better communication, wider communications, and deeper caring so that St. Francis and her members can be a reconciling presence in San Jose and beyond. For nearly 20 years, Catherine directed the children, youth, and family ministries before assuming her current role, and actually that's how I first met her, when our children were young together. Her spiritual journey started at a young age. Raised as a Roman Catholic like me, she didn't see the priesthood as an option. She spent her young adult years looking for the place and way that God wanted her to serve, teaching in the Peace Corps in Africa, finding her denominational home in the Episcopal Church, working for a homeless agency in San Francisco, a battered women's shelter in Boston, going to seminary school to study feminist theology, and instead ending up deeply engaged in pastoral ministry. She was ordained in 2002. Her seminary education was obtained at Harvard Divinity School and the Church Divinity School of the Pacific. Catherine and her husband Matthew have raised 3 children. She is passionate about public education, the arts, and is an avid singer. I'm honored to introduce my spiritual guide and good friend, Reverend Catherine Dorr, who will lead us in an invocation.
Reverend, just one moment. We want to make sure this microphone's on. I don't think it is. Sorry to interrupt.
Is that better?
Much better.
Aha.
Thank you.
All right. I have decided to choose a selection of prayers that cover both gratitude for the fruits of the earth, because it is the season of the harvest, and also to pray for our common life. So, let us pray. Most gracious God, you have filled the world with beauty. Open our eyes that, rejoicing in the whole of creation, we may learn to serve with gladness. We give hearty thanks and praise for the return of seed time and harvest, for the increase of the ground and the gathering of its fruits, and for all other blessings bestowed upon this nation. Look with compassion on the whole human family. Take away the arrogance and hatred which infect our hearts. Break down the walls that separate us, unite us in bonds of peace. Teach us to love our enemies. Lead us from prejudice to truth. Deliver us from hatred, cruelty, and revenge. And in your good time, enable us to stand reconciled. Give to the people of our city a zeal for justice and the strength of forbearance. Give all authority, wisdom, and strength to discern the good for all their charge. Fill them with the love of truth and righteousness, and make them ever mindful of their calling to serve this people. Move every human heart that barriers which divide us may crumble, suspicions disappear, and hatred cease, that our divisions may be healed, and we may live in justice and peace. Help us to eliminate our cruelty to these, our neighbors. Strengthen those who spend their lives establishing equal protection of the law and equal opportunities for all, and grant that every one of us may enjoy a fair portion of the riches of this land. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Almighty God, I ask you to send down upon those who hold office in this city the spirit of wisdom, of charity, and of justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we have a few ceremonial items. First, Councilmember Davis, please join me at the podium. We're going to present a proclamation for Homeless Awareness Month.
Proclaim October as Homeless Awareness Month in the city of San Jose. Homelessness is an issue that affects us all. There are currently over 6,000 individuals without a home in San Jose. A person who has lost their home can be made vulnerable to theft, verbal and physical harassment, sexual assault, and other violent crimes. They also have difficulties finding a job and accessing resources without an address. This can take a toll on a person's mental and physical well-being. As a city, as you all know, we are actively seeking long-term solutions that improve the lives of those affected by homelessness. The people we see in the streets could be friends, neighbors, or colleagues who have lost everything. There is no one solution for those who are homeless. Therefore, we must hold each other accountable and embrace a role in our community to end the homelessness crisis. In my council office, we support and work with various community and faith-based organizations that provide life-saving services for homeless residents. Project We Hope is one such organization. They are dedicated to help people become healthy, employed, and housed through programs like Dignity on Wheels Mobile Hygiene Outreach Program and Hope Jobs. They transform lives through dignity and compassion. Alicia Garcia is the Associate Director of We Hope. She designs and implements programs that work with homeless individuals who seek to be self-sufficient. I invite Alicia to accept the proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you. On behalf of Project We Hope, we are honored to receive this proclamation from the City of San Jose. For 3 years, we have been providing mobile hygiene services, which include showers, laundry, restrooms, and case management to unhoused and insufficiently housed San Jose residents. We appreciate and enjoy this partnership with the City of San Jose. The City of San Jose has a way of cutting through the bureaucracy and providing a clear path for nonprofits to serve the most vulnerable members of our community, and I commend you for that. On behalf of Project We Hope, I thank you for your recognition and look forward to a continued partnership. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we all have our purple ribbons on, and that means Councilmember Carrasco, it's time to present a proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Anyone else who'd like to join, feel free.
And I'd like to just invite my colleagues, anyone who'd like to join us, and of course, Councilmember Maya Esparza, who's been a partner in working on this important issue. Today, we are declaring the month of October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This awareness month began 38 years ago as a day of unity that has spread to national awareness. Local domestic violence programs in Santa Clara County provide essential life-saving services to over 6,000 domestic violence victims and children, including more than 23,000 bed nights, and receive more than 20,000 calls to the local domestic violence crisis hotlines. In the fiscal year 2019, 161 survivors of human trafficking and workplace crimes were provided with basic needs services, while 135 survivors were provided with legal services. One of the opening statements in the Domestic Violence Death Review Team 24th Annual Report bears repeating. We cannot stress enough that we see domestic violence in every neighborhood in this county. It is pervasive geographically, among the poor and the rich, and in immigrant and non-immigrant communities. The only monolithic facet of domestic violence is the face of its perpetrator is virtually always that of a man. The perpetrators were often actively suicidal, and most used a gun to kill their victims. This year, as a community, we have faced traumatic incidents of violence, including the loss of children in our community due to domestic violence. We have also taken bold steps to address the growing concerns in our society with a deepened partnership with the County of Santa Clara and our district attorney. We have increased resources for our Family Violence Center, adding officers to investigate and respond to domestic violence calls. We have looked at the intersectionality of sexual assault and domestic violence at a recent hearing and are looking at more effective prevention methods. The county most recently announced Carla Collins as the head of the newly formed Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention. Using the lethality assessment tool, we know when the victim's safety is most at risk and where maximum resources need to be brought to bear to keep the victims safe. The use of this tool is why I supported the high lethality response team with the YWCA to ensure those who indicate that their partner owns a gun, has strangled them, or feels in fear for their life will have immediate services. I'm proud of the work we have done to provide additional resources, housing, and services for our residents, but we must continue to push to ensure that we are doing everything within our power to prevent violence within our community and to ensure that our families will remain safe in their own homes. Tonight, I hope that many of you will join us to light up City Hall. We'll be lighting it up purple at 6:30 at the Rotunda. We will have a moment of silence, of course, to honor those lives that were lost to violence during this time. We will have many of our domestic violence partner agencies at the event and speakers about the strategies to end violence locally. And today, accepting this commendation is Sarita Kohli, Executive Director of the Asian American for Community Involvement. Aki manages the Asian Women's Home, which is an anti-domestic violence and human trafficking program and shelter for Santa Clara County. This year, they launched I Dare to Air, My Resilience, My Truth, a traveling clothesline installation that exhibits traditional dresses accompanying real stories shared by local domestic violence survivors from diverse ethnic communities. They hope that by airing their stories, survivors from different cultures will understand its prevalence and speak out themselves. I Dare to Air has traveled to other destinations, including East Side Union High School District, family resource centers, and community spaces and agencies serving these neighborhoods. You can see it tonight at the Light Up City Hall event at 6:30 in the Rotunda, and it will be in the hallway outside the chambers for the next week. I'm going to ask Sarita to say a few words before our mayor presents the commendation.
Thank you. Thank you to Mayor Liccardo and Councilmember Carrasco and all of you. Thank you for those of you who are wearing purple and those of you who are wearing almost purple. So appreciate that very much. I'm here with my two colleagues, Melissa Luke, who heads up our Asian Women's Home Program, and Maria Reyes, who handles housing for domestic violence victims for us. And I'm struck by the fact that today we're also doing homeless awareness, and I think this is important for folks to know that those that are undercounted in the homelessness count are victims of domestic violence. So as you know, Aki has been doing this now for more than 25 years. And in this past year, we handled 10% of those hotline calls that the county gets. So almost 2,000 calls we fielded in various languages. We also housed and served 733 survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking through our 10-bed shelter, through case management and legal support. We are very privileged to house the county's Family Justice Center at our East Side location. And we are very, very appreciative that all of you are supporting this very important issue, and along with the County of Santa Clara. So thank you. Thank you for having me here.
And we also have Breast Cancer Awareness Month this month, and so Councilmember Carrasco will tell us more.
Thank you so much. And I have with me also Councilmember Perales. It's an honor to be able to present this commendation with Councilmember Perales because of our connection, unfortunately, to this dreaded disease. Do we have Kiara? Oh, please join us. So we're presenting and proclaiming Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Many of us have a cancer story that comes to mind. My mother struggled with it, and it was a time in my life that I can never forget. The pain, the fear, of course, the fight to survive are all common threads and stories that can end tragically or end miraculously. Breast cancer is a form of cancer that affects women the greatest and can be especially rampant in immigrant communities as they are the last to know about life-saving screenings and treatments if detected early. While the numbers are staggering and daunting, over 40,000 people will die this year. There is progress, though, to be proud of, as these numbers are on their way down. Awareness campaigns over the many years are making an impact to get women tested earlier and treated in a much more advanced way to defeat this disease. October is a special month to focus on breast cancer, specifically and with a color that is bright. It offers hope and brings a lighter side to a very dark conversation. This month is the time to honor those who have lost their lives, a time to spread education and awareness of getting tested early, and to offer companionship and hope to those who are currently suffering from breast cancer. Today, we have Michaela, from the American Cancer Society to receive this proclamation to honor October as National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Cancer hit home for her when her mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, but it's truly amazing to hear about Michaela's reaction to that news. She chose to fight. She fought for her mother and others and raised over $20,000 to fight this disease. I want to thank you for being here. It's a brave journey, and I'd like to have you say a few words before the mayor goes ahead and offers you the commendation.
On behalf of the American Cancer Society, I would like to thank the City of San Jose for their support of ACS and for the importance of breast cancer awareness in the community. We are excited to host the biggest breast cancer walk in California, Making Strides Against Breast Cancer, on October 26th in downtown San Jose at the new location, Discovery Meadow. We are expecting 15,000 participants this year to come together and honor survivors and help raise awareness and funds to help support American Cancer Society. We also have an advocacy program called American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network that works with the City of San Jose Council to help tobacco prevention issues. And this year we are excited to continue that work to help decrease the sales and completely get rid of the sales of the tobacco industry and help save lives of our youth of San Jose. Thank you.
All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda? The adjournment has been rescheduled to better accommodate the family. Are there any other changes? Motion to approve. Motion, let's vote. We're on to the closed session report, Ed.
The council met in closed session, but there is no report.
Thanks, Ed. On the consent calendar, are there items the council? Oh.
I'm still waiting on votes.
Okay. Nope. We're not yet ordered for the day. There we are. Great. On the consent calendar, are there items the council would like to pull? I'd like to pull item 2.5. 2.2. It's 2.2. Councilmember Camus. Are there other items? We'll entertain a motion on the remainder. Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All right. Someone got the second. On Vice Mayor's motion, let's vote. Okay. On 2.2, Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. When we approved this action item on September 17th, we had requested that the staff study the cost impact on ADU construction and bring this back to council. Page 68 of the transcript, the motion specified that the analysis may be brought back in the form of an information memorandum. I did not see this in the supplemental memo. Is the staff aware of the request?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Councilmember. Ken Davies, Deputy Director, ESD. Apologies for not including that in the supplemental, but we are working on that right now, and we'll be bringing that back prior to the end of the month, certainly before the gas prohibition ordinance.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion to adopt the supplemental memo and ordinance with the addition of the supplemental memo that staff will return to council with the analysis.
Okay. Thanks, Councilmember. Thanks, Ken. Any other comments? Let's vote on 2.2. We have no cards from the public. All right, 2.5 is a council travel report. Late last night, I got back from Seattle. I'd spent about 10 hours there. I was speaking at a gathering downtown, and I had met with Mayor Jenny Durkin, with whom I've worked several times on several issues, and in particular, she was very generous in allowing me to take the time with her staff to go look at the tiny homes site, one of the 9 sites that they operate in the city of Seattle. It's obvious that they've got a really significant partnership up there with a very impressive nonprofit that really manages these sites. I mentioned that there are 9. They estimate this year they'll move about 1,000 people off the street into those tiny home communities. There were a lot of lessons learned about how they do it, and certainly they've been making mistakes and learning from them, and we can learn from those mistakes as well. But they've been very generous as well with our own housing staff, so I appreciate how much time they've spent with us. And I'm increasingly emboldened about the prospect and promise of these communities. We're seeing in Seattle where the surrounding neighborhoods are actually embracing these communities once they've been up and established. Obviously, there's a lot of opposition at the start, but once they're established and people understand they can operate safely and very collaboratively with the surrounding community, they become embraced, and I think it's a great thing. Unfortunately, we do not have all the industrial land that Seattle does that they dedicate to these sites, and so it's a little harder for us to find the sites, but certainly we can learn a lot from their operation. Okay, I'll make the motion. Can I do that, Dad?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good. I'll make the motion, accept that report. Any comment? Let's vote. Okay, yes, okay. We have a report from our city manager, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a report today which provides a little bit more detail than my typical report, and just mentioning that we're trying to get out an information memo on this topic. So it really has to do with some of our recent understanding of the requirements of the Housing Accountability Act that was put into effect in January. So there are sections of this law that certainly apply to affordable housing, but there are other sections that apply to all housing projects, including mixed-use projects. So as I said, we're still trying to gain a full understanding of this, and we'll be putting out more information, but there's, I think, a couple of things that are worth noting right now for you all. The first of which is that the city will not be able to require housing and mixed-use projects to go through our rezoning process as long as those projects conform to the general plan. So this is somewhat significant. And for San Jose, that would mean that if a proposed project is in conformance with the general plan, it could move forward without council approval. The project would go to director's hearing and then could be appealed to the Planning Commission. Secondly, and equally as important as we're understanding the law, it could be implications to how we have set up the urban village implementation framework, and certainly how we've designed the program to address the amenities that we're looking to achieve there. So we are still looking at this. As I said, we were hoping to put out an information memo today, but we weren't able to do that. So hopefully by the end of the week, we're able to put out more information to provide to the council so we understand kind of the ramifications of the law. Thank you.
All right, any questions, comments? All right. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Dave, this law went into effect January 1 of this year, correct?
That is correct.
And so the implications are sort of already should be present, or what? Or is your info memo going to describe that?
It will, obviously. What's important to note that this has been in effect for the better part of a year, and so
it's been in effect, but we have not actually been working under that law, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so your info memo will describe that as well?
Right, and I think part of what we want to do is at least get the information out correctly, so we're working with the Attorney's Office to make sure that we're all interpreting the law correctly and that we provide you with accurate information.
Was there any, I guess, I don't know, sort of outreach that was required to have been done to cities, municipalities prior to this law coming into effect, or how is it that we're just sort of finding out about its implications today?
I think
recently.
this was actually brought to our attention, I believe. I can ask either Mike or Rosalind to come down, but I don't believe it was something that we had realized until it was brought to our attention.
Unfortunately, because it's just a report from the city manager, you can't go into a significant discussion of the matter because it wasn't agendized for discussion. You can ask questions, clearly, any direction to come back with a presentation on it, which I believe the city manager is indicating he will do. But you can go ahead and ask questions, but you can't have a significant discussion because the public wasn't aware that you were going to have this discussion.
Okay, and I'm actually comfortable with that. I don't want to dive too deep into it. I didn't hear you say we were going to come back with a presentation. I only heard you say you're going to come back with an info memo.
And I think perhaps both. Certainly, I want to get the information out to the council as quickly as possible, and the best way for us to do that is through an information memo. I would certainly anticipate some follow-up from us with the council on kind of where we go from here in terms of how it applies to us and what are some of the solutions to the issues that we're looking at.
Okay, then in addition to the info memo, I'd like to see if we can agendize it for an actual discussion, whether it come through rules or directly back here with that info memo. So if you're fine with that, I'd appreciate that. Thanks.
Right, other comments?
No.
Nope, no motion. Okay. All right, let's move on then. Item 3.3 is the Planning Commission appointment. I believe we have 4 applicants for 2 slots. Is that right? Tony?
That is correct.
Great.
So the first interviewee is George Casey, and he's here and he's waiting outside. Should I bring him in?
Sure. Actually, just one moment. Councilman Crosco, did you want to speak before we bring in the applicant? Go ahead.
Thank you. This is if I could ask a question of our attorney about the process, is that appropriate?
Yes.
So there's just some questions about the process because we weren't all there at rules, and so I understand that. And of course, because this is being asked of me in terms of transparency and how the process took place. And I know that I've asked you a few questions via email. So if you could just clarify regarding the charter. I know that we vet the applicants. Everybody goes ahead and submits their candidate of interest, and then it goes through a whole vetting process.
Sure, I can just generally give you some information on that. So the charter does provide for a planning commission. It's one of the few commissions that are specifically set forth in the charter. It sets out the number of members of the charter, members of the commission. It also sets out what their general oversight is. It also provides for the council to appoint the members of the council. But basically, that's all it does, which is why the city council adopted a procedure for more detailed on how to appoint the particular members. And that was set forth in policy 0-4, which if you look at the policy, it's quite detailed as how you appoint a particular commission member. And that policy, I believe, was drafted with our office and the city clerk. The city clerk looks at that policy to determine how to do an initial appointment when there is an anticipated vacancy due to term limit, but then also to the extent that there is a vacancy that's unanticipated, you also look at that process to make a determination. With regard to actions by the Rules Committee, the Rules Committee was created under a rules resolution to deal with items that go on the agenda for appointment of boards and commissions and several other items, and that's set forth on the Rules Committee. On a weekly basis, the Rules Committee looks at the agenda to determine what should be on there and what shouldn't be on there, and they make a determination based on timing, based on interests of the Rules Committee, based on interests of other council members who show up at the Rules Committee. But the Rules Committee has given some deference to determine how particular items are going to be dealt with on the agenda. In this particular one, and again, I don't recall, and maybe the city clerk has a better recollection of how the process occurred where the fourth candidate was asked to be selected to come forward.
Thank you very much. Yes, Tony, if you could give additional clarification, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, we had a vacancy that occurred in March, an unanticipated vacancy, which is what we call it when somebody resigns. It's not something that's scheduled. When we have an unanticipated vacancy, we generally bring forward applicants that are already in the system. In March, we were directed to actually open a recruitment rather than just bring forward the same candidates because we had just done an appointment with planning commissioners. So I opened a new recruitment for the first vacancy, the one that ends in 2020. And then that was supposed to come forward on September 17th. So that took a few months. We got applications, we went through conflict of interest checks, sent them out to you guys for review for your indications. But on September 11th, at the rules meeting, the rules committee moved the interviews from September 17th to October 1st. The following day, September 12th, we received a resignation from another planning commission member. So I consulted with the attorney's office. Can I just add an extra, since we already have an interview coming in a couple weeks, can we just add the extra appointment? They said, yes, that would be fine. Added it. So when the October 1st agenda came for review at Rules, Councilmember Camus asked that now that there's 2 vacancies, if we could do additional polling to bring back at least 1 additional interviewee, since instead of having 3 candidates for 1 position, it would be 4 candidates for 2 positions. That's not uncommon. We often bring forward 4 candidates when there's 2 vacancies. They directed me to close it, or not to close it, because I didn't pull new applications. Although there were no new applications in the system between July 19th and September 20th, there were no additional applications anyway. So I just sent the same applications, the same conflict of interest out to everybody to respond back on September 20th. I got 4 indications of interest for it has to be 4 or more for 1 particular candidate, and so he was brought forward. He was added.
The concern I have is there's a couple of concerns I have with this process. One is the transparency of it, and 2, that we already had 3 well-qualified candidates. They had to have been qualified candidates, and had to already had the confidence of at least 4 council members to have been moved forward, and 3 that could have filled those 2 positions. So I'm not sure why there was still yet a need to have reopened that, and without going to the full council for consideration.
I did as I was directed by the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee directed me to.
Mm-hmm. So again, the concern that I have is the process wasn't transparent, and it happened so quickly. It was that Wednesday was Rules, and by Friday, the candidate was vetted out.
I don't know what you mean by vetted out.
Well, he was moved forward.
Yes, the applications that you had reviewed for the first vacancy, the same applications and the same conflict of interest was resent to everyone to re-look at them and see if there was anybody additional to the original 3 that you wanted to move forward.
Mm-hmm. So I really, it's no disrespect to the 4th candidate. It's the process that I'm having an issue with. And not exactly sure why the Rules Committee felt that it was necessary to reopen this when we had 3 well-qualified, fully qualified candidates that had moved forward to the final process, and will be standing before us to fill those 2 positions.
Perhaps I can offer some explanation.
Tony, I could be mistaken, but I believe we had an option of simply selecting this planning commissioner and then going out for a separate solicitation of interest of members of the public who would like to fill this new position that had just opened up. Is that right?
We can do that if you would like to direct me to do that. I added it because
you
we had
recommend-
just, yes, I recommended we had just done a brand new recruitment. We had 26 applicants.
Okay. So you had recommended to the Rules
Yes.
Committee that we simply open up the number to allow
Yes.
for an additional applicant to
Yes.
come forward. Okay. And the Rules Committee approved that recommendation?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to be really clear about how this came from. There was no nefarious conspiracy. This was in a public hearing, and the city clerk suggested that rather than go through an entirely new process for this new position that had just opened up, quite reasonably, if we already have a pool of candidates, then let's simply add to the pool, supplement to the pool, so that we can choose two among them. I think it would be unusual if we had a large pool of active interest, as we clearly have had for this planning commission, and this one slot, for us to only have 3 candidates to interview for 2 slots. That might have been in the case when you had very little interest and you only had 3 candidates, but in this case, we had more than a dozen, if I recall correctly. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, I believe it's 26.
26. So clearly there was a lot of robust interest in the community to participate, and we were told we ultimately selected 3 based on the rules that were established when we only had 1 position open. That circumstance changed, and we had 2 positions open. So it seemed reasonable, given the very large pool of candidates, to enable another candidate to be interviewed. And that would happen through the council selection. That is, we were all told to respond, I believe, by the Friday or Monday, I can't remember which.
Friday.
And we all submitted another candidate, just as we would have in any other process.
So I know that our city council sent a response when I asked the question that we have a city policy regarding anticipated vacancies. Do we have a city policy for unanticipated policies in terms of how we follow, what kind of process we have?
The 0-4, the 0-4 simply indicates for anticipated anticipated vacancies. There's a 60-day process that follows because you can anticipate that somebody will be leaving at the end of a term, so you can use that process. There is, I don't think there is for an unanticipated one, but I'll let the city clerk.
Yeah, the process for unanticipated vacancy is we take the candidate pool that's already in the system and we send it to whoever the appointing authority, because most of the commissions, not planning commission, most of the commissions, each council member gets an appointment. So if I have an unanticipated vacancy in your district, I'll pull all of the currently filed people, send them to you.
But this is different. We don't appoint.
This is different. But for planning commission, it's very similar. When it's an unanticipated vacancy, we can pull from the original pool, or you guys can direct me to go out and re-recruit. And that's one of the options today, is if you don't like any of the people that you're interviewing today, I can go back out and re-recruit, which has happened before. It's happened not just for planning commission, but we've had board of fair campaign and political practices goes through a similar interview process, appeals hearing board. If you guys don't like the applicants that come in, you're not obligated to appoint them. You can direct me to go back out and re-recruit. But for unanticipated, we generally just pull from the current list.
But so that's my question, though. We keep going back to the same question, and I won't keep asking the same question. Let me just see if I can understand the answer to my question. But when you already have 3 candidates for 2 slots, whether it's 1 slot or 2 slots, I mean 1 seat or 2 seats, because one happened to open up, wouldn't we say, hey, well, we have 3 candidates, there is no need to reopen that? In other words, why did we reopen it? I understand that Councilmember Camas said, hey, let's reopen it, and you said you did what was asked of you, but could we have just left it good enough alone?
Let's be very clear. There was a recommendation from the city clerk This wasn't the idea of the Rules Committee. This was a recommendation that we approved that I thought was a very good recommendation.
Which was to reopen it?
That's correct.
No, I didn't suggest reopening it. I just said, I just brought forward the three names. Councilmember Camus suggested we re-poll and add an additional name.
Okay, I just asked you if there was a recommendation from the city clerk.
Right, the recommendation from me was to put both appointments at the same meeting. So that's the question I thought you were asking me. I had both.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go back and look at the
vacancies.
video, but that wasn't my recollection, Tony. I could be very mistaken, but I assumed that there was some recommendation to actually draw from a larger pool.
Yeah, okay. Yes and no. I see. Yes, okay. My original recommendation was to just put both vacancies on the same meeting using the same pool. Councilmember Camus had brought up the idea that he wanted additional names, and I had a suggestion, instead of going out and re-recruiting, we could just re-poll, but the reason I had not suggested re-polling was it's such a tight time frame. And getting a response from everybody in time would be difficult. But I was directed to re-poll, so I did.
Okay. And so that's okay. So we're getting closer to the more accurate process. So that's my question then. So barring that direction, could we have just left good enough alone? Could we have just left the three current? We could have.
Yes.
Okay. But because you were directed to reopen it, that's why we're here with the fourth candidate.
Yes.
Okay. So again, so I'm left with huge concerns about the way this process was handled. I just have huge concerns. And the concerns really arise from what feels like a real lack of transparency, the feedback that I've gotten also from the community. And so I'm going to ask our council whether I can make a motion to remove or drop the fourth candidate because of the process.
Ed?
Well, it's within the purview of the council to decide how many they're going to interview. I'm not sure how the fairness of it, but clearly it's within your discretion to determine how many candidates you're going to interview.
But is that done through motion? Or
That's the only way you could do it. You'd have to have a majority of the council approve the motion.
Well, I'm going to make a motion because I'm very uncomfortable with the process. And I'm going to make a motion to drop the fourth candidate with all due respect, because I don't believe that the process was transparent enough, and it didn't give us time to really understand what was happening on that Friday.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Just to clarify, Tony, when we originally had a solicitation when there was one open position in the Planning Commission, how many candidates were council members allowed to choose from the pool of 26?
3 candidates.
Okay.
And 3 received 4 or more.
All right. And if we had 2 open positions, you know how many candidates you would have sought a recommendation for?
5.
Okay.
And so in this process, a total of 5 ended up being looked at.
Right. So if you'd had 2 candidates, you would have sought more
Yes.
recommendations from the council.
Yes.
And in this case, we only had 1 open slot, and then subsequently learned about a second open slot. And so as a result, we had the opportunity to choose from the pool of 26 an additional candidate, or 2, I think, because weren't we given the opportunity to choose 2?
I usually try to give you at least 1 extra.
Right.
Because that way I have a better chance at getting 4.
So you instructed us to submit 2 names, is that right?
Yes.
And so we all chose 2, and from that, one of those candidates was able to get enough votes from the council to get into this pool of 4. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So what we ended up with is what we would have had if we had started with 2 openings. That is the opportunity to choose from 5 candidates on a list of 26. And ultimately, the number got through, or the number that we chose, that
Yes.
is 4.
Yes.
Okay. I just want everyone to be really clear, because it is puzzling to me that there's an accusation of lack of transparency here. First is the process we would have followed if there had been 2 openings, and we knew about that at the beginning. We didn't. We learned there was 2 openings only during the process. We just conducted a very extensive outreach, got 26 applicants, which is very unusual, I think, for any commission, including the Planning Commission. And so rather than duplicating that work, or simply saying, well, we only followed the process for 1, we're going to stay to it even though we've got 2 open positions, I think wisely, the committee decided, okay, let's open this up and have a recruitment as if there were 2 positions, since there are 2 open positions. And that's what we have now. And so I think this was done in open session. It was done with the public watching. There's video. There is no lack of transparency. These are the kinds of decisions the Rules Committee makes routinely. When there are changes in circumstances and we either move dates around or we allow for other opportunity for folks to be heard. I know there's a study session tonight, and there was some debate about who would be heard at that study session, and the Rules Committee decided let's open up the discussion for additional participants. That is routinely done by the Rules Committee. If we want to change the role of the Rules Committee, we should do that through ordinance or through the charter, but that is the role of the Rules Committee, and we do so in open public meetings every Wednesday. Councilmember Camus?
Yes, I want to be clear. I actually asked to only appoint go after this 1 appointment, because the last time, if you guys recall, we had 1 appointment and only 2 people applied for the position. We went out all over again and opened it up. And it was at the request of the city council that we opened it up, even though that there were 2 qualified candidates and they had no conflicts of interest. But we went and opened it up so that we had qualified candidates. When I learned that there was 2 openings, I suggested, instead of having what I predicted was going to happen was this exact discussion, I said we should just continue on with our appointing the 1 that we had originally set out to appoint, and then open it up all over again. That's the only fair way to go. My colleagues and we're convinced of because we had a thorough 26 people. So I went along with them, but my original intent was to only appoint 1 person tonight and then open it up for all over again for all applicants to be able to apply and have a whole new vetting process happen for this new application, this new opening that didn't exist before that Rules Committee meeting, a day before the Rules Committee meeting. That was my original intent, and I was hoping actually to avoid this exact discussion we're having. And if we did do that, then all 26 or 25 applicants would be eligible again, and then we would have more than 2 additional people applying for the position, and we would actually, the odds would be, would bring 3 again to open 1 position. So I think I agreed with my colleagues because I wanted to simplify the process, but this is exactly the same thing that I was hoping to avoid of this whole thing, because that position rightfully should have gone through an entire process all by itself.
Councilor Camus, you're free to make a superseding motion if you like to restrict our selection to 1 candidate, if that's what you want to do. But this is the opportunity to decide it. Just as council members had opportunities to speak up at Rules that Wednesday, council members also have the opportunity to speak up and act differently now. So
I'm still going with the flow, but I just don't want to be accused of doing something unethical or unsavory or something. It was a compromise that we thought would be well appreciated.
Okay, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think certainly in trying to be expedient in the process here, we have sort of landed ourselves in a similar situation, as Councilmember Camus points out, as we had with, I think, then candidate Norm Klein, that there was a little bit of a miscommunication queue and not everybody getting his application the last time around, and sort of in this regard, I felt we sort of similar circumstances, albeit we weren't talking about just one candidate. We were talking about the opportunity for sort of all the remaining candidates to be vetted out, and actually two, looking back at the interview the email that Tony sent out, actually selecting up to two additional interviewees. I'm assuming, Tony, in trying to get back to that 5, maybe, as you thought you would have originally asked for, if we had known we'd had 2 openings at the beginning. Correct? Yeah. I think my issue with the process as well is that we had, you sort of had a very limited time frame to be able to either produce another 2 individuals, or more importantly, where I struggle was, and this is the same argument I made last time when Norm was sort of vetted out, was that if we had known we had 5, and you're sort of now vetting everybody out together, and you're going for those that would get sufficient votes to then be brought forward for an interview. In this case, it's kind of 2 different processes, but using the same pool, except for now you already have 3 individuals that have been removed from that pool. And so it does change the odds for each individual in there. And so you have, potentially a better opportunity with some of these people. For instance, the one individual that made it forward, and no offense to, I don't even know necessarily George Casey, right, personally or anything. I don't necessarily have any issues with him per se. But I too am struggling with the process. However, it may have occurred with a recommendation or an ask for a change. It sounds like what we boiled it down to, Tony, is that you recommended that we can just fill these 2 vacancies, and then there was a suggestion brought to sort of open it up for some of the other candidates that were still in the pool, and you either agreed or suggested that as well. And so either way, I do think that there's concern there. Would have preferred, and we can't do that now, because obviously it wasn't our choice for this individual to resign in this very untimely fashion that sort of put us already in the middle of a process. But would have liked it to be a lot cleaner in being able to select somebody and make it fair for everybody across the board.
Yeah, I just point out, and Councilmember Pross, I don't disagree that there are lots of ways in which this shifts the chances of different candidates making it or not, however way you cut this. Each of us had gone through 26 resumes and applications to get to this point. And it certainly seemed to make sense if we'd already done that work. We probably had a list of candidates we thought were good, and there were probably a couple we would have liked to have recommended if we had a little more room than 3 to select, which is what we originally had. And if we had known there were 2 openings, I think we would have felt a little bit cheated, knowing we could only select 3 when there were obviously other candidates we'd like to have in the pool to be interviewed. And so no matter how you slice it, there is going to be some way in which odds are altered that may or may not seem fair, but given the effort to economize the process, and let's face it, it does take a lot of time for all of us to go through 26 applications. And since we had a very robust application pool, it made sense for us to say, well, if you've just gone through those applications, then by all means, pick the ones that didn't make it that you'd like to see on the list. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion that's on the floor, and that's because I really feel it's unfair to the gentleman who was called in to be interviewed. We can always vote 2 names of the 4, and it can be the 2 of the 3 that were initially put out to that, but that's our prerogative of the council members. I would point out that if we decide to select one planning commissioner today and then go back to the process again, we are at a a number of planning commissioners that is an even number, which is not optimal. We really should operate at an odd number planning commission. And if we appoint 2 today, we will have an odd number of planning commission. The other thing I will point out is that of the 2 appointments, should we decide to do 2 today, is that one their term will end as of June of 2020, and the other has an extended term. And we have 4 commissioners who will reach that time in 2020. It feels like this planning commission issue is something that I have been working on since January, when we rejected the first list of candidates who came in because they didn't meet the qualities that we were looking for. So here we are at it again. I really feel in the line of fairness is that we should interview all candidates, and then it is up to us, the 11 of us, be incumbent upon us to choose the 2 that we feel are most capable of serving the Planning Commission well. So that's what I intend to do, and as a result, I'm going to vote against the motion on the floor.
Councilmember Sparson?
Yes, I had a lot of questions and had some emails and conversation with the city clerk because I was confused during this process as well. And I would like to remind Councilmember Camus that when this issue came up in January, we had a number of applications that were quite old at that time, and some applications we just felt we wanted a more comprehensive pool. And so since then, we did have a robust application process because everybody here worked really hard to get the word out to the community so that they would apply. But I feel that this has not been a transparent process. And that recommendation, it was on rules to be moved forward. Had been my understanding that we would have filled 2 positions from the 3 people that we had in the pool. And then somehow at 5:47 p.m., I got an email saying otherwise. So I don't feel that was out in public. And I actually wanted to echo Councilmember Perales' comments because for people that aren't familiar with it, we selected 3 people from our list, but on the second round, they were blocked. The people that had made it forward were blocked out. And so, yeah, the odds were very different. So we were excluded from a comprehensive vote. So I also don't feel like that was very fair. And so I really needed to echo that this was a confusing and not transparent process.
Yeah, I think it's important to be clear. First, the 3 names were blocked off the list because they had already been forwarded for council consideration. So there's no point in us selecting again the same people who are already moving forward. And secondly, the note that you received at 5:46 p.m. presumably is the one that we all received roughly a week before the names were due. Is that right, Tony?
No.
The rules meeting was Wednesday, and the names were due on Friday.
Okay.
And I had them due Friday in order to be as transparent as possible. So the memo would go out 2 weeks before, not just on a supplemental a few days before the meeting.
Okay.
So that's
So
why
in
there
order
was
to
that.
meet sunshine, you had
The
us do it
emailing
in
I'm
2 days.
referencing that I got was on Friday.
That
Friday.
was the follow-up.
There were 2 emails, one at 5:47 p.m. that I got from the city clerk, 5:47 p.m. on Wednesday, the 18th. The other email that I just referred to was on Friday to all of us.
I followed up on Friday for people who if I didn't get a response.
Okay.
So I was following
So
up
if you
on
didn't-
Friday. I sent the initial one on Wednesday, and then I had a deadline of Friday at 3 p.m. I did not get all of the names by Friday at 3 p.m., so then I started following up.
Right.
Because I didn't want anybody to miss it because of a deadline. So I was
Right.
texting council members, I was emailing.
Okay.
Because it was confusing and just math. I'm not the math major here where we have one, but that was my concern about the names being blacked out and then going back to a 4th. Yeah, it definitely makes the odds of this whole thing weird.
You knew the names that were blacked out were the names of people who had already
Yes, I
been
did.
selected?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what the concern is then. If there were people who had already been selected, we wouldn't want to reselect them, would we?
So the odds from choosing 4 people out of 26 just, I think, would have been different than 3 people and then 1 person. I guess I'm adding to my statements that I think this was a confusing process overall.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, on the motion from Councilmember Carrasco, let's vote. Okay, the motion fails. Is there another motion? Consider, if, for example, if Councilmember Camus, if you wanted to consider voting for only one individual out of this pool, we can do that. That was the option you discussed, or any other option we can consider to rectify whatever wrong people believe was done by the Rules Committee. This is the opportunity. I want to make sure everyone's been heard and had their opportunity.
Does anybody want me to make a motion?
Councilmember Perales?
I just wanted to register an aye vote on the last vote.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
All right. Any other comments? All right, we will proceed then with the interviews.
Okay, my staff is bringing the first interviewee, George Casey, out, and he'll be followed by Mariel Caballero.
Welcome, Mr. Casey. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you believe you would be suitable for this role as planning commissioner, and then we'll jump right into questions and conversation. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your
my name is George Casey. My family moved out here from the East Coast of San Jose when I was 7 years old, over Cottle and Santa Teresa area, and I was fortunate enough to witness the tail end of San Jose's transition from the Valley of Heart's Delight to the capital of Silicon Valley. Just outside of our house, there was an orchard of plum trees. And I grew up with the Santa Teresa Elementary, Burnell Junior High, and went to high school here downtown at Bellarmine. Went to undergrad at Santa Clara University, got my master's in urban and regional planning here at San Jose State, and my law degree from Santa Clara University. I'm currently a real estate attorney at Morrison & Forster up in Palo Alto. I have a child, a niece and nephews that are living here in San Jose. And just a brief story, catching a bus to high school in San Jose, going through the orchards back in the late 80s, I would see, well, adult theaters on South First Street and along the Alameda. And then I would see these signs that would say, San Jose is growing up. I don't know if it was Mayor Hammer or McHenry at the time. McHenry, yeah. And in my mind, I was thinking, growing up to be what? And now that I have a child and niece and nephews, I'm concerned about what San Jose will ultimately grow up and become. And I'd like to leverage my professional and academic backgrounds into hopefully lending a hand in that process and seeing what San Jose will become.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your willingness to serve. Councilmember Arenas?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Can I interrupt for just a second? We're having a hard time picking up the audio on the applicant.
Okay.
So if he can just get the
because
mic
the mic is
closer.
maybe
I
a
think
little
it's a
low.
little too far. I'm going to go adjust it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, great. Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Reyes?
Sure, thank you. I have a set of questions that I will ask all the applicants, and of course, now, including yourself. So there are 4 questions. The first one is, how has your life experience prepared you to understand the perspective of low-income, people of color, a diverse community?
Well, being a person of color that comes from a low-income family, I'm the first person in my family to go to college. I can appreciate, particularly living in this area, being of a low-income background in terms of just surviving and affordable housing and just affordability in general. So that's the demographic I come from, so I feel confident I could speak to their experience.
What voice would you bring to the Planning Commission that is not already present?
I would say, based on, again, my personal, professional, and academic background, the ability to thoughtfully and with the love I have for San Jose, contribute ideally to smart growth in San Jose. Again, I said I studied under urban planning at San Jose State, and I think my perspective on where San Jose is now, dating back to where Dutch Hammond's decisions that he made in terms of sprawl and what's going on in San Jose, I think I provide the academic and professional context with which to make decisions.
Did you hear about the public concern in that there was a lack of diversity on the Planning Commission, and it's been reported in the news earlier this year? How did that news affect your decision to apply for the opening? Being considered today.
Yeah, I heard about that after the fact.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so again, my background, I think, lends itself for this position, and I was looking for something to do. I work many hours, as many of us do, and I have a child, and I was looking for something to do to contribute to the city, and I just looked on the boards and commissions that were available and the spots that were available and just applied, and then afterwards realized that there was this brouhaha going.
So your educational and professional experience is very impressive, yet you haven't served the public. You are a real estate lawyer.
Sure.
Would this be your first opportunity to provide public service and use all of your experience in education that way?
When you say my first opportunity, you mean in this type of context? I would think that being a father, a son, a brother, an uncle, and a coach on many Little League teams, that I've had an opportunity to contribute in that capacity. But in terms of this type of role, this would be my first role, yes.
Yeah, in public service, I would mean working in a nonprofit, working for a commission, working for a government, local, different levels of government. That's what I would mean with public service. So that's your professional career. I appreciate that in your private life that you are coaching other children, which is absolutely noble. But it doesn't suffice for public service experience that I was looking for. Please tell me your experience working on behalf of San Jose families.
On behalf of San Jose families? I could speak to my own family. I have several relatives. One was mentally challenged. I've had to go through the process of making sure that he had an opportunity to get the education and the funds and the social services that he needed. Other than my own personal experience, I haven't done anything outside that realm.
Thank you. That is the end of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Casey. Will you talk a little bit about your views on our general plan?
I think the jobs ratio is ambitious and something that I'd like to see. I think the urban village plans are something that I would like to see fulfilled in terms of actually developing them out. I'm concerned about some of the transportation issues. I commute every day from South San Jose to Almaden. I would like to see the jobs ratio. I would like to see there to be jobs here in San Jose, downtown San Jose, to prevent all of that traffic up to 280 and 85. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. What do you see as the role of the planning commissioner?
To serve as an advisor to the city council, to process the information and whatever's come before the planning commission in a thoughtful manner, in a concise manner, and to kind of take a lot of information and squeeze it down into something that's that you can process. So an advisory capacity to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Pross?
Thank you. Hi, George. Thank you for applying and your interest today. You mentioned in looking for an opportunity to serve, you went and looked through sort of the different commissions that the city has as opportunities. you talked a little bit about it, and I want to see if you can expand, and you talked a little bit about it in your intro. If you can expand, what was it about the Planning Commission that appealed to you? Why did you decide this is the commission that I want to apply for versus maybe some of the others that you might have seen?
Yeah, I just would say my background. I studied urban planning because I'm very interested in the built environment, and I can appreciate what the built environment can do for quality of life issues. And having an urban planning background, I'm actually a licensed broker, and being a real estate attorney, I felt like this was the position that I could utilize those skills to the best of my ability.
And what was your understanding of sort of our general plan or the Planning Commission's role before you applied, or did you sort of look into that and then gain most of that knowledge as you were applying?
Well, I had some knowledge beforehand, again, studying in urban planning. I know that we're a community-based planning city, so I know that issues that the community is concerned about ultimately will be presented to the Planning Commission. So I recognize that in that capacity that the Planning Commission is going to kind of suss through those issues and ultimately present their opinions to the council.
And have you attended a Planning Commission meeting?
Yeah, I have.
A more recent one or in the past?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, several in the past maybe 6 months or so.
Okay, since you were kind of looking into this and doing some homework on it.
Yeah.
I forgot my last question. If I recall it, I'll come back to it, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, the city of San Jose has a well-documented history about redlining and inequity, particularly between the east half of the city and the western half of the city. A lot of it from a time in our past when the majority of decision makers came from just one neighborhood. So I wanted to ask you what equity meant to you.
Equity means everyone having the same opportunity, not necessarily the same results, but I think everyone should have an opportunity to compete for whatever resources or whatever is available to the community.
And how would you look at a project with the eye of a community, or with representing the community? That's what this position is. How would you look at a project critically with regards to the community?
Can you give me an example of where there may be?
So there are a couple of examples.
Sure.
One is process, ensuring that the community has a voice and that their input is included. Another one might be, although we'll be hearing more from the city manager, but another might be a lack of open space in one, in a part of our city where they need that. Or it might look at just access to transportation as that's coming up, and streamlining development around transportation lines and things like that. What would your decision and what would your thought process be around that?
I think the greater access to the greater good, to as many as possible, is how I would approach anything.
But what does that mean?
That means if there's a situation where, again, this is kind of a vague question. If you can give me a specific project and ask me how I would respond or how that would affect the community.
Pick a project that you've mentioned just now, that you've attended Planning Commission meetings for the past, or within the past 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me your thoughts about one of those projects moving through the pipeline.
The project I remember recently was the Hotel De Anza's little lot that's right next to it. There's been a big issue as to whether or not that development should be 19 stories and how it will impact the access neighbors and the Hotel De Anza. That's the only one offhand that comes to mind. But then there, I don't know if that's equity, because you have the access residents are not necessarily what you would consider people that are on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. But
what is your understanding of displacement in San Jose?
I guess it's along the lines of even gentrification. I think being priced out of your own neighborhood as the new wave of tenants come around and new residents come around, not being able to keep up and ultimately having to leave.
And what are your thoughts on that? I mean, that's a definition of displacement, but what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's tragic. It's unfortunate. But at times it can be inevitable. But I think the best we could do is mitigate some of the negative effects as best we can. But it's unfortunate, but as this city grows and develops, it's something that we need to struggle with and figure out how to combat. I don't like seeing people that have lived here for generations having to move out into the valley or leave the state entirely. That's a difficult question. I would prefer to figure out a way to keep as many of the old timers and people that have grown up here in the neighborhood. That would be my preference.
And it's a good segue to what are your thoughts on affordable housing, and in particular, thoughts on affordable housing, one, and then thoughts on affordable housing, in particular through the dispersion of it throughout the city and not have it concentrated in one or two parts of the city.
Yeah, I would prefer it be all throughout the city. I'm for affordable housing. I think if the cities don't figure this out, it's going to be done on the state level. So I'd like to see us as a city figure this out and create more affordable housing, not just in particular districts, but throughout the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carrasco.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, thank you so much, by the way, for coming. I know that we've talked about the process and all that, but I really do appreciate you throwing your hat in and wanting to serve. I represent District 5, east of 101, all the way up through the hills and the famous Alum Rock corridor, which is one of the oldest street in the city of San Jose, and of course the famous King and Story, where no one's supposed to cruise, but we cruise anyway. Have you been to the east side of San Jose?
Of course I have, yes, definitely. I attended Emmanuel Baptist Church growing up. My child, from birth to about 4 years old, had her daycare was off of Tully Road. Vast numbers of friends of mine are still living in that area and grew up in that area, from my fiance who went to Independence High School and grew up on the east side, to just countless buddies that went to Mount Pleasant, James Lake, and grew up all throughout there. I spent a lot of time there as well.
Yeah, San Jose is actually quite small, even though we're over 1 million people. You know, inevitably we all cross paths one way or the other.
Definitely.
So I'm glad that you have some history there. But as you know, or I hope you know, East Side is changing dramatically. And so I'm looking, Mr. Casey, for a partner, quite honestly. And the Planning Commission is one of the most, if not the most, powerful commission in the city of San Jose, because it has quite a bit of influence in terms of how we grow the city and what happens to our beautiful city.
Sure.
And so you were asked just a minute ago in terms of how you saw your role as a planning commissioner. Do you mind expanding a little bit more on that?
Well, I know that each of you are busy and there are many policy areas that you deal with, and I think land use issues and development issues that come before the Planning Commission, it's our responsibility to go through that in a thoughtful manner and reconcile that with the general plan and what's best for the community, and then to kind of present that in a manner, in a palatable way for you guys to process it.
Yes, that's part of it, but what else do you see? I mean, you're synthesizing information. There's a body of 7 individuals.
Sure.
You're looking at a lot of information, but do you see your role as only synthesizing information?
I think I speak for myself. I mean, I have to bring my background into it. My family background and where I come from, and being someone that came from a low-income family, I would want to inject that thought process into my decisions and into the group decision.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you aware that you're approving plans?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Because it's more than just advisory, is what I'm trying to get at. So you are synthesizing information, but you are approving plans.
Sure.
And that's really what I'm getting at. So that's why this is a very powerful committee, and the decisions that you make impact and can change forevermore the landscape of the city.
Definitely.
And so, especially when we think of the east side of San Jose or very vulnerable communities, your decisions can do impact the lives of individuals. But especially my concern are very, very vulnerable communities.
Well, I was going to say, coming from that community, I'd be empathetic to their plight and their situation. I think having that background, that context would inform my decisions.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So I think we talked about displacement. I think we talked about development coming in, and I suspect that's something you're concerned with on the east side. I would be sympathetic to individuals that have lived in that neighborhood for many years and suddenly are overwhelmed by the new development that's going to displace them. I would champion a way, if possible, to figure out a way to mitigate any of that negative effect.
So, some people will tell you that the role of the commissioner is very black and white. We know what the laws are. They're here, they're here, they're here. And your job is to abide by the law, check off the boxes.
Sure.
That's all you can do. I contend that it can go beyond. And so, as a commissioner, how would you protect some of these vulnerable communities? How would you protect the east side of San Jose, or District 7, or District 5, or District 3, where we see the majority of the displacement and gentrification that's taking place? A developer comes before you, he makes his case, you see the plans, you're checking off the boxes, but you know that maybe a development that's coming in, even though it conforms, may cause a great deal of harm to its residents. What do you do then?
Well, I would look to the plans. I'd figure out a way if there's more that the developer can do. Is there additional affordable housing that can be included in the process? I would examine every avenue possible to figure out a way that if that plan was trying to navigate its way through the process, that with those folks in mind, try to add incentives and benefits that would benefit them.
Can you elaborate just a little bit more on that?
Well, it's hard because you're giving me, if I had a specific project that you were speaking to, I could probably.
No. I mean, it's a hypothetical situation. It's happening everywhere.
It's happening, but if you could describe a project that you have in mind that's coming to the city, is it a residential development? Is it a commercial development? Is it a company that's...
Let's say a residential development. It's
Okay.
a residential development. It's coming into Alamo Corridor, or it's coming into the downtown area. It's coming on North First Street, or it's coming into Alviso, let's say. Tell me how you would help to protect the community.
Well,
It's a monolingual, Spanish-speaking residents, and suddenly you have a very adept developer who has very skilled architects, lawyers, and individuals who get through all the permitting process, and they're coming before you. Tell me what you would do to help protect a community that's about to face massive displacement and gentrification.
Well, I would figure out if there are ways for me or us as a planning commission to find more things that the developer can do for the community if they're coming in, whether it's parks, whether it's doing something to contribute to libraries, or some sort of extracurricular things that they may not have thought of, but we can maybe exact from them to help the community out.
Okay. And how would you reach out to the community and get them involved?
Reach out to the community. I think that there is a process in place already that makes the community members aware of development that's coming in. Do you think it's the place of the Planning Commission to step beyond that and to engage the community further than that? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you. Do you think it's your role?
I think it's my role to react to the community's concerns. I don't know that I should be generating concerns in the community from my position as a planning commissioner.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, really appreciate your willingness to serve because I know you've got a lot of responsibilities between family and work, and obviously your background in urban planning and law would be a great asset. I just wanted to ask a question about two really large countervailing challenges that we face right now in our city, and you're aware, I know, of both. One is the housing crisis that's forcing thousands of families, really forcing many families out, forcing many other families to struggle more intensely in this very expensive valley. And while lacking housing in the valley, and affordable housing specifically, we also have in this city the worst jobs housing balance of any major city in the country. You mentioned the impacts on traffic. You have to drive up northbound on 280 in the parking lot. Same parking lot, different name, 280, 87, 101 every morning. It impairs our ability to provide basic services from emergency medical response to police to a lot of other services that our residents depend on, and obviously undermines our ability to provide retail and other services and jobs close to homes. So those two countervailing challenges are often compelling responses that are in conflict for this council and for the Planning Commission. And I guess the question would be, as a planning commissioner, how do you see your role in either resolving or addressing that conflict between those two countervailing forces?
So when you say countervailing, do you say bringing more jobs would necessarily raise the prices? Is that the issue?
It can, right, depending on how and what. But certainly, any city that has a housing crisis should be doing everything they can to build more housing. Any city that has a severe lack of jobs relative to residents should be doing everything they can to bring more jobs. Just so happens you live in a city that has both.
Right. Right.
So how do we get out of that box?
Yeah.
Let me ask you more specifically, as a planning commissioner.
Yeah.
How do you see your role in just living in a city where you've got these very significant conflicting challenges?
I think you need to be cognizant of that, and plans that come through the pipe that will address either of those, you need to be serious about and hopefully figure out ways to get them through. I mean, I think on the housing side, it's a supply issue, and I think we need more housing, period. Some of the zoning is an issue. We don't have the upzoning. I mean, I think like in Minneapolis, it's certain cities they've upzoned. And as I mentioned before, if we don't figure this out on a local level, the state is going to ultimately come in and make these decisions for us. So I would like to see many more jobs, particularly in the downtown area and some of these areas where we can sustain it. And I would like to see residential development go up and exploit some of the land mass that we have and create more housing. To be honest, I can't answer that. That is the million-dollar question, right? How do we solve this issue? I don't know how to solve it. I thought I'd give you an easy one. Yeah. I don't know how to solve it, but I agree wholeheartedly that those are our two major issues confronting San Jose, and I would be very sensitive to figuring out ways to address each of them as they came across my path.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Mr. Casey, thank you for coming before us and submitting your application for Planning Commission. So you're a real estate attorney.
I am.
What kind of real estate law do you specialize in?
Transactional real estate.
Do you tend to represent the property owner or the tenant or occupant?
Generally the property owner.
Okay. And you said you're a real estate broker as well?
I am.
How long have you had your real estate license?
8 years now.
Okay, but you're not active with
It's
that.
an active license, but I don't.
You don't use it?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Can you, so you're applying to the Planning Commission. I'm curious, what is your guiding document in making Planning Commission decisions? What will be your Bible, if you will, in making decisions on whether a project should go forward or not?
I would start with the general plan.
And if you have a proposal that is falls within the guidelines of the general plan, but the community is objecting to, how do you reconcile that in your decision?
I think you would have to consider what was the crux of the issue that the community members were up in arms about. For example, this could be in Almaden where the community members just don't want affordable housing there. And I don't know that you should necessarily be beholden to the community's angst against affordable housing because they don't want it to somehow compromise their home values. I would try to get to the bottom of what the community was concerned about. And if I felt it was a legitimate concern that was going to ultimately negatively affect the community, I would try to figure out ways, again, where we could mitigate whatever the plan was that was coming down the pike.
So do you feel it is your role as planning commissioner to mitigate the project?
The negative impacts of the project.
It's your role to, can you give me an example of what that might be?
Again, if there were a way to inject more affordable housing into a project, that if a developer was just trying to kind of slam a deal through and didn't necessarily explore all the avenues and opportunities to create more affordable housing, I would hopefully be able to speak to that and interject and hope that somehow or another we would reconsider the project with more affordable housing.
So you used the term champion before. Do you believe it's your role to champion those opportunities from the Planning Commission, or is that the role of the City Council?
When you say champion, in regard to the community?
Well, you use that term, so maybe you could clarify what you mean by that.
Well, I think it's somewhat of a partnership. Ultimately, yeah, it is the council members' decisions to make, but we need to use our backgrounds and our personal experiences to offer our suggestions and our opinions as well. I think based on that, the council will make their decisions.
Okay. And I understand you worked for Vice Mayor Chappie Jones at one point?
I had the honor of
And
doing
how
so.
was that?
It was hard.
I'm not going to hold that against you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, don't embellish it. You want a rebuttal, Vice Mayor? Okay.
It was an honor and a pleasure.
You didn't have to say that, but all right. Any other questions, Council? Mr. Casey, thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Tony, who's up next?
Mariel Caballero.
Welcome, Ms. Caballero. Good to see you. The way we typically do it is if you could just describe a bit about why you'd like to be Planning Commissioner, why you think you do a good job in this role, and then we'll just jump into questions.
Sounds great.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariel Caballero, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose. I was born and raised in East San Jose near Story and White by a fierce single mom who valued public service and embedded it in my core. I've worked hard, first at Eastside Schools, then at Santa Clara University, where I earned a degree in political science and also took advantage of rich study abroad opportunities, and finally at Golden Gate University, where I earned a master's degree in public administration while also working full-time. I currently live in Japantown, where I'm a renter, and I own my family home in East San Jose, where my mother lives. No matter where I live, my heart is with the East Side. And throughout my 17 years in local government, I have dedicated my life to serving and working for East Side communities. First as staff to Congressman Mike Honda and Supervisor Blanca Alvarado, and then through positions in the Probation Department and the Public Defender's Office, where I've worked on social justice issues and bringing resources to underserved communities. I'm currently the first Deputy Director of Probation Administration, where I oversee teams that work in contracts and grants, neighborhood safety, violence prevention, evidence-based practices, and research and evaluation. Throughout my career, I've been known as a collaborator and an innovative problem solver, often taking jobs that didn't exist before and figuring out how to work within complex systems and regulations. I'm a poster child for intergenerational upward mobility. It's a concept that's uniquely San Jose that was discussed in an article by The Atlantic in 2016. And the reason I say this is because I was raised at a time when my parents' middle-class jobs allowed them to buy a home and gave me rich education and career opportunities. But I don't want to be the last generation to experience all of the wonderful things that San Jose has to offer. Through my career in the criminal justice system and public policy fields, and as a resident of San Jose, I've seen how planning commission decisions and land use decisions impact communities for generations. And that's truly why I'm here today, because I think that I have a unique perspective and voice that would lend itself to the decisions that are made at the Planning Commission and ultimately to the decisions that you all make on the City Council. So thank you for the opportunity to interview, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. I know I see you at many meetings, and I know you don't need any more. So thanks for your willingness to commit additional time to this effort. Councilmember Arenas.
Okay, first again. Hi, Mariel. I'm going to ask just a set of questions that I'm asking all of the candidates, the applicants today. And the first one is, how has your life experience prepared you to understand the perspectives of low-income, people of color, and diverse communities? And I think you've already done that, but if there's something else that you wanted to add.
Sure. So as I mentioned, in my role currently as the Deputy Director of Probation, I oversee neighborhood safety, and I work directly in communities like Valley Palms in District 7 and throughout the city of San Jose. And what I've really learned and what I've seen is that there exists huge income disparities in our community and access to not only affordable housing, but moderate income housing. As I mentioned, I don't think that I would be able to be in the position that I am today if my parents didn't buy their home in the 70s, because they were able to do it working their middle-class jobs. And so my life experience, but also my work experience, really has shown me not only the barriers, but also the opportunities that exist within San Jose.
Thank you. And I also heard you answer the next question that I'm going to ask, which I think you said you had a unique voice that you brought with your experience. And the question is, what would you bring to the Planning Commission that isn't already there?
I bring a global perspective, I think. I've worked in local government for 17 years in a lot of different areas, mostly in the criminal justice field. But when I was working for Supervisor Alvarado, we also dealt with all of the different issues that come before cities and counties. And so I really have a vast knowledge of how government works, a big picture of where we want to see this city go, and a passion to bring those things forward as part of my voice and my perspective. I've always wanted to live in a city that's urban, that's walkable, where neighbors know each other, where there's a sense of community. And I feel like individual neighborhoods have that, but not every neighborhood has that. And so I'm really looking, I think that that's my unique voice, not only my lived experience, but also my government experience.
Your government experience. Within that government experience, I saw that you went through a lot of maybe system changes within some of those departments. Can you talk about that and how you contributed to that?
Sure. I've worked towards social justice and equity issues for my entire career. And I've worked in community, really looking at juvenile detention reform and changing the system from one that was very punitive to one that was rehabilitative. And I've had great partners, whether it's community-based organizations, where it's individual residents, young people who are at the table telling us what's working for them and what's not working for them. And that community and resident engagement is so important to any kind of change that happens, whether you're growing a city, whether you're going from low density to high density. You need to have all those different voices at the table and listen to them and understand where their perspective is and sort of digest that and figure out how to move forward.
Thank you. And you heard of some of the issues that were discussed earlier this year in terms of lack of diversity in the news. How did that affect your decision to apply as a planning commissioner?
It was a huge factor in why I decided to apply. I know that I am often sometimes the only woman at a table in places of decision making. I'm sometimes the only person of color at a table. And our perspective and the knowledge that we bring is important and deserves to be heard at those tables at every level, whether it's in your neighborhood, PTA, your school board, your city council, planning commission, wherever it is, we need every voice to be heard.
Thank you. And I think you've already done this very well, but if there's anything you wanted to add in terms of your experience on working on behalf of San Jose families, in public service, and I think you talked about the neighborhood safety and working in Blanca Alvarado's office, but if there's anything else that you want to add.
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Esparza.
So I'm asking some questions that I have asked everyone or the other candidate so far. And there's a documented history in San Jose of inequity, particularly between the east side and the rest of the city, in a large part because decision makers lived in one particular neighborhood of San Jose. And so with that in mind, I wanted to ask you what equity meant to you.
You know, I talk about equity in my everyday job all the time, and but I really have to think in this situation of what it means to me personally. And what it means to me is that everybody gets what they need in order to be successful. I feel like I've gotten that through educational opportunities and through mentoring and volunteering. And so that doesn't mean that everybody gets the same thing. That's equality. And it doesn't mean, and then the step beyond equity is really justice, which means that we remove the barriers that exist to getting the people what they need in order to be successful. And I think that that's really one of the reasons why we all work in government, is to remove those barriers and to figure out a way so that everyone can get what they need to be successful and that everyone rises together. Because a community that values every person is a community that's vibrant and welcoming, where we all want to live. And that's what I want to see for us.
Thank you. And what is your understanding of displacement in San Jose?
That people are being pushed out of their homes and businesses. And that mainly because of rising rents and affordability issues, but also because of development. And I really think that in order to avoid and mitigate those things, I'm excited to hear about the study session today and some of the policies that will be coming forward, and hopefully that will help address those displacement issues.
And what are your thoughts on affordable housing, one, and two, what are your thoughts about affordable housing, with particularly having it dispersed throughout the city?
San Jose is suffering from a missing middle. Not only do we need extremely low income, but we also need moderate housing. We need housing for teachers and first responders and nurses and public servants. And we're really starting to get to a situation where the people who do those valuable jobs can't live here anymore. You know, I look at our probation officers who live in Los Baños, who live, you know, in Modesto, and still commute to work every day to serve our community, but they can't afford to live here. And so for me, affordable housing not only means that you have a housing that's affordable at all income levels and throughout the city, but that it truly is throughout the city. You know, it can't be concentrated in one or two districts or one or two neighborhoods, because what we know and what research has shown is that in most places, your zip code determines your future economic success. San Jose, so far, has been the exception to the rule, as I mentioned in my opening statement. We want that to continue. We don't want your zip code to dictate whether or not you're going to be successful in life. And so we need to have all of those housing opportunities throughout the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for being here. And like the mayor, I too see you at different meetings. I know that we're often at the Mayor's Gang Task Force working on issues that impact our youth. So I thank you for the work that you're doing there. But thank you so much for applying and willing to serve on the Planning Commission. As you know, there's a lot of different issues that are coming up that are not for the faint of heart. And so with that, I'll talk about the same thing that I mentioned with the earlier candidate. I, of course, represent the east side of San Jose, east of 101, District 5, where we're seeing a lot of growing issues. And these are issues that have been happening now for quite a number of years. Some attribute it to the Google effect, but really they were happening way before Google was ever even mentioned here in San Jose. But and it's for a number of reasons. We're underbuilt, and we've been underbuilt for a number of years. We haven't done the best job in preserving our housing stock, and we haven't built. And so now, as we're in this frenzy to build, we have to build in a smart way, in a methodical way, but we have to be very aware of the impacts of those developments. And so one of the things that's happening, and you're probably aware of it because you're from the east side of San Jose, I would hope that you're aware of all of the issues that are happening on Alum Rock, especially Alum Rock Corridor. When BRT came through, Bus Rapid Transit, we saw a mass exodus of businesses. So business displacement, we'll see that in the study session, but we started to see also an exodus of our residents. And so the landscape is going to be very, very different in the next 10 years. And so I need a partner as we're developing Alum Rock. And it has to be built because it's a transportation corridor. And that's where we will see some density. And so how do you view your role as a planning commissioner in terms of protecting vulnerable communities, in particular on the east side of San Jose? But we know that vulnerable communities are not just on the east side of San Jose. They're in District 3, Councilmember Perales' district, and they're in District 7, they're in District 6, they're throughout the entire city. As someone that has lived some of these experiences, but someone who would have a very important role on the commission, how do you view your role in terms of holding developers' feet to the fire, helping them understand the impacts of their developments, and protecting vulnerable communities?
Thank you. So I think first I would say that I understand my role as a planning commissioner to be advisory to the city council and to ensure that planning and land use decisions conform to the general plan. But I also think that a role of a planning commissioner is to ask questions and is to ensure that there was community engagement. And that community engagement doesn't mean only one meeting, that it means meaningful opportunities to hear from all community members and residents who are impacted. Through my work in the probation department, I've really learned firsthand that the best way to get any kind of resolution is to hear directly from the people impacted. The best ideas come from the people who are impacted. The best ways to mitigate or to provide new policies come from those folks. And I've spent a lot of time in meetings listening to what people have to say and trying to figure out a way to come to a reasonable resolution where all of the stakeholders can benefit. That won't always be the role of a planning commissioner, but there will be opportunities to hear from residents through public comment, but also to visit sites. I'm committed to visiting the developments that are planned and that come before us so that I really understand what the impact is and what the changes are going to be. And I look forward to having that opportunity to engage and hear from residents so that I'm making an informed decision within the rules and guidelines of the general plan.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I know that you've done some community, that you've been involved in community engagement. Do you see your role as well? And I don't know if you do or not. So different commissioners have different ideas of what their role is. Sometimes you just check off the box, the law is this, and that, it's very black and white. I contend that sometimes a commissioner can push within the boundaries, of course, of the laws, but can push the envelope and can help developers see beyond their scope, because these are very different times. How do you view, or how do you think that you can build those relationships with developers and with your other commissioners, with the other commissioners that sit on this commission?
Whenever I come into a new situation, as I mentioned in my statement, I've often held jobs that didn't exist before, and sometimes that didn't have built relationships. And I've spent most of my career building those relationships, not only within the system, but outside of the system, right? And so I would bring the same approach to being a new planning commissioner. I would build relationships, hear the different perspectives that the other planning commissioners have, but I would also hear from the developers in addition to the community members. And what I would be looking for is balance and a holistic approach. You know, not just looking at one development individually, but what is the whole view of the city? What is the whole view of the Alum Rock corridor? And how do we approach these developments in a way that is consistent, that follows the rules and the guidelines, but that also, to the best of our ability, provides for mutual benefit?
Thank you. And you know, Councilmember Esparza asked you about redlining. Sometimes those are difficult topics to approach, because redlining caused, you know, some communities, created communities of poverty. Created very specific pockets in the city of San Jose, as well as throughout the country. The study session, I think, will shed some light. I hope that you'll stay for that. I hope all of the candidates will stay for that. But I think it really sheds light in terms of how the city was created and how it was built out. And so I don't know if you want to comment on that. It was really more of a commentary that I wanted to make.
Sure, I'll just make one comment, which is sort of, it's funny that you're talking about redlining and what equity means, because I just last week worked to provide a training class to our new deputy probation officers about systemic barriers and racism, and we used the examples of redlining and what equality, equity, and justice mean to describe what their role is in the probation department, in the fact that they can impact those changes. And so you know, I have experience, I understand the history of the city and how we've grown, and how that redlining has impacted our communities. And I think that, you know, one of the roles of the Planning Commission is to help the City Council by making recommendations that also look at dispersing our opportunity throughout the city.
Thank you for that. And thank you again for being here.
Okay, other questions? I have one, and it really has to do with sort of the two big challenges facing our city. We've got a city with a housing crisis, and I think you articulately really described the amount of pain that's causing in our community for thousands of families. And then we also have the worst jobs housing balance of any major city in the country, and that affects everything from the awful traffic on the freeway to the lack of job opportunities close to home, to lack of retail, to our fiscal situation and our inability to provide police and emergency medical services and all kinds of other services that our residents deserve. So those two different challenges would compel two different responses typically, right? We need more housing, we need more jobs. And it so happens those responses come into conflict. So you're a planning commissioner. How do you resolve or address that conflict in the context of a typical project that's coming your way? Is that something that enters your mind? How do you think the city should be resolving the conflict?
Well, I think we need balanced growth. The general plan calls for a jobs to employed residents ratio of 1.1 to 1. It's an ambitious goal, adding over I believe, almost 400,000 jobs by 2040, in addition to over 200,000 or 120,000 housing units. We need balanced growth. We need to ensure that that residents can work, live, and play all in the same areas. You know, one of the reasons that I moved to Japantown was because, and I mentioned this at a VTA meeting not long ago about taking light rail to Capitol or to Eastridge, is that it was taking me 45 minutes to go 8 miles. And that wasn't a quality of life that I was willing to continue enduring. I really wanted to be in a place where I could walk or take light rail or ride my bike, to all of the things that are fun to do in our city. Part of what I like about the current general plan and what I hope to see continue as the plan gets updated is this idea of neighborhoods that are somewhat self-contained, right? Where all of the amenities and the jobs and the retail and the parks and the cultural opportunities are within a neighborhood, so that people can choose to live in a neighborhood that fits what they value. And I think that the role of the Planning Commission is to ensure that there are lots of those places throughout the city. So balanced growth, you need both jobs and you need housing, because you know, we don't want to continue to be a bedroom community. We know that there's an intrinsic link between jobs and city fiscal health, and it's our role to look holistically at all of the different projects that are coming to us and make recommendations that really fit the vision of what the general plan says, which is at this time that 1.1 jobs to employed residents.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Well, again, thank you for your willingness to serve, given the incredible demands already on your time.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have another candidate.
Yeah, the third one is Luis Barocio.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Bercio. Could you just tell us a bit about yourself, why you'd like to become a plan commissioner, and why you believe you do a good job in this role? And thank you, by the way, for taking the time to be here today. I know there's considerable wait, so thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. It's an honor to be here. Good afternoon, Mayor Sam Liccardo and City Council members. I thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself and interview before you. I'll also appreciate the opportunity to highlight certain aspects of my personal and professional experience that are in line with the hard work needed to be done on the Planning Commission. I grew up in San Jose. My parents immigrated to the United States in the 70s, and the first place we called home was a one-bedroom apartment on First in Virginia. Throughout my childhood, I've called several places and schools home: Washington, Mayfair, Vincy Park, to name a few. Growing up in such a diverse city made me appreciate it and decide to raise my family here. I'm currently raising 2 boys in East San Jose with my smart and inspiring partner, Daisy Barocio. We are happy to raise our family in this wonderful city and expose them to the same rich diversity that I was exposed to. After grade school and graduating from Independence High School, I attended UC Berkeley. While at Berkeley, I immersed myself in the love of architecture, people, and the built environment. It was in the College of Environmental Design where I immersed myself in the study of microeconomics, urban land use, transportation, housing, education, and economic development. I loved every course I took. To give you a sense of what my studies entailed in urban development, I'll share with you a short excerpt from the course description of the first city planning course I took. The course examines key challenges and opportunities in urban planning, including sustainability, environmental justice, immigration, and community health. Throughout the semester, the course also examines issues of justice, equity, and access as these relate to the planning practice, planning theory, and the built environment. Given the often overlooked or neglected issues related to race, class, and gender, among others, the course aims to situate these in the study of planning histories, theories, and practices to form a new generation of planners, advocates, and informed global citizens. Students will gain a perspective to see how these issues form the complex fabrics of cities, regions, and nations, which must be considered and incorporated into the planning, analysis, and decision-making process. Needless to say, I fell in love with the content and the field of city planning and urban development. I subsequently earned an A+ in the class, and after many long nights and perseverance, I was awarded an honors degree in American Studies and Urban Development. After my undergraduate course, I worked to maintain my pursuit of improving life outcomes for all people and communities through the field of education and civic engagement. I've served my community in various capacities. For example, I've served on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for Eastside Union High School District, and on my neighborhood association, the Alum Rock Village Action Committee. In my professional career as a teacher and a school site administrator, I've approached each challenge and opportunity with an open mind, critical lens, and as an active listener. As a public servant and educator, I'm familiar with what it takes to bring people together, champion a vision, and meet short-term and long-term goals. If appointed, I'll bring together my knowledge of urban development, civic engagement, and administrative skills to appropriately advise and make recommendations that are in accordance with state law, city ordinances, and in alignment with the city's 2040 general plan. I feel my ability to listen, invite access, and be reflective would serve me well in executing the tasks asked of a San Jose Planning Commissioner. It would be an honor to serve my city in this capacity for the purpose of building a more equitable, inclusive, and vibrant San Jose. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brosio, and thank you for your service to our young people in schools. All right, Councilman Carrasco.
Thank you. I hadn't pressed my button yet, but I
It
appreciate.
may have been an
I
old button.
appreciate
the prior
the
item?
attention.
It was on, so.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll take it. Thank you so much, Louis, for being here. I really appreciate your dedication and your service, especially to our children. But all of the work that you do on the east side of San Jose, of course, for transparency purposes, you're a resident in District 5, and so all of the work that you and your family have committed is admirable, and so I appreciate that, and I just need to be able to say that right from the start. And thank you for your willingness to serve on the Planning Commission. You talked a little bit about your interest and your passion as it pertains to urban planning, but could you tell me a little bit about how you would view your role on the Planning Commission? As you know, East San Jose currently is undergoing a great deal of transformation, especially the Alum Rock corridor. Ever since BRT went through, we saw a great deal of displacement of our businesses that have been there for generations, and that's really just the beginning. We're working to keep them in the corridor, and there's a number of developments that are in the pipeline. Some of them have been approved. Some of them are working towards that. So how do you view your role on the Planning Commission in terms of, one, checking off those boxes that are very important and legal, but the other in terms of protecting our community, vulnerable communities, both on the east side as well as outside of the east side as development comes in?
No, thank you for the question. I understand the position to be one that is at large, right? But you also reference it is my home district, and I'm very familiar with the area that you're talking about. The role of the commissioner is pretty spelled out, right? In terms of being an advisory body to the city council. At city planning commission meetings, we have staff. We have an attorney representing the city. We also have the planning director, all there at the table, ensuring that the general plan and the ordinances and everything else are followed. So as a commissioner, that is one of the responsibilities, right? To understand the policy, understand the general plan, and also weigh in or ask questions, inquire when there's something that needs further clarification. For example, the context that you brought up, there is a lot of development happening in that part of town, right? Especially in the Alum Rock Urban Village. And in that area, there are voices, and those voices need to be heard. They need to be heard because those are the folks that will be impacted by whatever development is going to be happening, current and future. So I think there is a role for a commissioner to listen. There is a role for a commissioner to dig deeper. There is a role for the commissioner to ask staff for further input, additional reports, whatever could help make the project from the applicant perspective and also answer the questions from the community perspective. The role of the commissioner is to bring that forward, so whatever decision and recommendation is made, it's made with all variables and all data and all observations open for everyone to see. And that, to me, will make the ultimate decision a much more accurate, a much more informed decision.
So, thank you. So you just mentioned there are voices there to be heard, and you know that Alum Rock has been very active. There are several groups there, nonprofits, individuals that have been organizing. What would you do, say a developer comes before the Planning Commission and there's a project that might be of concern to the community? It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be approved or not approved, but there's just a development that is of concern, and the community is maybe not entirely aware of it or its impact. What do you see as your role?
My role on the Planning Commission as a planning commissioner, my role would be to I go back to the listening, right? I go back to what are they saying, what are their concerns, what are their impact, right? What are their real and perceived impacts, and with the knowledge base that I have, and also with an understanding of the general plan, share with them to the best of my ability any clarifying points, anything that would fill in some gaps, right? At the same time, the process for development goes through many channels and many forums, and there's a lot of opportunity for input, for discussion, both at the policy level, right? That would pretty much inform a lot of the framework that the Planning Commission has to abide by. The community has opportunities to provide that input. Now, if they come before the Planning Commission, that is one point in the journey of development, and I would invite them to speak to us and speak loudly and clearly so we can, again, have a bigger picture of the development. And at the same time, invite them to continue their path to seek justice, to seek clarity, to seek answers. For me, that would be my role.
Okay. And how would you engage with the community?
How would I engage with the community? At a planning commission meeting?
How would you assist in the community engagement process in terms of holding developers' feet to the fire, being able to bridge those relationships, getting that information out? Just wondering what your process would be.
Right. I think it would depend on the case, right? It would depend on the context. If there is a conflict where the developers and the neighborhood associations or the neighbors' voices are at odds, I think there is an opportunity for there to be facilitation. Now, is the Planning Commission the body to facilitate and negotiate that? I don't know, right? But there is something to be done where we maintain harmony, right? We maintain a balance. We build bridges, and I think that as a planning commissioner, I would model that. I would model that effort to be proactive. No, excuse me. Yes, be proactive instead of reactive. I think once there's that conflict that has festered, that has consumed a community, there's something that was missed, right? And I think we have a lot of lessons. There's a lot of cases where this has already happened. And I think we have to look at those to see where were the missed opportunities. How could we avoid this continue to happen in certain parts of the city, for example, in District 5 along Elm Rock. But at the same time, how do we learn from this so then all of the districts do not have to go through the growing pains, do not have to feel that history will repeat itself. So unfortunately, sometimes there has to be a case that will set precedents and that will show an example. And through those discussions, hopefully policy and guidelines could be amended as we learn, right? As we learn what works, what doesn't work, how do we bridge gaps, how do we bring people together? Because at the end of the day, that's how we're going to move forward, right? We're going to move forward together. We don't want to leave anyone behind. We don't want to leave anyone, we don't want to leave voices unheard. And I think by building bridges is how I see my engagement.
Thank you so much. And that's it for now, but I'll have some follow-ups in just a second.
Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. Luis, I've been asking the same set of questions to all the candidates, and I'll just share that this is because I value public service, and so my questions are related to that. You've already shared quite a bit in terms of your life experience, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to add anything if you thought you hadn't just yet. But to include anything that your life experience has prepared you to understand some of those perspectives, the low income communities, people of color, diverse communities. And you did mention some of that in the beginning, but if there's anything else that you wanted to add.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for your question. So growing up in San Jose has exposed me to a rich array of opportunities and lessons, right? And some of those experiences, for example, I took this out of my intro, but I do have a well-rounded experience working at malls, right? So I've been at Eastridge, at Valley Fair. My parents are blue-collar workers. My mother in the food service industry, and my father, who's now retired, in the food service industry, but in the hospital setting. And for me, growing up in high school, that was my first job. My first job was at a McDonald's, was at a janitor at a elementary school. And for me, that's what I knew, right? That's what I knew, like the work ethic of a hardworking person doing the best they can to execute a task. And for me, that work ethic was modeled by my parents and was modeled by the people that I worked with in those jobs growing up. And at the same time, I've also entered the food service industry, right? I've been a waiter. I was going to waiter my own prom in high school. And then I said, no, I'll take the night off and I'll go as a senior, right? As a 76er. So for me, I understand the challenges that come with working food service and the janitorial services. I've worked in warehouses. I've actually worked in the warehouse of my current employer, right, Eastside Union High School District, in high school. And for me, that's why I decided to go back into education. After high school, I said, you know what can I do to ensure that the next generation has access, has opportunity, the way that I was given access and opportunity. It's a struggle, it's not easy, but what can I do to ensure that the next generation doesn't have to struggle as much as I did, right? So my family, I do remember WIC, right? My family did receive services through the WIC program. And we did live in El Rancho Verde on Checkers and McKee. Which is low-income housing, right? At least that's how we qualified. So I do understand the housing issues. I do understand the need for jobs issue. I do understand it from multiple angles. Also, when I was a teacher, I said, well, okay, I love my wife. I want to have a family here, and where do we settle, right? And we settled in Eastside San Jose, but as a teacher at the time, I started to see that dream wasn't gonna be easy to achieve, right, on a teacher salary. So we waited, and we eventually had an opportunity to buy a nice little house out there in the East Side. And for me, that's another experience I bring, that it's not easy. It is not easy even for a white collar professional to find housing, to find a place to start, a starter home, right? An apartment, a studio, whatever it is. So I do understand that it is a challenge. It is a challenge to live in the Silicon Valley. And I bring that to the table.
Thank you. It kind of bleeds into my next question, and that is, what is it that you bring to the commission, or what would you bring to the commission that isn't already there? And I very respectable life experience, and I think having to start from the bottom of that ladder and end up on the top is I congratulate you on your work ethic. Is there anything else that you see that you would bring to the commission that isn't already there?
Yes, thank you for those kind words. I think what I would bring to the Planning Commission is my analytical ability to look at reports, dense reports, numbers, facts, figures. I would also bring to the table my ability to ask deeper questions, not judgmental, not from a position of I know best, but from a curious position, from a position that wants to know more, that would like the report to be much more holistic. So for me, I would bring those qualities to the table. At the same time, as I said in my opening statement, that I also do have a core value of ensuring that whatever progress is made, that there isn't any losers, right? Progress should be a reality for all. And for me, that is one of my guiding principles. That how do we not only ensure that certain neighborhoods get the fancy development or the developer's ears or the applicant's ears, but how do we ensure that the plans and the proposals are in tune and in line with all the communities throughout San Jose. No matter if it's a community that is perceived to be outside of people's radar. No, we have to ensure that we go into the community and we do our due diligence to bring them along so there's no surprises, and the ultimate proposal or the ultimate decision is in line with what they also have in mind, right? Because all communities have a history, all communities have a sense of identity, all communities have a sense of wanting to preserve that. So for me, it is very understandable to be a listener and to bring them along when possibly a developer that's not from the area has something else in mind, right? And I would, again, I go back to my studies in urban development. This is something that developers know, right? Developers have public relations people. They do walk the streets and they do say, hey, look at this draft. What do you think? What do you think if we put that right over there? I know that they have those protocols, right? How do we ensure that just in case a community is missed, that those opportunities and those outreaches are happening, so there's no surprises for anyone at the end?
Thank you. I did hear that early on that you found that it was important for you to listen to concerns, whether and impacts of development, whether they're real or perceived. So I appreciate that. The last piece, I'm not going to ask you about your experience working on behalf of San Jose families because that was apparent throughout all of your answers. So the last thing is, did you hear about the public concern in terms of diversity through the news earlier this year, and what effect did that have in your decision in applying as a commissioner today?
Right. I did have an understanding that was a concern, right? That is a concern that certain individuals or the composition of the existing or then existing commission lacked diversity, right?
Did that encourage you to step up and offer yourself in terms of this is your role in public service or another role in public service?
Right. I did mention that I was in the CBOC, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for Eastside Union High School District, and I had to step down because I became an employee there. And for me, I've always had a commitment to public service. So I don't see my job as enough, right? Working with young people, working to ensure that our students have access to quality education and outcomes post high school. That's great, right? But I need more, right? I need to do more, I think, right? So for me, I looked out there, and my wife currently serves on the Human Services Commission, and before that on the Library Commission, and she's also an educator, but she showed me how when you have a passion, you can still serve your city, and you can still serve your community in a different way. So it just so happens that was just the time where I wasn't on CBOC, and I said, okay, what can I do to leverage with what the schools in the area, what San Jose has given me, right? I don't want my degree to sit on the shelf. I don't want my experience to not be leveraged and exercised. So that was the timing of that decision through which I came to apply.
Thank you. Thank you for all your very genuine and sharing in terms of your early life experience. Not every commissioner or applicant has shared that deeply, so I really appreciate you sharing your life experience. So thank you. And that's it. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza.
Hi, thank you for applying. I have a few questions that I've asked other candidates as well. And the first one is, there's a documented history of inequity and redlining in San Jose, particularly between the east side and the rest of the city, largely due to most of the decision makers coming from a particular neighborhood in the city. And so I wanted to ask you, given that background, what does equity mean to you?
So equity is doing for and giving what is needed so access is achieved, equal access. Where equality is giving everyone the equal amount, but in the context that you've brought up, right, in terms of the redlining history of the city and certain pockets of San Jose being reserved for certain people, right? That to me, in the equity sense, has to be unpacked, and the access points will be: how do we ensure that if there's a person or there's a family that wants to have access to a certain part of town, how do we ensure that they have equal access, right? How do we ensure that they have the opportunity to live in certain parts of the town where now in 2019, such policies have been eradicated, right? But we all know that the long-term effects are still with us, right? That certain policies may still be antiquated, may not be aligned to certain aspirations around the equity piece. But for me, equity is giving what is needed so there is an opportunity, an equal opportunity to achieve what everyone else that may have already have at the table. Everyone has equal access at that point.
And so just as a follow-up on that, as a planning commissioner, what would your interpretation of that be, of equity be? That's the context in which I'm asking the question.
So on the planning commission level, the way equity would be applied, I guess it would have to be in context, right? It would have to be in the case, right? In the development proposal. Equity doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? There has to be a pattern, right? So for me, it would be my job to identify a pattern. Has there been a pattern of certain decisions, of certain proposals going one way as opposed to another way, right? Whatever it is, right? There's no right or wrong, right, in this analysis, right, in this hypothetical. But if it's going one way, why does it always go this way? And if it goes this way, if it's a win-win, okay, let's keep going that way. But if it keeps going a certain way and there's always a certain community or a certain demographic, a certain population that always feels on the outside, always feels that they are not heard, that they are second, that they're still marginalized, disenfranchised, off to the side, then that is where the equity piece comes in. So that's where I would feel as a planning commissioner, I would exercise the discretion to ask further questions. And of the staff and also of the development, but also at the same time, engage those opportunities as a commissioner to inform and advise city council, right? City council, in your next decision-making opportunity, please keep these following things in mind that I have observed at the Planning Commission, right? So for me, I think to document it, to give a voice to it, to the policymakers, which is this body right here.
Yeah, and just to clarify, not everything comes to us. There are some decisions that would be going to the Planning Commission and may not be going above that, which is why I'm asking some of these questions. And so I do want to follow up on this because given equity around development is an issue, so for decades, for example, East San Jose went without sidewalks sewage connections. The last unpaved road in the city was in District 7. These are development issues, right? Having open space. So again, I'm going to ask you to follow up. Would these be questions that you would ask in a planning commission meeting?
Yes, and I would speak from personal experience. So I went to school, as I said in my opening statement, I went to school at Mayfair Elementary, which is now Cesar Chavez Elementary, and that area is known as Sal Si Puedes, right? And it has two, that term, right, get out if you can in English, has two histories, right? One is it's a very, vulnerable community, right? So get out if you can was the message that parents and elders would tell the next generation. Look, we're struggling, but you get out if you can, right? So that's the history of that. And then the other history is exactly what you're saying, drainage. There is a documented history that in that part of town, it just meant, we hope your car can leave. Get out if you can, because things flood in that area. And I remember working at Matson Middle School, which is a school that I taught at after college. And when it would rain, we're right up against the creek, and it would flood right on the corner of Kammerer and the street right in front of the Mayfair Community Center. And I'm talking about maybe 2 feet where cars would have to go into the neighborhood, and the children would have to be dropped off on the other side. Staff parking was clogged up. So I do have an understanding of how a neglect and ill maintenance of certain services do impact the quality of life of a certain neighborhood, and of its workers and of its residents, and of its like children in this case. And at the same time, a more recent understanding, right in front of our house, it does not have a sidewalk. Our side does, the other side doesn't. And my wife and I, we've been thinking about putting together a petition. How do we get these services where we can have the quality of life that that everyone desires, right? So for me, these are questions that are personal. But again, I approach it in a way of bringing people together in a way that is not confrontational, that is always asking what could be done, right? How could we achieve this together? Not like this hasn't been done, right? We've been down that road, right? But I know from a community organizing perspective, and also from working in schools, that we bring people together by listening, by asking questions, and ensuring that the problem could be solved together by listening to everyone's thoughts. So for me, that's how I would approach certain aspects at the planning commission level, where we ensure that the quality of life, certain services are not overlooked in whatever the applicant or whatever the proposal for development entails.
Thank you. And to be fair, district elections was one of the reasons why those things changed and people demanded it. So I have another question, which is, what is your understanding of displacement in San Jose?
So displacement, my understanding of the current narrative, right, of what I've been hearing, has been that certain developments are not including housing, right? Or certain developments are pushing out, like the price point of the new development may be pushing out, and it is not affordable to the residents that used to live there, right? So to me, that is the displacement. That's what displacement is talking about currently.
And what are your thoughts about that?
So
given
my
the planning
thoughts
commissioner?
are that the history of displacement, again, is deep, right? It is not a new phenomenon. It is not something that is only impacting our city. It's not only impacting certain communities and vulnerable areas that have historically always been displaced. It is something that's happened regionally. It has happened throughout the history of the United States, and it is happening globally, right? So for me, I would approach it with how has displacement, the issue of displacement, been solved in other parts of our city? How has it been solved in other parts of our region? And how has it been solved across the country? There are case studies that we can refer to where we can see where developers, residents, current residents find a way to make it work, right? And for me, I go back to my disposition of we have to find a way to make it work for everyone, right? We understand that housing needs to come in. We understand that it is expensive to build, so whatever we build is going to be a little bit more pricey than if we were to build in other parts of the country or other parts of California, so that is a given. But how do we ensure that the existing community members have access to units, have access to certain dwellings in that development? I think it's only fair.
Thank you. And what are your thoughts on affordable housing, one, and two, particularly on the dispersion of affordable housing throughout the city?
Right. My thoughts about affordable housing is that, again, I did talk about my story of being a teacher and being in education and looking for that affordable housing, right? There's a certain point where, you graduate from college and, you want to go back home. That's mom's dream, right? Mom and dad's dream. But at the same time, you want to start your own, path, right? So like I understand affordable housing is something that it's not just a low income issue. It is an issue that stretches the gamut of the residents here in San Jose, right? From single individuals to young families that all want to start off in a comfortable space, but it has to be affordable, right? With the prices going up and development, providing more services and attracting more people, obviously the demand increases, the supply stays the same, so the prices go up, right? And may the best, may the highest bidder win. And unfortunately, in those kind of situations and scenarios, certain people, again, on the income bracket, and at times there's correlation with the job sector that the person's in, that just kind of get priced out. So for me, affordable housing has to be looked at. How do we ensure that folks that could afford affordable housing have access to it, but at the same time, below affordable housing, there's still more housing that needs to be addressed, right? There is transitional housing, there is bridge housing. How do we ensure that people that unfortunately are living in their RVs and cars and under bridges, how do we provide access to them, right? Obviously, they're not going to meet the affordable housing income level, right, to qualify, but what I'm saying is that we still have to keep into account and consider those segments of our population, those segments of our San Jose neighbors that want to be able to have access to a stable and secure home, right? So for me, that's how I see affordable housing and the need for addressing it, and also the need for taking the opportunity to talk about affordable housing and also show that there's other types of housing that need to happen, right? Affordable housing is just one chapter in this book, right? There's other chapters to be read. There's other policies that need to be looked at. There's other initiatives that need to be done to ensure that all San Jose residents have access to housing.
And the second part, which is your thoughts on dispersion of affordable housing throughout the city?
So my understanding is that there's certain zones that have already been pre-identified, right? That there's certain like parcels and areas throughout the city that have been identified as residential zoning. So for me, the dispersal of the need to ensure that everyone, all districts, I don't know if we want to talk in the context of districts, but throughout the city of San Jose, that housing of all types is welcomed, right? And we do understand, you know, the effects of NIMBYism, not in my backyard, and this sense of the unknown, right? For me, it is something that needs to be addressed, right? How do we ensure that we do the proper outreach, we do the proper you know, educational campaigns, and how do we dispel myths, right? One of the narratives is, you know, oh, we can't have homeless housing here because crime will go up. Well, no. You know, folks considered homeless are actually less likely to commit crimes than a non-homeless person. So there's facts like that I think will put communities at ease. And at the same time, I think people fear that whoever lives there will not be of the community's similar cultural, you know, identity. But at the same time, we have to be what we intend to be, a city for all, and we have to be welcoming and opening our doors for everybody. So for me, I'm a proponent of clarifying myths, education, meeting people where they're at, and what that may possibly mean. Okay, so the community has certain thoughts and ideas about certain things. So how do we amend, right, the proposal? How do we make it not only conform to the general plan, but conform to their thinking, right? Conform to the interests of the community.
Thank you.
Mr. Barocio, I know you've given very extensive remarks, so I appreciate you being so forthright with everything. I just have one question for you, and this involves two of the challenges that we have as a city. One is a very obvious housing crisis, which we know is causing an enormous amount of pain for thousands of families that both you and I serve. And the other is that San Jose suffers from the worst jobs to housing ratio of any major city in the country, and that means there is a shortage of economic opportunities that are proximate to our residents. It means our city is less fiscally able to respond to everything from police and emergency calls, emergency medical response to gang prevention and after-school programs. And it also means that people are stuck on freeways, and quality of life undoubtedly suffers because 101 and 280 are in gridlock and people simply can't get home at night. So those are two twin challenges the city faces. What they tend to compel as a response is either more housing or more jobs. And quite often those two responses come into conflict. As a planning commissioner, how do you think you would resolve or address that conflict and the responses to those two twin challenges we face?
Right. No, thank you, Mayor. I think the challenge is real, right? I think we're not going to get any more land, right? We have what we have as a city. So how do we make it work, right? How do we make these competing interests work? I think the general plan lays out a 12-point strategies on how we can make it work, right? On how we can maintain and build on existing commercial and industrial sites, while at the same time bringing along housing, right? There's housing that's going to be built as per the general plan, but the need or the rub is it fast enough, right? And I think for me as a planning commissioner, that's where I would focus on, right? Because if we build too much housing, then the imbalance goes the other way, as you say, right? Okay, we'll probably solve temporarily the housing crunch, but at the same time, now we don't have enough money to pay for the services that we want to provide all residents, right? New residents from out of town and current residents that move into those like units. So it is a balancing act, and at the same time, the speed also has to be in accordance to ensuring that the 1.1 ratio, right? Because right now we're at 0.8. We want to have more jobs than employable people, because that means obviously businesses need to run, so we'll get people from outside of our city to come into our great city and improve our tax base, right? So then the services and as you say, our first responders, our parks, everything is uplifted, right? But I think it's that balance to ensure that we don't go too fast one way, and we're progressing in balance, so no one feels like that. By no one, I mean the advocates for more housing, that they're not being heard. They're being heard. This is what's being built at the same time, so we can ensure safety and services to you. We have to build on these lands to ensure that we get taxes, we get revenue, so then we can cycle that back into our communities, right? Because the Planning Commission, if we flip every zone into residential, then I imagine that the other commissions are going to get some pushback. Hey, we need more library books. We need, right? Because there's more people. Well, we can't buy more library books because we don't, we're not generating taxes, right? So again, we go back to, let's just do it in a way that's in accordance with the general plan. And of course, if the general plan doesn't meet the needs of now, I'm happy that one of the strategies is to continue to go back to it every 4 years, and the next opportunity is next year, right? So that will be an opportunity to say, you know what, let's take a look at this 1.1 goal, right? Let's take a look at these 12 strategies. Let's take a look at what the proponents of more affordable housing, proponents of flipping commercial and industrial lands to residential, let's hear what they have to say. And let's see if it's doable. There's nothing wrong with exploring it again, right? We have a different economy than we did 4 years ago. We have different proposals. We have different shifts that are happening across the city. So again, for further exploration on how we can address everything at those opportunity points to take another look at the general plan if it's not working right now.
Thank you, Mr. Barroso. Thank you for the time you've invested here and for your continued service. I think those are all the questions. So I know we have another candidate. Before we have that other candidate, I want to ask my colleagues' indulgence for a moment. And sir, you're free to stay or to go, whichever you prefer. We'll be voting shortly, but I know we have a couple items to take care of. We have several members of our city staff waiting on other items. We also have many people here who are waiting from our community on the study session that was supposed to begin roughly at 3:30-ish. What I wanted to propose, do we have a quorum?
No, you don't.
I don't. Okay, let me ask if I have colleagues who are listening in from the back, if they could come in. We do now? Oh, we do now. Great. I encourage my colleagues to come out anyway, because we're going to probably need a vote on this if there's going to be a motion. I'd like to suggest, and we've talked to Dave and other members of staff here about this, I'd like to suggest that we continue the fireworks item and the retirement services item 1 week, and with apologies to those who have been waiting patiently. And I know that this is no consolation to them, but it is a very short meeting next week, I hope. And so that then we can take up the remaining bond item and go to the study session, which I think is quite a lot of folks have been waiting for. So that would be a suggestion. What is the pleasure of the council? And let me just say, if there's going to be a motion to do anything, we first have to hear something out of order, which requires 2/3 vote.
Right, so I did bring my Robert's rules so that we could follow the procedure.
Yes.
So you would be taking, it would be a motion to suspend the order and take something out of the order that you previously approved, and that does require a 2/3 vote, which is 8 members to agree to take these 2 items out of order in order to determine whether to defer them.
Okay, so there'll be two votes. The first vote is there a motion?
Move to suspend the, what's the language?
Proceedings?
Just suspend the rules and to take two items out of order.
What you said.
That was the motion, and Councilmember Jimenez seconded. Okay, on that item, we need 2/3. So let's vote on that motion.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that motion first.
Okay, Councilmember Prawls.
Can you answer how many speakers we have for item 8.1?
Is it the fireworks item?
Fireworks
So
item,
all the
yeah.
cards I have right now are for Planning Commission. Henry, you got others?
Is there
Is
any
anyone here to speak on the
show of
fireworks
hands
item?
by anybody that's here for the fireworks item? Okay, that
That
solves it
answers
for
it.
me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Okay. I know, I don't see any cards either for retirement service. I know Roberto and several board members are here. Okay, any other questions?
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to consider items out of order, and that is to suspend the rules to do so. So we're not doing anything yet. We're just deciding whether we're going to be able to decide. That's essentially what Ed's telling us the rules require. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so on that motion for Councilmember Foley, let's vote.
It's showing up as labor negotiations because I had nowhere else to put it.
Okay, that's where it is. All right, so the vote's unanimous. So now we can consider a vote to defer otherwise any of those items.
And that's just a majority.
Motion to defer those items.
Good. That is specifically
Fireworks and the
The
retirement services.
retirement and the 8.1.
Is that 3.4 and 8.1?
3.4 and 8.1.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that? And again, with apologies to those who've been waiting so patiently, we're just concerned there's going to be a lot more delay. All right, let's vote then on Councilman Camus's motion. Okay, that's,
I don't think we're going to get there.
yeah, all right, so that passes. All right, now we're back to our regularly scheduled program. We've got one more candidate to interview.
Rolando Bonilla is on his way in.
All right. And then we have several members of the community who'd like to speak, so we'll go right to public comment after the last interview. Mr. Bonilla, thank you for your patience. Yeah, we didn't, we just took a long time, that's all. I think you're familiar with that. So, Mr. Bonilla, I just ask if you tell us a little bit about why you believe you'd be a good planning commissioner, why you'd like to do this, and then we'll go right into questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak before you today as a candidate for the San Jose Planning Commission. As you know, from the last time I was here, fundamentally, in my view, this decision humbly comes down to two elements: experience and geographic diversity. When it comes to experience, undoubtedly, I have 23 years of experience at the highest levels of government in two of the most important cities in the Bay Area, with San Jose, of course, being the most important one from my point of view. But within that, I am equally also the only candidate that actually has San Jose land use experience, given my years of service here within the city of San Jose. I have a law degree, a real estate license. I've built a business here in San Jose. My workforce consists primarily 90% San Joseanians. This is the community that my family and I call home. My family has roots here for over 50 years. In fact, members of my family started the Washington Youth Center in District 3. This is for us about service, about experience, about really doing what is right in terms of the future of this city. So for me, I also want to clarify something really quickly on the record. I'm not a lobbyist. I have no intention of being a lobbyist, and that's something that I definitely want to say that to the group. But for me, this opportunity really is about many of the great goals that are established in the general plan. Everything from over 380,000 new jobs, 120,000 new dwelling units. These are audacious goals. These are goals that are really putting this city on the trajectory of being an international powerhouse. This is exactly why I'm here, though, because equally, as you have those conversations, as I walk the neighborhood with my kids, as I walk the neighborhood to go to the library, to go to the local store, I also recognize that it is critical that we have geographic equity in the decision-making process within the city of San Jose, particularly at the Planning Commission level. I think we can all agree that geographic equity matters because essentially you are all a product of that by virtue of district elections. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't have district elections, and yet we do. The Planning Commission is a very important advisory body to the city that does not have that opportunity. The way I look at it is using my years of experience at the highest levels of government, using my years of experience working with other commissioners, having been a commissioner many times over, this is a great opportunity for me to really bring that skill set of service to the city of San Jose. You know, the other folks that are applying for this opportunity are very good people. They have, like myself, have dedicated themselves to public service. But the call of the question is who is best prepared to serve the city of San Jose as a planning commissioner. And again, given my extensive experience in government, my years of experience here at the city of San Jose with land use policy, I think undoubtedly in a respectful way, I am that candidate. And when it comes to geographic equity, I do want to say something. As difficult as it is to hear what I'm about to say, it is a fact. You know, many of you recently, when a member of a neighboring city talked about building a wall, many of you stood right here and said respectfully that your districts wouldn't pay for that wall. Now, we knew that wall wasn't going to get built, but you did the right thing. You stood here and you said, we will not pay for that wall. But see, in San Jose, there is a wall. There's a wall that divides east and west. By virtue of the fact that we call it East San Jose, there is recognition that there is two cities within one city. Today, with this vote, by ensuring that District 5 has a voice, an experienced voice, you have the opportunity to really tear down that wall and begin the process of bringing this city together and having perspectives from all city be treated equally as we move forward, not only at the council level, but equally at the Planning Commission level and other commissions as well. Because to me, that is ultimately the most important legacy of being in government, to make it that much more easier for other generations to want to follow and actually be in public service, support their community, make their community better. So with that, I know many of you have heard me talk over and over and over again, so I want to give you the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonilla, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
All right, questions? Councilmember Arenas.
Oops, thank you. So I have a couple of questions that I've asked every applicant, and this comes from my valuing public service. Obviously, everybody's already qualified enough, so it's not about your qualifications, but the way that you view public service. So the first question is how has your life experience prepared you to understand the perspectives of low-income and people of color, diverse communities? I did hear you share with us that you have your family has 50 years of history here in San Jose. Is there anything else that you'd like to share?
Absolutely. I mean, I am a product of the very communities you're talking about, but I'm a product of what happens when community comes together. I grew up working class parents, did the best they could to provide me opportunities. But equally, there were people in the community who were willing to take a chance with me, who were willing to give me the space to grow, to expose me to things that I never would have been exposed to in my life. That, to me, is exactly what public service is about. It's about creating a pathway that will make it easier for other generations to want to participate, to want to be involved, to want to make their community better. There will always be debates and discussions about what's the right way and the wrong way, how we should or shouldn't do it. But to the core of your question, Councilmember Arenas, you know, having that different perspective, having that perspective that perhaps isn't at the table, like many of us, when we go to college for the first time, it feels like an out-of-body experience. You know, people taking ski vacations and summers and things I didn't do. But I wasn't asking anyone to change the way they were living their life. On the contrary, I was learning from their experiences as they were learning from mine. And to me, that is the core of public service. We get into this in this vocation because we think there's something we can contribute to the conversation that will make the experience of our friends and neighbors and family members that much better. Now, whether it's better is to be determined over time, but we're still better off for actually getting up, having the conversation, and committing to doing the work. That, candidly, if folks like yourselves weren't around, where would we be? So to me, to the core of your question, council member, my experience, like all of your experiences, put together is what makes our city great.
Thank you. And you touched on the question I'm going to ask next, which is what voice would you bring to the Planning Commission that is not already there? And I think you shared with us that you have been a past commissioner. You also have some knowledge on land use planning. Is there anything else that you would add to that?
Well, I think the obvious voice that I would bring to the commission that's missing is the geographic diversity voice that's not there. There clearly isn't a District 5 perspective, and that would be a voice that, in my opinion, is much needed. We can't move in the direction of world-class city, yet not have major parts of that city be at the table for the decision-making process. And to those in other parts of the city that are saying this has been turned into a conversation about race versus preparedness for the moment. Well, it's clear I'm prepared for the moment, but this has never been about us versus you. This has always been about us and you. How do we come together to make this city better? How do I learn from a Pam Foley? How do I learn from a Dev Davis? And how do you learn from my experiences? Recognizing that it's not about your experience being better than mine, but recognizing that when we work together, that's what's making this, the overall decision-making process of this city that much better.
Thank you. I think you've already heard about some of the news in terms of the lack of diversity in the commission earlier this year. Did that influence your decision to apply as a planning commissioner today?
Look, I think when you're 6'6", Latino, and very quiet, right? I mean, the reality is, my life is political. I can't separate the realities that many of us face in other parts of the city, of the state, the country. But again, I choose to grab my experiences and combine them with those of others to make the best decisions to then move our city forward. So when I first, and I think I shared this with the mayor, but I mean this sincerely, when I first started talking about what really got me thinking about Planning Commission, I'm not kidding when I say this, I'm tired of eating at Chili's. That is the only dining option in San Jose. I mean, serious and joking aside here. But the other reason is this is where my kids are growing up. And I see what's happening. And I see that decisions are being made at levels of this city's government where we are not at all a part of that conversation. And to me, it's not about the city that I'm in as much as the city that my kids and their kids are going to be in. That's the legacy. That's the measuring stick for me.
Thank you. And the last thing is, please tell us about your experience working on behalf of San Jose families through public service.
Oh, I loved it, for one. I think, when anytime you have the opportunity to touch lives, as we all know, we're definitely not in government for the pay. We are in government because it's a vocation. When you look at my time working at District 5, everything from, more funding for youth services, when you look at the fact that, we built the fire station, when you look at the fact that we also increased police presence during that tenure, and you look at how many lives you've touched, and you run into the very people that you have helped who then tell you, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for renewing my trust and faith in government. Now, at the time, I didn't realize the change that I was making, because to me, it was my job. I loved it. It was my passion. But to then hear, a couple of years later, once I've left the building, to hear what that meant to them. And it's what that meant to them, why we're here, right? That's why we're here. We're here because we know that we have a commitment to public service, and that commitment to public service ultimately, in the aggregate, when every single one of you and other folks that want to volunteer and participate come together, that's what truly defines a city's legacy and a city's ethos, its core.
Thank you. And I think that you're coming into DA to eat at Chili's, right? So thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I do. I do.
I appreciate it.
I like it, just not every night.
I get it. Over in my neck of the woods, it's Le Boulange and Panda Express, and that's it. So I appreciate that.
That's why I keep it lean here.
I appreciate your responses. Thank you for deciding to apply as a planning commissioner. And that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
I know there are other great options in D5, so just for the record. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, there's a documented history of San Jose and inequities around land use in our city. And given that background, what does equity mean to you?
I go back to the point I made earlier. It's not us versus anyone. It's about having the opportunity to be at the table as an equal, to have the ability to weigh in on decisions. It's not to get it your way 100% of the time. Heck, it's not to get it your way 50% of the time. But it's to be in a position where you have the ability to have that conversation because you're in the room, you're at the table, and your perspective is valued equally to the perspective of others in the room.
Thank you. And what is your understanding of displacement within San Jose?
Well, I think there's a reason we have a full house tonight. I think I'll give you an example. You know, my hometown originally, you look at the Mission District. Mission District was once the vibrant core of the Latino community in San Francisco. That doesn't exist anymore. You look at a city right 20 minutes north of us, East Palo Alto. Used to be a fabric of families of color, and now because of the tech economy, those families are literally holding on for dear life, trying to stay in that community, and sadly, many won't. And fundamentally, there were things that could have been done ahead of time at the policymaking level, not to stop it because obviously markets control, the influx of capital, but definitely by which to manage it and navigate it. And because those protections weren't in place, we've lost fabrics of culture in these cities. I think San Jose is still at a point where you can save a lot of the core of your city. That's not to say you're not going to evolve. You have to evolve. As a big city, you're going to evolve. But that is to say that you're always going to be able, at your level, to find solutions by which you can have all types of residents living together in the city and not become, Manhattan South, right? And not be a place where only certain folks with certain allocations of dollars can live. If that happened in the city, I would really think it'd be a travesty, because it's an unnecessary travesty given that you have the time to put in those types of protections, to have those types of conversations, and really bring people together and allow for this city to grow in a way that will protect the essence of who you are, while also taking into account the fact that you are a large American city and you are going to have to evolve.
Thank you. And given that, that's a segue into kind of a two-part question. So one, what are your thoughts on affordable housing? And two, what are your thoughts on the dispersion of affordable housing throughout the city?
Well, I think we can all agree that affordable housing is necessary. We're all supportive of it. I can't imagine anyone here not being supportive of it. It's necessary, and again, to be honest with you, I'm a product of it. As far as disbursement of that affordable housing, I think it's the equitable thing to do. I think at your level, you recognize that affordable housing means a segment of your population. Really, all it means is a segment of your population that makes a certain baseline salary. I think communities are better off, students are better off when you are bringing people of all walks of life together in one area, into different areas of the city. So I think, for example, if you were to spread out that affordable housing throughout San Jose equally, I think the current residents of those parts of the city benefit from it, but equally the residents moving into those affordable housing projects benefit. On the other hand, if all you do is put affordable housing in one sector of the city, then I think you also, it's modern day redlining, right? Because you're basically saying this segment of the population stays here, this segment of the population stays there. We really don't allow for them to mix together. And how is a city of this size going to really be that international powerhouse when it's not happening here at home? It has to happen. But that's not for me to say. I'm a planning commissioner. I have to live within defending the general plan. That is what I do. That's a policy discussion at your level.
Thank you. And actually, I had one question that I wanted to add to the list of questions I've been asking candidates because it came up last time, and so I wanted to address it today. And that is, do you do any lobbying work within the city of San Jose?
As I said at the beginning of my opening statement here, I am not a lobbyist. I am not a registered lobbyist in the city of San Jose. I have no intention of being a lobbyist in the city of San Jose, and that is verified within the city clerk's office as well. I have no intention of that. I own a public relations firm. That is what I own. Currently, the Planning Commission has a public relations owner within its body, so I would be similar to that member, focused on moving the city forward, and am not in any way intending to be a lobbyist.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Just one question from me, Rolando. I know you're well aware we've got a couple great challenges here in the city. One, very obviously, is the housing crisis. It's squeezing thousands of families out and causing a lot of pain. And then we also have this jobs housing balance, which is the worst in the country of any major city, and that's depriving us of alternatives to Chili's, as well as job opportunities, as well as mobility and our ability to get around, creating traffic problems, and perhaps most importantly, it's undermining our ability to provide basic services like emergency medical response and police. Now, those two challenges compel two different responses. One would say more housing, the other would say more jobs. Those can be in conflict. As a planning commissioner, how do you sort of resolve or grapple with that conflict between the two challenges that our city faces?
Well, I think the general plan is clear in its goal of reducing automobile usage by 40% by 2040. So you've all agreed already on a framework that gets us there. You have all agreed that if we do what's written within the construct of the general plan, the automobile issue is resolved because your goal is achieved because 40% of the cars on the road no longer exist within San Jose. I'm sure you'll make adjustments as you go through that process again. And I think that is really at the core of what a planning commissioner does. You have to defend the general plan, work within the framework of the general plan. And again, I recognize, as I said the last time I was here, folks far more intelligent than I came together to put that document together. They put thought to it, they studied it, and they came to the conclusion, to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, that 40% of the cars on the road today in San Jose can be off the road in San Jose by 2040 if we adhere to the general plan.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Bernard, thanks for, Councilman Carrasco.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Rolando, for being here and for choosing to serve on the Planning Commission. And as you know, the Planning Commission really is one of the most influential, if not the most influential commission in the city of San Jose. It dictates our land use and how this city will continue to change its landscape. And so it's the same question that I've asked the other commissioners, nothing different. But and you've already touched upon it. The city of San Jose is changing dramatically, but especially on the east side of San Jose. And one of the greatest challenges that we're facing on the east side of San Jose, and the greatest changes, have been along the Alum Rock corridor. And so as we look at displacement and gentrification, as we talk about how we're going to really address some of those issues, and we're going to be looking at our a study session in just a little while. How do you view your role as a planning commissioner when it comes to addressing these issues? As a planning commissioner, when you're reviewing these plans, that's the first part of the question. But also as a planning commissioner, how do you view your role in protecting vulnerable communities as development is coming in? Because it's not just on the east side of San Jose; it's throughout the entire city, and this is really the growing concern that we're facing.
That's a great question, Councilmember Carrasco. I view the role of a planning commissioner, first and foremost, is to work for the city as a whole. And I think you just hit the nail on the head. Every sector of the city is facing similar issues. Obviously, in District 5, those issues are much more accelerated. But I think as a planning commissioner, similar to a judge, you have some discretion within the framework of the document, but equally, this is where the work part of it comes up. Very often, the central issue that you find from community members, whether it be in District 5, whether it be in District 4, whether it be in District 9, 10, is that they want to be heard. And oftentimes, if you take the time to actually do that, to have that conversation, to hear their point of view, to know where they're coming from, then you put yourself in the best position by which to bring the appropriate parties together to find a resolution that is equitable and fair for all parties. Now, again, that is the outside work. When you're actually at the dais as a member of the Planning Commission, you do have to defend the general plan. But that doesn't mean, and I've been doing this for 23 years and here for years, that doesn't mean your hands are completely tied in the actual conversation engagement component that is so critical in actually coming to these conclusions. I think that's what's often missing, because decisions get made in a vacuum, hence why geographic equity matters. Decisions are being made in a vacuum. They're being made with everyone trying their best to take into account the city as a whole. But if you're not there having those conversations, or in the case of the Planning Commission in relation to District 5, if you don't have a seat at the table there, then how can we truly make those decisions? How can we truly protect those communities, but equally also support those that are trying to invest in the city? It's a balance between both, but it requires recognizing that you do have to have tough conversations, you do have to bring people together, and then within the framework of the general plan, you utilize that to guide you throughout that process.
So, so we talk about representation, and there's been a lot of dialogue around this. It came up the last time that we were here interviewing other candidates, and I think we all agree that we want a diverse city, diverse commissions, and we celebrate our diversity in many ways. Do you think then along those lines that bringing your perspective as someone who has lived the experiences makes a difference even in terms of building those relationships with the other commissioners who are not necessarily east of 101?
Absolutely. I mean, that's been my whole existence, right? I mean, whether it be from the high school I went to, where I was one of the few that came from communities like District 5, whether it be college or law school. Conversations are only enriched. Decisions are only better when all perspectives are taken into account. So unequivocally, if someone on the Planning Commission, for example, there's an aesthetic question about a project that says, oh, that's great, having that perspective and saying, well, wait a minute. You have to take cultural competency into account. You have to take the needs of that community into account. You have to understand the vision of that community before you just say, yes, it's great. So undoubtedly, having that different perspective, again, why the city has district elections in the first place. We're better off as a city because each and every one of you is here because you were voted by your districts. You get to bring on a daily basis that district perspective, and then you kind of come together And through that coming together, you make policy that moves the city forward. That is the value proposition here. If it wasn't important, there wouldn't have been a fight for district elections in the first place. The Planning Commission somewhat stuck in that kind of archaic era because it hasn't happened. And I recognize there are conversations to maybe do it in the future. But in the interim, until that moment, if we recognize that it's important enough to have district elections at your level, given the importance of the Planning Commission, undoubtedly, there is tremendous value in having a District 5 perspective on that body.
Thank you. Tell me, give me some understanding on how, the planning commissioners are, to some extent, are tied to the general plan.
Correct.
You're going to check off some boxes, you're going to abide by the law, and there may be some discretion, not much. You can push your boundaries a little bit, but how do you think you can balance that role, meet the goals of the general plan, build a relationship between developers and community, and be able to engage the community in a way that can, again, bridge a relationship between a responsible developer and a developer that may not be interested in having his feet held to the fire?
Well, I think the first thing, and I think you've done this quite masterfully, council member, is to put them in a position where are they even willing to have that conversation with community, they on the developer side? I mean, that's critical. To me, that's a baseline. I mean, whether you're required to have it or not, you can't say that you're understanding your potential future consumer base, you don't benefit from having those community conversations. But I think that's where experience matters, right? If you have an inexperienced planning commissioner, you're going to look at the general plan as a set of rules and codes that just can't move it anyway. Now, I recognize planning commissioners don't make policy, but if in fact the general plan were that concrete, then you actually wouldn't even really need a planning commission because it'll speak for itself. So similar to other, to being a judge, or as the mayor may remember from his DA days, being a DA, where you've got certain codes you have to work with, but equally, you have to have the discretion and practicality and experience to recognize when there is the appropriate moment by which to actually bring people together and see if you can find a solution that, number one, does adhere to the general plan, but equally, in those areas where there is some gray, where we can bring those folks together to come to a conclusion, come to an agreement that actually benefits all parties. That's where experience matters, because if you're not experienced, you're going to look at this document as something that just can't move, something you can't touch, and that's where government often gets in trouble, because the process is meant to evolve. Our Constitution has evolved, laws evolve, codes evolve, general plans evolving constantly. But having said that, you still want to respect it, but equally you want to have the experience to recognize when those moments are to bring people together and have that space by which to come to mutual agreement, so that the code itself isn't seen as an inhibitor, but actually a pretext to an opportunity by which community can be happy, developer can be happy.
And I know that you've been you held a coffee hours or a meet and greet, which is great because they get to meet you. But do you envision being able to do that as a tool, or using that as a tool for community to understand the process, to understand what's happening in their community regarding development, what's happening in their community throughout the process? Commissioners don't necessarily do this, but because the landscape is changing so quickly, and because the impacts are so dramatic in their communities, this may be a tool that's used. I know that a lot of the nonprofits in our district are starting to have greater engagement. But is this something that you could envision yourself doing in the future? And I don't know how that turned out for you. I don't know if it worked out or not, but.
No, it was great. It's a tool I used before when I served previously as a commissioner. It's a tool that has always worked wonders for me because ultimately, whether it's developers, whether it's the community at large, whoever it is, whatever the group is, you can only benefit by having those conversations with them. And let me just say for the record, that conversation I had on Saturday was the one I had in District 5. I had coffees in Willow Glen, I had coffees in Almaden, I had coffees in other parts of the city to really better understand what folks were looking for in a planning commissioner, but equally to also share the perspective as to what a planning commissioner does. I think a lot of times you run into this kind of head-to-head moment where folks are disagreeing, but at the core, no one really knows what they're disagreeing about. And one of the value propositions for me has been to actually be out there, have those conversations, get input, share information. But yes, undoubtedly, that's something that I would continue to do if I am selected to serve as a planning commissioner.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Bonilla, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your patience with the process.
They're all gone.
I'm sorry. Nope. Okay. And then I know we have some public testimony first, and then we'll come back to the council for deliberation and vote.
While you're taking public testimony, we're going to go ahead and hand out the ballots.
Okay, great. Thank you. I assume there are two positions. I assume the top vote getter gets the longer tenure. Is that the way?
That's up to you guys.
Okay.
You're going to vote for two people, and you will decide who gets the short term and who gets the longer term.
Is that?
You can do it by top voter if you want to.
Okay. We'll tell you what, we'll entertain a motion afterward to determine that after we hear from public comment. Feel free to take a seat if you'd like to. If you'd like to leave, that's your choice as well. This should only be a few minutes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Martha O'Connell, followed by Aureli Sanchez, Camille Yanis Fontanilla. I believe it's Matt Gustafson and Elma Arredondo. Welcome.
Thank you. Councilperson Carrasco, thank you very much for your motion. And once again, I am really disturbed at this very unhealthy and distressing 6-5. It's not good, folks. There's something wrong in this city when these votes continue to be 6-5. Today you have a chance to turn this around. I'm sitting there, I don't know any of these people, and I'm listening to them, and I'm telling you that there should be a unanimous vote from every single one of you on candidate number 3. He was outstanding. And you do that, and you're going to restore this citizen's vote, this citizen's confidence in these splintered votes. So I urge you to vote for candidate number 3. I also have deep concerns. I share Councilperson Carrasco and Perales, Esparza, Jimenez, and Arenas' concerns about the process. I'm really concerned about the process. I understand rules. I've been to very many rules meetings. But I'm going to tell you another thing from the heart and very truthful. The first guy that came in here and interviewed didn't stack up to any of these other 3 candidates. And if this guy is appointed to the Planning Commission, there is something wrong. There was something wrong when Oliveria was appointed, and I ask you to demonstrate tonight that you're not making the Planning Commission a political tool. Yes on candidate 3 and no on candidate 1.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Sanchez.
Hello, my name's Aurelia Sanchez, and I live in District 3 that borders District 7. And I'm supporting Rolando, and I'm not going to go to I'm not going to comment on his qualifications. What I am going to comment is my experiences with the planning division. And I live in Spartans Key neighborhood, and we have 4 affordable housing complexes there We recently, this past year, opened up one homeless apartment complex. And in the beginning of the new year, we're going to start, I think it's 242 units for senior affordable housing. And the reason why I'm here is because we need a change in the Planning Commission. My neighborhood does not have the services, the parks, or any of the things that we need for a good quality of life. We have supported affordable housing, but I'm going to speak to the fact that the opportunities are just not given to us. You know, recently I read in the paper where the school district, San Jose Unified School District, wanted to open up affordable housing for teachers, and they were considering Leland High School and Brett Middle School. Well, the community decided it would lower their home values and also the traffic. Now, if this is the criteria that the city and the now current Planning Commission are going to take, then you know what? That criteria should be used for all neighborhoods. So I think if Rolando is selected, he will make a change. He understands. I've had conversations with him. And I think, like he said, we need opportunity throughout the whole city, and we're not getting that right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Elma Redondo. I'm president of the Las Mariposas Homeowners Association, which is a development built in 2005 by the City of San Jose and MOXA for low and moderate income first-time home buyers. And it's located on the corner of Alum Rock and Jose Figueres. I'm here to voice my opinion about who should be appointed to the Planning Commission. After listening to the interviews, I recommend Rolando Bonilla and Mariel Caballero in that order. Luis Barocio is a third for me. And that's it. I learned the last couple of months that the Alum Rock Urban Village, a designated area between the 680 and King, is being developed with an urban village plan of 5 half-pages, while other urban village plans are much larger, in the hundreds. Additionally, we have form-based coding, which further limits our community's input. The development plans being proposed greatly affect the quality of life at Las Mariposas. We have extreme parking problems and traffic, and yet a 1,000 units market price development is being proposed right across the street from Las Mariposas. And across the street from us is another large market price rental unit that's being proposed. We can anticipate that the parking and traffic congestion will intensify to unbearable levels. The rapid bus corridor in the designated Alum Rock Urban Village is used as justification for high-density building. As in most developments, when you have a traffic corridor, it lands for high-density building. But we should be honest about the usefulness of this rapid bus development. The special lanes only span 2 to 3 miles. The rest of the time, these buses are in regular traffic like every other bus. I understand that the rapid bus system has been proven to be faster, as it rightly should be.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Matt Gustafson. My family and I live in Roosevelt Park. We're in Councilmember Perales' district. I also am a grad student in San Jose State's urban planning program. And I also work at Somos Mayfair. I am here today to elaborate on the Alum Rock Urban Village Plan that Ms. Arredondo was just speaking about. I have them here. This one that I brought is the West Stevens Creek Boulevard Urban Village Plan, and this one in my right hand is the Alum Rock Urban Village Plan. The Stevens Creek Boulevard plan is a West San Jose plan. This Alum Rock plan is an East San Jose plan. Stevens Creek plan is 181 pages. The Alum Rock Urban Village plan is 5. I didn't actually print every page of the 181 just to save the ink. The 181-page plan contains beautiful renderings of the future Stevens Creek Urban Village. It contains community input. It contains pictures of community forums. The Alum Rock Urban Village plan contains none of these things. The City Council has final decision-making authority over developments that get proposed in the Stevens Creek the Stevens Creek Village plan. The Alum Rock Village plan, final decisions on developments can get made by the Planning Commission and don't need to go to the City Council. These are just a few of the things that I think are a consequence of having a Planning Commission and a body that does make decisions and not just recommendations to the City Council. In the city, if representation does not happen on the Planning Commission, I would urge you to consider when putting together a Planning Commission that it has voices and it has experiences that can notice when things like these urban village plans come through that exacerbate racial inequity in the city of San Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. After Camille is Tamara Alvarado and Jaime Alvarado.
My name is Camille Yanis Fontanilla, and I am the Executive Director of Somos Mayfair, as well as a resident in District 5. Due to the increased interest by developers on the Alum Rock and Santa Clara Street corridor, we are witnessing our neighborhood rapidly change before our eyes. We have seen an increase in home sales and the evictions of dozens of families, and we've said goodbye to neighbors as they've been displaced to the Central Valley and beyond. And we've seen our historical murals beaming with culture, heritage, and pride erased, and we have seen our local family-owned businesses close for good. We will get into this much deeper in the study session, but these are the anecdotal stories that are backed by data, as gentrification and displacement in the San Francisco Bay Area by UC Berkeley and the Center for Community Innovation shows that Mayfair and our surrounding neighborhoods are experiencing persistent displacement, also known as advanced gentrification. And as you can see behind me, community residents in the neighborhoods we work with care deeply about both the Planning Commission appointment as well as the displacement study session. And it is in this context that I'm here today to thank Councilmember Carrasco for taking the issues of process and transparency to heart, standing with her community, and calling for the appointment of planning commissioners who are both racially and geographically representative of our community that needs a voice at the table. We are often put in a position where we are trying to play catch up and to stay abreast of all the changes that are coming to the corridor. And as Matt has just showed you, the Alum Rock corridor inequitably is the only place in San Jose that has form-based coding, and the commission often makes the final decision, not just recommendations for many of these development projects where a lot of community input is not even considered. It is this example and many countless examples that make us disappointed with the current makeup of the Planning Commission, as well as the lack of community process overall. We are also disappointed that the limited community process has been haphazard twice, first in the spring and again 2 weeks ago by further allowing a fourth candidate, even though the city clerk had affirmed a different process just 1 week before. We believe that this is an example of the city not taking community engagement or community commitment seriously, and we challenge the idea that city politics must remain the status quo and look forward to implementing structural changes to a planning commission as outlined by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Council Members Carrasco and Esparza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamara Alvarado and I'm here as a neighborhood, Spartan Keys neighborhood resident, District 3, a friend to affordable housing, as you heard earlier. I wasn't sure how salty to be, but I'm gonna be positive. So I'm here to personally offer my support and endorsement of Rolando Bonilla. I met his lovely wife, Perla, 20 years ago, Sam, when we were opening up the Washington United Youth Center. And 15 years ago, I met Rolando. I'm impressed with his consistent effort to sit down with people in the community who both live and or work in District 5. This is also, I'm glad that many of us in the community, this is less a comment for you all, but more a comment for us, that I'm glad that many of us in the community are having a lot of discussion about the Planning Commission and how important it is. We are all recognizing that our city is grown, and this Planning Commission and all commissions are incredibly important. So you have my word and commitment, if you know me, that I am out there mentoring people and asking people to get involved. So again, I'm up here to tell you I support Rolando. I also secondarily support Mariel. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Alvarado, you have the final word.
Oops. Good afternoon, folks. Jaime Alvarado, resident of District 5. I'm really impressed by the testimony given by the two candidates, Caballero and Barrocio. In particular, I appreciate that they're professionals, that they operate within large institutions, and they know how to work through the processes of institutions such as local government, right? But I also appreciate that they really come from the neighborhoods and they've lived the experience of people who are really suffering from the displacement that's happening already in District 5. And I think that that's the kind of perspective that's sorely needed on the Planning Commission. I want to point out that in particular, I'm opposed to the candidacy of Bonilla. We are now dealing with the negative consequences of what could be a good idea, but the form is called form-based zoning, right? And we found that it's a fast track for developers, and what's happened in D5 is developers are moving ahead without appropriate input from the community, and that's one of the consequences of form-based zoning. Secondly, Bonilla was a staffer at the time that proposal first came to the city, and that was through Nora Campos' office. And so I see him as one of the creators of that proposal. Secondly, while it's true he may not be a lobbyist for the city within the city of San Jose, but he is a lobbyist. He does that with other municipalities across the state. Well, I don't know about municipality, certainly at the state level. And so it's just a fair question to call out, like one of the background of this of Bonilla is as a lobbyist, and whether or not that's an appropriate, someone who's that politically engaged, whether or not it's appropriate for a planning commission or not, is the call that you all have to make. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alex, I see you standing there. Did you submit a card? Okay, come on down. Thanks. No problem.
Good evening. My name is Alex Shore. I'm here personally as a community advocate. Obviously, we want our planning commission to be as representative as possible of our city and the people who live here. And I think we have a wonderful opportunity tonight to do that. I know that we want more folks involved in the planning process and in our decision-making process who represent folks who traditionally have not been at the table. Those might be renters, those might be folks of color, those might be millennials, those might be low-income folks, and whoever it is, we want them to have a good sense of government and community engagement. And I hope as you're making your decision tonight, you will look for folks who, frankly speaking, look different than me. We have a lot of folks who look like me on the Planning Commission traditionally, and we need people who are different in our city because we are an amazing, diverse place, and I hope you can help affirm that tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're now at a point where we can make selections. I would make this suggestion that whoever the top vote getter would be would have the longer term, and the second top vote getter would have the shorter term. That would be a suggestion, though by no means controlling. So if someone would like to try a different suggestion or that one, we can entertain a motion.
I don't know if I have an alternative just yet, but I'm not sure that I would agree that the go-getter has the longest length of service. I think that there should be other qualifications like their experience, but unfortunately I don't have anything else to offer in terms of alternatives. Maybe I'll hear from my colleagues.
Okay, Councilmember Carrasco?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Arenas, would you repeat that? Did you make a suggestion?
I did not make a suggestion. I
Oh.
said I lack a suggestion
you
in
lack a
terms
suggestion.
of an alternative. I don't know what the perfect.
Maybe I could just frame the question a bit, because we're going to appoint two people, I hope, and one of them's going to have a longer term, one's going to have a shorter term. We're going to have to figure out who gets who, and a reasonable way to do that would be whoever gets more votes gets the longer term. That would be my suggestion. If you have an alternative, I'm happy to hear it, and we can take a motion on whatever that suggestion is.
That sounds good.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Crosco?
You know, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but the form base keeps coming up because it impacts my district. It's the only district that has a form base out of the entire city. And as you saw, it was very visual. And I was just wondering, because city manager, was it city manager or maybe our city council? I'm sorry, there's been a lot of input today. I was just wondering if we could just take maybe 60 seconds, no more than that, to just talk about the legislation that came down as of January 1st to really address the changes that are going to take place throughout the city and throughout the state of California.
Unfortunately, it's not on the agenda for a discussion, as I mentioned earlier. But it would be a discussion because the city manager has already given his report, and in his report, he said he would come back with an information memo, and in addition, he would try to agendize it to the extent that was interest from the council. But it's not on the agenda for discussion, unfortunately.
So we can't even mention as a point of clarification, since it's been brought up as
Well,
part
I
of
think it was
this-
brought up in relation to one of the candidates, and so the candidate is no longer speaking.
But the council member is.
Right, but it wasn't addressed to the council member.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, more to come on form-based and as it affects the entire city. Thank you.
Okay, then just on this question about how we allocate these two slots, the point is to actually make this decision before we vote rather than after, so it's clear that it's irrespective of whoever gets the votes. Councilor Morales, did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I was just going to say another suggestion could be that next to their name on the ballots that we have, we denote the term that we're voting for them to fulfill, which would be either term ending in 2022 or the term ending in 2020. So that could be an alternative way if everybody wants to individually select who they think should have a longer term or not. That would be my recommendation, and it sounds like there may be some interest in that regard, so I'm comfortable with that. I understand we have a motion which would be the top vote getter, so I'll make a substitute motion that just says each council member denote the term that they're voting for that particular individual.
Okay. Ed, I see you reaching for the button.
Right, so the question is, so if you don't reach a consensus with any candidate who reached a majority, what happens to that candidate? Because you're going to identify a year for each candidate, and let's say you don't have a consensus on the year or the term, but that candidate gets a majority. What happens at that point?
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Ed. I had not thought that through, so I don't think well, it could work essentially if we all chose a similar one.
If we all vote unanimously, it all works out great.
Yeah. So the only other suggestion, in order to actually get to this sort of point where we're selecting for a position, would be two separate ballots. So, but otherwise, if we don't think that will work, then I don't know if we have another option. So, yeah.
Okay, so does the motion, the superseding motion stand, or would you like to withdraw?
No, I think Ed makes a good point. The superseding motion has some fallacies.
Okay, you've withdrawn it?
Yeah.
All right, that's okay with the seconder. Whatever that was. There was no second. Okay, okay, that saves that trouble. All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Yes. I actually have an alternate point of view about that, just to put it all out there, which is we have heard from a number of people from a part of the city that not only is not represented on the Planning Commission currently, but has historically been underrepresented. And how we vote tonight has a chance to give them one one voice out of 7 on the Planning Commission. And so I think we should be more deliberate about that choice.
Okay. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. To the motion, I will support the motion, and that's because the one term that expires on the 2020, they still have an opportunity to apply for an extension of their term, do they not?
Yeah, they would
twice.
Yes.
Okay, so they have an opportunity to extend their term another 4 years?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. The other alternative is to first vote and whoever are the 2 top candidates, and then after that we take a vote in terms of what the terms are, whether it's 6 months or 1 year. Motion to approve.
Okay, I'm sorry, could you restate the motion?
So the motion would be for us to vote on candidates without any length of time indicated
Okay.
on the ballot. And after we identify those 2 top candidates, that we would then vote
Who
which
should
one
take
of
which
those
term?
would get 6
Okay,
or
so
the
we'd
1
have
year.
two votes under the motion that's now on the floor. Everybody understand? Okay, great. Councilmember Crosco? Okay, that's as good as any other approach. I just want to make sure we are clear about our approach before we actually vote. All right, let's vote. I assume we just put these on
No, we're voting on the first, we're voting on the first motion.
Okay, we're voting first on
Councilmember
Arenas' motion.
Point of clarification.
Yes, it is Councilmember Arenas' motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
To vote one time and then vote a second time for the terms. If the first vote, you have 2 candidates, then otherwise we're voting more.
Okay. All right, and now we are voting with our other forms as well.
Yes, please make sure you've written your name on the ballot. So Michelle's going to gather them, then I'm going to enter them in here to tally.
Okay.
To make sure everything's transparent and clear, I'm going to print that tally sheet and we're going to display it on the screen. So
Okay.
everybody can double check their votes.
Would it make sense then to proceed with the remaining item while you're doing that?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. Then we'll call item 4.1, which is approval of issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds for the Markham Plaza project. There's a presentation, I believe. Is that right, Jackie? Councilmember Esparza, did you want to be heard on this item? Okay. Got it. Oh, let's see that. Okay, thanks.
Actually, because of the late hour, I feel like we don't really need to do the presentation, but we are here because we know there might potentially be questions
Okay.
on Markham.
I don't have any cards. Are there any questions from anyone? Councilmember Esparza?
So I wanted to ask a few questions, and I wanted to add that, and say a few things. So I think it's really vitally important that we ensure that our own terms of investment match the county's as closely as possible. And I don't know if county staff is here today. No, so they left. They had to leave. I wanted to address a few discrepancies between the county terms and the cities as I understand them today. And so first off is the county's terms put a cap on any rent increases until 2021. Is that correct?
So yes, the term sheet that has been negotiated between the county and the developer core includes a term that indicates that there will be no rent increases for the current tenants prior to July 1, 20. Hold on a second. I have it written down.
2021.
And so then our terms would allow for an increase after an AMI reappraisal from the state. Is that correct?
So the way that our loan documents work is that all of the rents are restricted to levels and are associated with an area median income level. And so each year, the area median income may adjust up or down or stay the same. And the developer has an option to increase rents if the area median income has also increased.
And so this is important because this is a development in District 7 and that's currently not on vouchers. And so many of the folks that live there live off of disability checks. And so an 11% AMI increase is a big chunk when they're already putting 90% of their income to rent. So they're severely rent burdened. So I guess this is a question for Jackie, which is, can our housing department look into how the city can limit rent increases in affordable housing developments as well?
Yes, we did observe 2 very high rent increases over the past 2 years, a 7% and an 11%, and that's highly unusual, which I would agree we should look into to see, number one, how many of our developers actually took that increase, so we know the extent, whether it's really a problem or not, and then we should definitely look at potential ways we could limit those increases.
So when could you report back to that? Would that be CED committee or to the full council?
We could report back to CED. We are just developing a tool that allows us, right now all of the rents are kept separately for each apartment, and we recently developed a tool that will allow us to aggregate all that data so we can actually finally understand what it means. And so I believe we could come back early next year with the data to see if we need to take some action.
Okay. This is significant because both the city and the county are putting a lot of public money into it, and we need to ensure that we're not putting millions of dollars into a facility only to have substantial rent increases on our residents. And then I wanted to address an issue there's been a lot of confusion about in the community about bringing half of the units up to 35% AMI from 30. And so I wanted to just, again, put it out in the open. So it's my understanding that all income would be restricted at 30% AMI now, and that the 35% would be used for voucher holders or other non-income subsidies. But our own memo only identifies 50 units that would be set aside for voucher holders. So if you could clarify that.
I just want to clarify that the move to go from 30% to 35% in the area median income will only happen upon a voluntary turnover of a tenant. So what will happen is over time, as people move out, then those will be reset to 35%, and a new household will come in who qualifies at that level. So it will not make an impact to the existing tenants.
And my understanding is that this will also make it easier for veterans with VA vouchers to be able to move into Markham Plaza. Is that correct?
Again, as the units turn over, they'll be able to introduce additional vouchers that have been basically assigned to this project. So over time, those will all start coming in to the project.
So they will all go up to 35%?
No, I'm sorry. No.
Can you restate that?
Sorry.
Yeah, because this has been an issue that there's been a lot of confusion amongst residents especially, so.
Okay, yeah, so, no, I apologize for that. So as this whole transition occurs, as tenants move out, then when there's a new unit, then a portion of the units will be moving up to 35% of the AMI. Additionally, the project will be receiving new project-based vouchers,
And so the selection of those tenants will be coordinated with those programs, and the voucher can also come into play for the new tenants.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that would encourage or would allow veterans to be able to move in.
Yes.
So lastly, again, because this has been an issue that's caused a lot of anxiety with the residents, is about the relocation plan. So I understand the city will need to approve the relocation plan that the county is developing. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and will this come to council?
So the relocation plan is a responsibility of the developer to have prepared. That is a document that is reviewed by the city staff and also by the county staff, actually any lender who would be involved in this transaction. So what happens is our staff reviews and provides any concerns or adjustments that we want to see made to the relocation plan back to the developer. And that is, the relocation plan is not something that comes to the city council for.
Okay. And what will be the community process regarding the relocation plan?
It's an administrative document. So the report is prepared by a specialist who prepares the plan, and then it's reviewed by staff.
So is the housing department going to have a community meeting or communicate with the residents in some way about the relocation plan, or are we leaving that solely up to the developer?
It's not the housing, it's the.
A council member, this is Shasta Green from the City Attorney's Office. So we are the local reviewing agency for this relocation plan. It's a temporary relocation plan, which means it doesn't go to council. We review it for compliance with the requirements of law. We have reviewed it. One of the things that will happen as a part of it is notices will go out. They haven't gone out yet because the dates have been moving. There will be relocation assistance counseling for the residents. And so all of these things will occur in sequence. The relocation plan is a public document, so it's definitely available. But it's designed at this point to meet the requirements of law for temporary relocation.
So the residents will get the notices in order to meet the legal requirements. Okay.
That's correct. That's what the relocation plan requires.
Okay. And is the city playing a role in communicating with the residents about the rehab work done in Markham Plaza? Or is that the county and the developer?
The city is not planning on, does not have a role in communicating regarding the project with the residents. That will be the developer's responsibility.
Okay. I really want to thank Santa Clara County for their leadership and work on this. They have issued some memos and are taking the lead on some negotiations and contracts. And so I appreciate that work is really designed to protect the residents of Markham Plaza who need it. And I would look forward to when the city will be able to do the same thing. And thank you for coordinating so closely with the county to do that. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Councilmember Esparza. Any questions, comments? All right, let's vote. And finally, item 4.2, which I don't believe there is a presentation. We'll entertain a motion This is. Okay, let's vote. All right, we are now back to the Planning Commission item 3.3. Tony, do we have a tally?
Yes. Mariel Caballero received 10 votes. Rolando Bonilla received 6, so both received enough votes to be appointed.
Okay. So now we have the task of selecting one to serve the longer term.
Yes.
So why don't we entertain a motion and vote on that motion? Councilmember Esparza?
I would like to move that the District 5 resident get the longer term and.
Can you
with-
identify that
Yeah,
candidate,
they're-
please?
Rolando Bonilla, and I'm just going by the
They're-
need to have,
They're both District 5 residents.
she's a District 3 resident.
Oh, you're right,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, and that's
she
really
grew up
my, yeah, and that's really, she's an East Sider and a downtowner, and that's really my thinking behind that, to ensure that the East Side has some stability and consistency in that. Is there a second?
Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Esparza. Then on that motion, let's vote. So let's just be clear, a yes vote would be for Rolando Bonilla to have the longer term, and no vote would be for Mario Caballero to have the longer term.
I'm doing an extra long pause just to see if another council member is going to come up, but I'm going to go ahead and end the vote.
Okay. Yeah, it's just not normal. Okay, so Rolando Bonilla has the longer term, and Mario Caballero has the term that expires in 2020. All right, let's proceed now to the discussion on the study session for displacement. We've got many folks have been patiently waiting for this discussion. Welcome Jackie and Kim and many others. We'll begin with the presentation. Let me stop here for a moment. I realize we've got I believe there's an item in a community gathering at 6:30. Is that right, Councilmember Carrasco? Okay. So how many folks are going to be attending that item, that event? Okay. So we could take a break at 6:30 and then resume at 7? Is that
How long is it?
is that reasonable? Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Yes. 6:30. Yeah.
No, 6:30 break time. Because some of the women need to go to their thing at 6:30 and then come back at 7.
Okay, we are ready to begin. I was started with good afternoon, but maybe it's closer to good evening. My name is Jackie Morales-Ferrand, and I'm the Director of the Housing Department. And joining me today is Kim Walsh, who's the Deputy City Manager. Rosalind Huey is the Director of PBCE. Kristen Clements and Adam Marcus, who are both from the Housing Department, and Jeff Ruster and Victor Farley from OED. We are here to provide the City Council with information on both residential and small business displacement. Our neighborhoods are facing a major transformation today, and we will explore these complex challenges of displacement that is occurring in our community, including providing data and giving you potential ideas. While we conducted this work separately, these two issues are interrelated. The business need their local customer base to support their stores, and residents want to retain their local businesses that meet their specific needs and maintain the character of the community. These two perspectives are intertwined networks of interdependency, and if we are going to be successful, it is critical that both be addressed, because displacement is not about an individual, family, or business, but it is the disruption of a community that is connected and has formed networks that are resource-rich. Anti-displacement does not mean anti-growth. It means ensuring that people of all income levels can share in our changing city. Okay. Next slide. Over the past 2 years, the City Council has directed staff to explore strategies to help San Jose residents to stay in our community. The work started in the spring of 2017 when we were asked to work on an anti-displacement tenant preference program. We were asked to broaden the work and create a citywide anti-displacement strategy in June 2018 as part of the Housing Crisis Work Plan. In early 2018, the city joined a national anti-displacement network with 9 other peer cities, including Austin, Boston, Denver, Nashville, Philadelphia, Portland, Santa Fe, and the Twin Cities. The network was sponsored by PolicyLink, an Oakland-based nonprofit. We will be completing our PolicyLink work with our team, and the work will be used to inform the creation of a citywide anti-displacement strategy. 40% of San Jose's households are low income, while less than a quarter of our housing stock has restricted affordability or is subject to rent stabilization. This number also includes mobile homes and a small portion of market rate apartments that are affordable for those at or below the low income level. This undersupply is only going to get worse as the market changes. And it is these households who have fewer choices and resources to cope with our changing market. I'm going to turn it over to Kim.
And I'm going to turn it over to Tony because we want to make an announcement about the availability of translation for this presentation.
Yes, we in the back, I'm not going to say this right. In the back, we have headsets if you need Spanish translation. So turn it on. Okay, hold on, her microphone's not working. Scooch closer.
Press the button.
She did, it's not working. It's lit up. Sorry.
En la parte de atrás de la sala de conferencias hay receptores para interpretación en español.
Thank you.
Okay. So before we dive into the topic of displacement, I wanted to share 4 slides that provide some high-level context for this topic. And these reflect conversations that we have been having the last several months in our community and economic development city service area. So these are weekly meetings of the departments you see here of planning, housing, and economic development, but also with our partners in transportation, parks, and other departments. We have been talking since the budget study session opened up the conversation about how do we incorporate our value of equity more explicitly and more intentionally into our community and economic development work. How do we connect the dots among the various directives and projects that we have into a cohesive strategy and commitment? So what I'm sharing today is very much draft, and we're looking for feedback, but we believe that this is an important statement of commitment, a vision for what we're calling equitable development. And it says, as San Jose grows and secures planned investment, we will maximize the positive opportunities and prevent or minimize the negative impacts for our most vulnerable residents so they can succeed in our changing city. And I think you can see there are a number of elements that are important here. First, we're recognizing that the city is going to accommodate a lot of growth in housing and workplaces and transit. And this is investment that we have planned. But that we need to be very, very intentional about the impact on our vulnerable residents, and that there clearly can be negative impact, but there also can be positive impact, and this deserves our attention. And that our goal is so that our residents who are here already can succeed in our changing city. San Jose has always been changing and is going to continue to change. And we believe such a commitment is in everybody's interest, because the research shows that growth that is more inclusive is actually more sustainable over time. So we have this draft statement. We also have this draft framework. And today we're going to focus on the 2 orange circles here, but there's really are 6 areas that we believe over time require attention and that are really can be framed as the desired outcomes if we can be perhaps the only place in America that actually does development right. So we're clearly doing work already on citywide access and mobility, the transportation circle. We're doing a lot of work on job and economic opportunities, but there's more we need to do all around. But the focus today is on stable, affordable housing and resilient local businesses as an important outcome. So if today we're focusing on strategies and tools to prevent, minimize, mitigate displacement of residents and local businesses, it's important to say why, and hopefully we have common ground on what the desired outcomes are and why this work is so important. But from a city staff perspective, we're doing this because we want to retain our existing residents even as we welcome new ones. We want to retain San Jose's diversity, both its socioeconomic diversity and its racial and ethnic diversity. As Jackie said, this is about stabilizing and strengthening families, neighborhoods, small businesses, business districts, about reducing homelessness and making that link to displacement and homelessness, and about having opportunity and upward mobility access for all people here, and embracing and securing San Jose's unique identity. We have such a unique heritage. There is no place like San Jose. We want to retain the essence and reality of who we are, even as we change and accept growth. And the last point I want to make is that diversity and social equity is part of our general plan, and all of these pieces are obviously interdependent. But underlying that gold box here, the general plan says 3 things very explicitly. It says, the general plan says we should prevent or mitigate the displacement of existing low-income residents due to market forces or to infrastructure investment. We should identify neighborhoods and planning areas that are experiencing or may experience gentrification in order to identify where our resources should be directed. And it says we should support local, state, and federal regulations that preserve at-risk, subsidized, and rental stabilized units, and encourage equitable and fair policies that protect tenant and owner rights. So with that, a little bit of context, a view from how our CSA is thinking about framework and goals and the theme of equitable development.
Is that the next slide? I mentioned earlier that the city joined the All in Cities Anti-Displacement Policy Network. The timing actually was perfect for us because it gave us an opportunity to learn what other cities across the country are doing to address this issue. As a result of the past 16 months, we have a deeper understanding of displacement in San Jose. The Policy Link process was intentional about centering low-income communities and communities of color as they have been most impacted by displacement in San Jose. The completion of this first phase of our work with the Policy Network team included understanding the problem, analyzing data, and collecting potential solutions, all while listening to our existing residents. The Policy Network team will be publishing a report to share what we heard and what we have learned through this process. Phase 2, which the Housing Department has started, builds on this by adding additional layers of outreach to a broader set of stakeholders as we begin to focus on solutions and recommendations for the Council to consider. I would like to recognize the community organizations that have been involved so far and have helped us to connect with residents who have been displaced or are concerned about displacement. These groups' active work and partnership with us have helped us to better understand the displacement concerns directly from those who are most impacted. I want to specifically acknowledge our partners in the Policy Network team who helped us to implement a richer resident engagement process. The San Jose team includes Councilmember Carrasco and her Chief of Staff, Francis Urbay, staff from the Housing Department and PBCE, a representative from the Planning Commission, and I specifically want to recognize our 2 community-based partners who have stuck with us this entire year and have invested their time and resources in this work. And that includes Working Partnerships and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. The Office of Economic Development has also joined this team, and I want to say happy birthday to Vic. We received additional support from Semos Mayfair and the AV consulting and staff.
There's no place better to spend your birthday.
I know, that's what I think. So now I'm going to turn it over to UC Berkeley to talk about our displacement. And we need a new PowerPoint.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna Cash, Program Director of the Urban Displacement Project at UC Berkeley. Thank you so much for having me here to speak about this important topic. Go to the next slide. So first about us, the Urban Displacement Project is a research and action center at UC Berkeley doing community-engaged, data-driven, and policy-relevant research to help move cities towards more equitable and inclusive futures. We conduct research on the nature of gentrification and displacement, the consequences of these phenomena, and potential ways of addressing them towards more equitable development. And we work with academic partners at University of California, Los Angeles, Portland State University, and New York University on research on gentrification and displacement in all of those places, with a growing network around the country. So I want to start by demystifying gentrification and displacement. Since these have become buzzwords, it's important to clarify what we mean when we use those terms, as well as what the research shows about what's happening in the Bay Area and here in San Jose. So we define gentrification as a process of neighborhood change that includes economic change in historically disinvested neighborhoods, so a hotter market and new higher income residents moving in, as well as demographic change, not only in terms of income level of new residents, but also in terms of changes in the education level or racial makeup of residents. So we're talking about higher income, higher educational attainment, and on average, more white residents moving in. And a lot of our research has centered on the role of transit. Our research shows that rail station areas are more likely to experience gentrification and displacement than areas without a transit stop, though context matters to determine the speed and degree of that transformation. And in terms of displacement, we don't just see displacement as evictions, but as any time a household is being forced to move from its residence by conditions outside of their control. When we conducted a literature review on gentrification, displacement, and the role of public investment, this table came out of the Lit Review to help classify some of the many forms of displacement dividing between direct, indirect, or exclusionary displacement, which means when people are prevented from moving into a neighborhood of choice, and within that, forced or responsive moves. So a direct or physical cause and a forced move would be an eviction, whereas an indirect cause and a responsive move might be a rent increase that a family simply can't afford. Then these figures come from our gentrification typology maps, which rigorously analyze regional, so here's what gentrification and displacement looks like in the Bay Area. Based on our research, we found that in 2015, 62% of low-income households across the 13-county region that we looked at, up to Sacramento and down to Santa Cruz, were living in neighborhoods at risk of or already experiencing gentrification and displacement, totaling over 900,000 low-income households. And those figures come from our gentrification typology maps, which rigorously analyze regional data on housing, income, and other demographic changes to better understand and predict where gentrification and displacement is happening and will likely occur in the future. So on this map, the purple tracks are low income and the orange tracks, these are census tracks, are moderate or high income, with the lighter purple indicating a risk of gentrification or displacement, and the darker purple being ongoing gentrification or displacement. And then the very lightest is more stable low-income households. And then the lighter orange for moderate high-income neighborhoods are those that are at risk of exclusion of low-income residents, and the darker orange are neighborhoods with ongoing or advanced exclusion. And then finally, the purple striped with orange is neighborhoods that were low income in 1990 but have undergone such dramatic demographic change that they would now be categorized as moderate or high income. And you can learn more about our methodology on our website and further explore the maps there. And through these gentrification typology maps, we found that 34% of census tracts in Santa Clara County are experiencing ongoing or advanced gentrification and or displacement. And in San Jose, looking just at low-income tracts, 57% of the low-income census tracts in San Jose are either at risk of gentrification or displacement or already experiencing it. Now, based on our gentrification and displacement lit review, there's evidence to show that gentrification can improve neighborhoods for some, but sometimes at the expense of others. So we absolutely think it's critical to invest in historically disinvested neighborhoods where people have probably been asking for investment for a very long time. But we should also be concerned that long-term residents might not be able to get to stay to reap the benefits of those investments. And these investments or improvements include improvements in neighborhood amenities, retail, schools, improved access to parks and transit, and commercial and residential property values going up. But we also see commercial and residential property rents going up, and sometimes the displacement of businesses and low to moderate income individuals and families, and that's where the concern about long-term residents getting to benefit arises. While some recent literature talks about the fact that more displacement doesn't necessarily take place in gentrifying neighborhoods than other poor neighborhoods, the framing of this needs work. Just because other kinds of displacement is also happening in other poor neighborhoods does not mean that we shouldn't pay attention to displacement that's taking place in gentrifying neighborhoods. And these recent studies actually showed less displacement in subsidized housing in gentrifying neighborhoods, which means we already have a very good clue about one way to slow displacement in these particular neighborhoods, and that's more affordable housing. And gentrification has other negative outcomes beyond residential displacement. For example, studies by Ellen et al., so one of those same groups of authors that looked at low-income households not being displaced more rapidly in gentrifying neighborhoods, showed that children had higher rates of anxiety and depression if they were growing up in private market housing in gentrifying neighborhoods. So this might point to a loss of sense of belonging in their neighborhood as it changes around them, and or a fear of losing their housing and general housing insecurity. Moreover, the long-term outcome of gentrification can still be more exclusion and a more segregated city as prices go up. And integration for just a little while isn't good enough. We need anti-displacement strategies to help preserve affordable housing and to help keep people in place for longer as neighborhoods change. Now that we've talked a bit about what gentrification and displacement can look like, I want to talk about the impacts of displacement on households and on our region. So we conducted some research on rising housing costs and migration in the Bay Area, and this research shows that as low-income households of color move from areas with rising costs to areas with lower costs, the Bay Area region is resegregating. So the share of low-income households of color living in high poverty, high segregation areas increased between 2000 and 2015, and this is especially true for certain racial groups. So 53% of low-income Black households lived in high poverty, high segregation neighborhoods in 2015, up from 38% in 2000. This is across the Bay Area. And the share of low-income Latinx households living in high poverty segregated neighborhoods nearly doubled during that same time period to 31%. And depending on the racial group, much of the growth in the share of low-income people living in segregated high poverty areas during that 15-year period was a result of living in or moving to tracts that became segregated in high poverty by 2015, which you can see in the light orange part of the bar. So families in these types of neighborhoods that are high poverty and high segregation typically face greater barriers to economic mobility and are more likely to suffer adverse health outcomes. So this finding is one we certainly want to pay attention to today from a racial equity standpoint. And segregation can be costly for entire regions. A study done by the Metropolitan Planning Council in Chicago on the cost of segregation showed that if Chicago could reduce its level of Black-white racial segregation to the average level of the 100 largest metro areas, Black per capita incomes would increase 12.4%, and the region would therefore see $4.4 billion of additional income, a 30% lower homicide rate, and 83,000 more bachelor's degrees. And research from around the country shows that displacement is a significant disruption and trauma for households and families. Children in displaced households have more absences, a lower likelihood of finishing school, and a greater risk of educational delays or behavior problems. People who have been evicted are more likely to experience job loss, and even for those people who are able to keep their jobs, moving further away can also impact commute time and cost. And then evictions is a mental health trauma, as was shown through research on depression in mothers who experienced an eviction and were more likely to report depression even 2 years after the eviction. And in terms of where people go, on average, following an eviction, people are more likely to move into communities with higher rates of poverty and crime. Now, with the support of the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, we conducted a survey with evicted households and other low to moderate income renters in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties to understand the impacts of displacement on their lives. So I just want to highlight some of the findings from Santa Clara County. We found that in Santa Clara County, tenants fear landlord retaliation and displacement. For example, over half of respondents said they were not comfortable talking to their landlord about repairs or other housing concerns, and over 1 in 3 actually feared landlord retaliation for raising concerns or requesting repairs. Retaliation can take many forms, such as evictions, harassment, or rent increases, and fear of retaliation can lead to tenants enduring substandard housing conditions. Over half of the people who were displaced, 56%, said that their landlord indeed took retaliatory actions like rent hikes or evictions that contributed to their being displaced. While 2017 Just Cause for Evictions protections should have helped with this, we were conducting this study around the time those were passed. A substantial share of San Jose's rental housing is still without these protections given coverage limitations, which is important to pay attention to. So financial hardship, poor quality housing, and the fear of retaliation were common factors motivating one of the most alarming findings from the study, which is that almost half of our respondents thought that it was likely that they would have to leave their home within the next year. And where would those families go if their fears were realized? In this study, we found that in Santa Clara County, displaced residents faced barriers in finding stable, affordable housing. In the end, 45% of displaced respondents found a new place to live in their same city. However, far fewer, only 10%, found a new home within a mile of their previous home. Another 34% moved to a new city within Santa Clara County, and 16% left the county altogether. Over half of those who left the county left the state. While some respondents were able to stay in their city upon being displaced or even their neighborhood, that was not the case for the majority of respondents in the county. And consistent with our prior research, we found that respondents who were displaced were more likely to end up in precarious housing situations, such as living in a hotel, doubling up with friends or family, or couch surfing. So what's leading to displacement in San Jose? In part, wages are not keeping up with rents, and San Jose's low-income residents are severely rent burdened. 57% of families in San Jose earning less than $50,000 a year spend over half their monthly income on rent, which is the definition of severe rent burden. That's a higher share of low-income families that are severely rent burdened than in San Francisco, where that number is 45%, Oakland, where that figure is 47%, and Los Angeles, where it's 52%. And this means that with a household making around $4,100 a month or $50,000 a year, at least around $2,100 goes to rent, with $2,000 left over per month before taxes to meet that household's needs. And in our research on rising housing costs between 2000 and 2015, we saw that some of the sharpest rises in rent in Santa Clara County were in San Jose, with neighborhoods around Diridon Station experiencing increases of over 60% in median rent, and we know the majority of households in this area are renters. So we've talked a lot about the problem, but what are some of the things that we can do? Folks from the city are going into more detail on that with a San Jose specific lens, but I did want to talk about some of our guiding principles on anti-displacement policy. First of all, many of you may be familiar with the 3 Ps of housing policy, so that's protection for tenants, preservation of existing affordable housing stock, and production of new housing, in particular ramping up affordable housing production, which most places in this region have disproportionately underproduced. So we know that we need new strategies across the 3 Ps, but we also think it's important to think about strategies that are both proactive and responsive. So how do you prevent people from being displaced, but also recognizing, as we can see from our research, that a lot of displacement is already underway? We need strategies that respond to that. So these are just a sampling of mostly responsive strategies that can be implemented even when displacement is underway. So for example, expanding rent stabilization and just cause for evictions, in particular bringing just cause to more households. For preservation, exploring small sites acquisition and rehabilitation, or tenant opportunity to purchase, which gives tenants right of first refusal. And for production, implementing preference policies for affordable housing for residents from the city to get preference in affordable housing placement, and also making sure to build affordable housing near transit, given what we know about transit-oriented displacement. On the 3 Ps and production, first, again, there's no question that we're in a severe housing shortage, which is contributing to this displacement crisis. And we need to build more market rate housing because this housing crisis is affecting all income levels. But we cannot let ourselves think that just building more market rate housing is going to solve the affordability crisis for low-income households. A couple of years back, we published this research brief to look at the effects of housing production on displacement and housing burden. The first thing that we found is that new market rate production led to higher rates of housing burden for low-income tenants. And that's even when median rents went down. So how can median rent go down but burden goes up? Well, this is why we need to be paying specific attention to rents at different scales, because although the high end might be coming down, it's not always coming down enough to make units affordable to low-income households. Then at the local block group level, neither market rate nor subsidized housing had the protective power that they do at the regional scale. That is to say, while production might bring down median rents for the region, it's less predictable what will happen at the hyperlocal scale in terms of displacement, especially since new development can signal neighborhood attractiveness and induce new demand that wasn't there before. So while we need more housing at all income levels, we need to do so in a way that makes sure that production is linked to protections. More needs to be done to help tenants today to stem the tide of displacement and help keep people in their homes and communities. So these are just a few of the guiding principles that we think about with that. So one, we need to require the production of affordable housing, since as I showed before, it doesn't automatically become affordable just by building more of it, but we also need to do so in a way that doesn't hinder development. And lots of places are becoming more sophisticated in their way of creating affordability requirements that do this. And then let's make sure that we're not losing affordable units in the vicinity of new housing production. Los Angeles has been experimenting with some area-wide no net loss monitoring related to their transit-oriented communities plan, so there may be some lessons there. And then if we want inclusive and integrated communities, they're hard to achieve, so we need to pay attention to local history and context in a way that ensures fair housing futures while not just resegregating our communities. This means being intentional about opening up exclusive areas to low-income families through strategies like anti-source of income discrimination, so congratulations to you all on already passing that, as well as production accelerating strategies that take that into account. Finally, we need to proactively plan to stabilize and preserve housing and land for affordability before investments are announced. And where state law dictates incentives to invest, we need to think about how to bake protections into that legislation. And this is something, proactively planning for affordability before investments, That will continue to be relevant for investments into the future of the city as it grows. So thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to your questions, I think, after the panel.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We're waiting for
Jackie, how would you like to proceed next?
we're waiting for the next slides. to
Okay,
come up.
got it.
No, not those. It's back to the original. All right, so I'll just start, and hopefully that my slide will come up. So San Jose has taken many steps that other communities in the policy network are just beginning to explore. Our tenant protection and inclusionary housing ordinance are two examples. Next slide. Oh, I have it. Never mind. Okay, perfect. No, that's fine. As you can see, we actually have programs and policies throughout all three Ps. And we are in the process of developing additional tools, such as a tenant preference requirement for our affordable housing developments. This is really a great start. But from our deep community listening, we know there is much more work to be done, and we know it is urgent. I'm going to turn it over now.
All right. Thanks, Jackie. My name's Adam Marcus. I'm policy manager with the Housing Department. And if you'll bear with me, I have a couple more data slides to share with you tonight. So building a little bit on the previous presentation, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about local data analysis and outreach. One of our key questions in looking at this is who is at risk of displacement in San Jose? Through our discussions with the community and staff analysis, we found that some groups face greater housing barriers or are not assisted by our policies. These groups include single women with children and large families, undocumented residents, people who are subleasing, people who live in single-family homes and duplexes, and others. As Jackie mentioned, the team chose to focus on low-income, very low-income, and extremely low-income households because even with a household income of almost $104,000 a year, it's still quite difficult to rent a 2- to 3-bedroom apartment, let alone to own one here in San Jose. In San Jose, our income distribution is like an hourglass. 40% of the households are low income, 20% are moderate income, and another 40 are above moderate income or higher income households. With this study and tonight, we're really focusing on the bottom third of that hourglass. And as you can see, this portion of the community touches a lot of different occupations. So teachers, retail workers, social workers, and others are included in this group. When it comes to gender, women-headed households earn less than the average household and may be at greater risk of displacement. According to the 2017 American Community Survey, 70% of women-headed households in San Jose earn less than $100,000. But when you compare this to the overall population in San Jose, 42% of households earn that amount. When we look at race and income, we found that some race groups were disproportionately low income, thereby making them less resilient to increased rent. This slide uses the American Community Survey data to show that the proportion of each race group in San Jose that is low income. So in the middle, we have a gray pie chart in the line that represents all of San Jose, all races. So in all of San Jose, 40% of households are low income. But when you look to the left and you look at the green and the blue pie charts, African American households in San Jose proportionally have higher rates of those households are low income, as are Latino. When you look to the right of the chart, the purple and orange pie charts, you see that lower proportions of white and lower proportions of Asian households in San Jose are low income. Displacement impacts people of all races, but this data indicates that African American and Latino households may be more likely to be displaced than white and Asian households. It's also important to look at this data that this isn't disaggregated. So within each of these groups, there's a lot more nuance to this when you pull apart some of these numbers. And finally, this trend is consistent with home ownership rates. Within San Jose, white households have a home ownership rate of 66%, Asian 62%, San Jose citywide, regardless of race, is about 56%, African American households 36%, and Latino households 38%. As we discuss displacement, it is important to recognize that today's housing problems are deeply connected to racial segregation and more specifically to historic policies such as bank redlining that occurred in the 1930s through the 1970s here in San Jose and across the nation. Redlining was a discriminatory practice where loans and mortgages were withheld from specific geographic areas of the city, specifically inner city areas with neighborhoods with non-white populations. This slide shows the 2015 UC Berkeley maps, compliments of our friend on over here, who mentioned what the purple areas are. Those are low-income areas. The darker areas have ongoing displacement. The lighter areas are at risk of displacement. On top of that, we placed the 1932 San Jose redlining map. So the red checkered areas were categorized as hazardous, and the yellow stripe areas were categorized as definitely declining. The redlining map created by the Homeowners Loan Corporation, a federal agency at the time, indicated these areas. And these ratings were based in part on the racial composition of the neighborhood and made it very difficult for residents in these neighborhoods to buy homes or to get loans to repair them. UC Berkeley's Urban Displacement Project studied the intersection of these two maps, and here's what they found. 87% of today's gentrifying areas were rated as hazardous or definitely declining back in the 1930s. 59% of today's exclusionary areas, again, those are the orangey yellow areas, were categorized by the Homeowners Loan Corporation as green or still desirable. These neighborhoods include Willow Glen, Rose Garden, and others. We can see that formerly redlined neighborhoods such as Hensley, Burbank, Alma, and others are now experiencing ongoing displacement and are at risk of displacement. We added a little bit of local data on top of Anna's map. And here you see Horizon 1 urban villages, downtown and North San Jose, and those are indicated by the striped areas. And the blue dots. The blue dots are multifamily residential building permits issued between 2014 and 2018. What we found is that the purple areas did align somewhat with Horizon 1 urban growth areas. The purple areas had 89 permits. That's about 6,800 units. And they clustered in downtown, North San Jose, and west along Winchester Light Rail line. These made up 25% of the permits issued during that period, and 52% of the dwelling units contained within those permits. Here's a quick snapshot of our housing stock in San Jose. 23% of our housing is affordable, naturally affordable, or rent stabilized, yet 47% of all households are below 80% of area median income. If we are to retain the socioeconomic diversity here in San Jose, we will definitely need to look at preservation and production strategies. Just 2 more slides, please bear with me. In the first phase of our engagement for this project, we met with community leaders, renters and homeowners, and advocates in areas identified by the Urban Displacement Project. We heard in these meetings that the city often prescribes solutions and forms plans without first listening to the perspectives of those who are underrepresented and who may be directly affected. With this in mind, we partnered with community-based organizations and engaged over 740 people through 4 community forums, 5 renter focus groups, and 2 pop-up events. We provided Spanish and Vietnamese interpretation, and some of the meetings were actually facilitated in those languages. We conducted an online survey as well, and we'll be analyzing the results from that this month. So what did we hear? Through this process, we heard a lot from the community about how displacement is impacting their life and ideas for what can be done. It's hard to boil all this down into a couple of slides, but I'll provide a summary tonight with the understanding that a lot more detail will be provided in the report. Above all, we heard that San Jose is a great place to live because of the people that live here. We often heard residents live in San Jose because it's where they work. It's where they were born and raised, where their friends and family live, and where their kids go to school. San Jose is their home. It seems that some residents are willing to pay more in rent, even if it pushes them closer to the financial edge because of these reasons. We heard time and again through our focus groups and community forums that many people in San Jose work hard just to make ends meet. Some residents shared they were facing displacement the same day that we spoke with them. Participants are asking for solutions that address their needs today, not just in the distant future. We heard that attendance in schools and religious institutions was shrinking as people move out of neighborhoods. And overall, the community acknowledges that housing is in the forefront of their minds. We've been told that San Jose residents believe that if they leave, if they go to Los Banos, Lathrop, Modesto, Sacramento, they will never move back because they will never be able to afford it. There is a sentiment that everyone in the community should participate in tackling this issue. And finally, at one of our meetings in the Mayfair neighborhood, we heard from a young girl who said this: "Flowers are growing in the hood as soon as people are leaving." So some of the positive impacts and amenities that are happening in our city maybe aren't being shared by everyone, at least not yet. And with that, I'm going to transfer this over to Kristen.
Thank you, Adam.
Kristen, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're now at 6:30, I believe. Is that right? Okay. So I know that some council members have a commitment. And so I want to honor that and resume this if we can. Is that going to create any undue hardship for anybody in terms of whoever's got to leave or?
It looks like people are willing to stay.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that and appreciate everyone's patience. So we're going to recess now, and if folks can get back before 7, we'll start it before 7. Otherwise, we'll begin at 7. Thank you.
Dinner?
All right, we have a quorum, so we'll resume the study session. Thanks, everyone, for your patience.
Okay, great. We are going to get started, but I just wanted to let the City Council know that we just have we have several slides that Kristen will be presenting regarding programs that we learned about from other cities, and then San Jose specific, more other ideas that we're considering. Then I'll wrap it up. We'll start with our panel, and then instead of taking questions from the council, we're going to have the small business people complete their presentation. Then we'll have one question and answer period after that. Oh, Kristen, take it from now.
Well, we would like to make that announcement for interpreters.
Oh,
one
yeah,
quick
thank you,
time.
Tony.
Oh, thank you.
It may be good to wait a little bit. I think people are still filling in.
Okay, we can wait.
Yeah, maybe we'll
Just give us a signal when you want us to do it.
try to make sure we can.
We did have people picking up the headphones earlier,
Yeah.
so we want to make sure that.
Okay, let's go ahead and make the announcement. We can make it in again a little bit. I suspect we'll have more folks joining us soon.
Buenas tardes, les queremos avisar que hay transmitores a la entrada del edificio. Si gustaría el servicio de intérpretes de inglés a español, también si querían dar sus comentarios cuando les llaman su nombre, nosotros también le podemos dar el servicio de intérprete de inglés a español y español a inglés. Gracias.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Clements. I'm the division manager in the housing department that oversees policy and has been working on this. So before the break, we heard about the problems of displacement, both from an academic perspective and then from a local data perspective. And we just wanted to wrap up that piece of the local perspective and then talk about ideas that different cities use to cope with this problem. On this slide, we just provided for your reference some information that SAG, the Station Area Advisory Group for Diridon, had concluded that were their top 5 strategies for spending funds on housing and anti-displacement needs. Because some of the SAG strategies reached out beyond the Diridon area, we thought that could be some helpful context. And also in your packet with the council memo for this item tonight, attachment 6 has some more background from the community engagement report for the Diridon efforts. So staff takeaways are listed here, and our conclusion from lots of conversations, lots of outreach, reading lots of reports and talking to other cities. While we've done quite a bit of work in San Jose to help low-income residents, clearly there is a lot left to do. And we know that residents are suffering, and they have been telling us there need to be other short-term strategies to help while we build housing that they can afford. Our work has confirmed that certain areas in our city seem particularly vulnerable, and they could be part of targeted strategies. And finally, preservation and protection need to go together with production as complements as we think about all of this holistically. Of course, we need more resources to do this work. Some of the gaps are listed here. The council's talked many times about what we need to reach our affordable housing production goal of 10,000 new homes. But we haven't talked much about what's needed to preserve our restricted affordable homes that we already have. And another strategy for preservation is to acquire what we call naturally affordable homes and preserve those and by turning them into restricted affordable and doing rehabilitation. This takes different kinds of funding than we've got now, more flexible on the income requirements, and takes different kinds of systems behind it and perhaps different kinds of developers. And then, of course, there are other resource gaps, a lot of them around funding and education for enforcement of the laws that we have and help in having people help, comply with them. Next, we wanted to give some examples of tools that different cities have been using to help cope with residential displacement. Again, these are not ideas that we have decided are the quintessential ideas. They were just providing them for food for thought. There are lots of ideas out there, and in your packet, attachment 8 lists different ideas from PolicyLink, who is the sponsor of our network, and also provides an overview of the cities in the network as of mid last year, who was employing what kinds of strategies, just as a quick snapshot. Denver is doing a lot of things right. I was really impressed by a report that they put together in 2018. It's called Housing and Inclusive Denver Plan. It was kind of a holistic look at the city's population and its housing needs for across the spectrum. And it really articulated the city's core values and focused on all 3 Ps: production and strong preservation plans and tenant protections and how they all came together. This Denver Transit-Oriented Development Fund was a good example of a strategy that targeted opportunity sites near transit to acquire sites and either build affordable housing, or it can also be used to acquire existing apartments and preserve naturally affordable. But it also ended up resulting in community amenities being created such as a library, and they even had 100,000 square feet of commercial nonprofit space that was going to result from these loans. And the loan fund stacked sources from public, private, and philanthropic contributions. This was pretty innovative. In the protection realm, the New York City has a right to counsel program. And actually, while I was listening to the Planning Commission interviews, I got a newsletter that said Cleveland just approved this program yesterday. New York City's program was created in 2017 because they noticed that in eviction court, a lot of residents who were there were not represented. And residents who aren't represented don't feel knowledgeable enough to represent themselves and don't feel empowered enough to do so effectively. And it's thought that a lot of unnecessary evictions are resulting from that lack of representation. In San Jose, locally, this is also true. A lot of people go to eviction court without representation. And while we do fund some community development block grant dollars to help educate on our own tenant protection programs and other rights, it is very small compared to the need in the community. So the New York program was adopted in 2017. It was phased in over 5 years, and the outcomes have been impressive. We've read a study that said 84% of the households represented by lawyers were able to stay in their homes, and that was compared to 50% of the households before the program was put in place. In 1 year, evictions decreased by 11% in zip codes that offered the assistance, so there's thought to be maybe a little deterrent effect as well. And it cost about $2,000 per case. And the net benefit, when you look at the cost to run the program and the benefit of the avoided costs for the city, was $120 million a year net benefit. So Philadelphia also has this program, and San Francisco has a pilot as well. One of the challenges when we think about what renters have to face is that they do not benefit the same way that homeowners do in times of change, because they don't have assets that can grow, and they also then suffer the changes and the negative changes from rising rents and other pressures. And so there are some structures out there such as community land trusts and limited equity cooperatives that can try to give both stability, long-term affordability, and also some stake and assets for renters that can help improve their lives in the long run. It's actually an all 3P strategy, if you will. Community land trusts are used all over the U.S. There are 9 in the Bay Area, including the newly formed one in the South Bay. And the idea with that is that the trust is a nonprofit that holds the land underneath housing units. You can do it for sale, you can do it for rental properties, you can also have commercial properties on trust land. And for instance, if a homeowner sells the home, they can keep a share of the equity that's been earned, but they have to sell the home back to the trust, and then the trust sells it to somebody else. So in this way, it's basically perpetual affordability that gets maintained. And then in limited equity co-ops, Adam, who used to work in New York, was puzzled why we really don't have this here in our market very much. San Francisco has some, but New York City has the bulk of co-ops in the country, and most of them are tenant cooperatives that are democratically governed. So there are possible structures that are present in other cities, and then they do take particular financing needs and also capacity building in order to put them in place. But they seem promising, and then certain philanthropies are interested in pursuing these locally as well. So in looking at the dozens of strategies the cities are using to help prevent or mitigate displacement, we wanted to think through concepts in the 3 Ps framework. And again, note that these are just ideas. They're not finalized. We're going to be moving on to kind of broader outreach in the next phase that Jackie will talk about next steps at the end, to kind of be more specific on some ideas and test that with stakeholders. But anyway, So for each of the 3 Ps, these charts on the left cite one of the challenges that we heard during our outreach, and then ideas about potential solutions on the right. So for production, we know about the funding sources that are needed. The third line is an idea, actually, we were just talking about at the break, I think, which is where you build affordable housing is important. And really, fair housing tells you that you should be building both where people need it and then also in areas of opportunity so that people have choices of where to live. And so there could be targeted strategies about how to acquire opportunity sites in different places and hold that land. In preservation, again, it's an increasing concern in San Jose that we haven't talked much about. There are over 1,100 affordable apartments in San Jose that are restricted affordable, but within the next 10 years, both by HUD's restrictions and the cities, they're going to lose their affordability. The California Housing Partnership Corporation agrees, and when you look at the 9 Bay Area counties, Santa Clara County is the worst off in the amount of units that could be lost over the next 10 years. We are the darkest red on that map, and it's very disturbing. And then moreover, in the next 10 years, just in San Jose, we expect several thousand affordable apartments to be sold by for-profit developers. And that presents an opportunity for people, for owners who will kind of keep units more in perpetual affordability if they had the knowledge about the opportunity and perhaps the funding to acquire it. So different ideas there. And finally, on the protection ideas, we've done several protections actually in San Jose, and happily some of our state laws cover other areas. The new state law, AB 1482 by Dave Chu, if that gets signed by the governor, it would put in place a statewide rent cap and some just cause protections, and it would cover some buildings that we don't cover here in San Jose. So we could be looking at that. And we had been talking about coming back and looking again at all of the buildings and whether they should be covered by our programs. But we could be doing more work, for instance, on that protection idea. Okay. So with that, we wanted to turn it over to Rosalind Huey for the panel conversation about hearing more from people who work directly with residents, and then those who are involved in providing housing and hearing their perspectives on displacement and what they've been thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. I'm Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and I'm really pleased to moderate the panel. We're going to ask the panelists to come down. As you come down, I'll be introducing them. And we actually have a series of questions. You can go to the next slide. We want to make sure that everybody has access to the questions that we're going to be asking our panelists. So the panel discussion is around impacted resident and housing provider perspectives. So we're very excited to have these perspectives on this very important topic. So our first panelist is Nadia Aziz. She is the directing attorney with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. Next, we have, I'm going to go to Sean Milligan at the end here. Sean is partner with KT Urban, a developer company here in San Jose in the Bay Area. Victor Vasquez, who is the Community Organizing Program Manager for Somos Mayfair. And Jeff Zell, who is with Zell Associates, who works in property management and real estate services as well. So thank you all for being here this evening. And we're going to try to move rapidly. We have roughly about 20 minutes. We've got 4 questions. So we're going to ask maybe if we keep it to about a minute or so in your response to each of the questions. So the first question is, and I'm going to start with you, Nadia. What's your experience with and perspectives on residential displacement?
So the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley represents people facing eviction throughout Santa Clara County and San Jose. And a lot of what we heard in the UDP study is things that we see on a daily basis. But what I'd like to center our discussion around is how displacement actually affects our community. And I want to tell that through the story of 4 families who lived in a building on Crucero Drive in the Santee neighborhood in District 7. All of those families were long-term residents, all of them were Latino families, and all of them had kids. And they were all evicted from their home based on a fraudulent owner move-in. Under the TPO, an owner can move in, and the owner claimed that she was moving in, and she didn't. And when we talk about displacement, we talk a lot about the value that's lost. We talk about do things pencil up, pencil out. But a lot of times what gets lost is what is the impact on families. And for these 4 families, what's been lost when they've been displaced is a sense of neighborhood. It's a sense of community. It's the fact that the parents didn't have to worry about their kids being home by themselves and that they could stay late at work because they knew that they could rely on their neighbors. It meant their family could walk to the community garden, to their schools, to stores, that they felt a sense of community. And when they were displaced, they lost all of that, and they had to deal with the effects of things like not having a room to sleep in, and as a teenager, that's something that's been really hard for the members of this family, and having to share a garage, or the effects of their father being more stressed out because he has to work longer hours to afford the rent that they pay now. So these are all the intangible effects of displacement that need to be part of this conversation that we haven't centered today and that we should be centering as we move forward to talk about displacement.
Great, thank you so much, Nadia, and sharing that perspective on how displacement actually affects our residents here in our community. Next, Victor, if we could ask you to share your perspective.
My name is Victor. Somos Mayfair is focused on uplifting neighborhood leadership and also echoing some of the stories that we see with our neighborhood. We have a great amount of generational San Jose residents, but also recently arrived immigrants. And for a lot of us, we get a lot of, we're asked about our input in terms of what do we want to see in our neighborhood. And we're asked to build affordable housing. And that's great, but for a lot of us, we're being impacted by not even having the access to those spaces. We don't, not having a different kind of lottery system that allows for most vulnerable residents to be, to stay in their neighborhood or find new places or new neighborhoods to live. But we also see stories like I used to be a case manager, and I remember knocking on doors and seeing a good amount of students who would be laying in their beds, depressed, not wanting to go to school, because for a lot of them, they were living in garages. They were living in 1 bedrooms with 3 or 4 family members. And they started to internalize and blame themselves for that. Is this our responsibility? When the reality is that, for young people like them, these were decisions that were made through economics and politics. We have other members who are also displaced by the fact that their landlord asked them to move out, harasses them, pushes them to move out, and the whole complex is flipped, and new residents are coming in. And for us, what we're seeing is this blatant harassment, but also a lack of protection a lot of times from our city and a lack of access to community funded housing.
Great, thank you so much. So one of the key points you mentioned there is how do we increase the access of our residents to actually have access to more affordable homes here in our community? Jeff, I'm going to ask you to share your perspective. You're in the world of property management and real estate services.
Right. So with regard to displacement, really what we're seeing, and I want to echo what Victor has said, is that we're seeing a lot more density in every unit. So instead of a single, 1-bedroom apartment where you've got 1 or 2 people, now you've got 3 or 4. It's very common that the curtain gets walled off. There's a curtain hung up in the living room, and it's converted it essentially into a 2-bedroom apartment. And we see that a lot of that, especially in the very congested neighborhoods like the Buena Vista and other places. I do see in the bigger, like 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, I'm seeing multiple families, 6, 7 people. It's becoming more and more common. There's more noise, more cars, more nuisances, and just more issues at all. People just stepping on each other's toes and just not being good neighbors because of that density. Seems to be, I think a lot of affordable housing is also being shifted in a way to the missing middle, because a lot of times what we can do is that we can upscale, we can remodel some of these units, and we can rent them to, like Facebook, Google, Apple employees, especially near the Apple campus. And you get one engineer in one unit, and that's a lot less cost with a lot higher, with a more likelihood of less issues and rent being paid on time. Like I said, that effectively is removing the affordable housing stock and moving it to to the missing middle. So that's what I'm seeing in the market.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. And Sean, if you could share your perspective as a residential developer here in the city.
Yeah, so thank you to staff for having this conversation. This is a serious issue for San Jose, and it's a serious issue for home builders. Outmigration is not a good thing for home builders. The other issue that the home building community facing is that we're building more housing for the higher end of the market, and a healthy housing market would have us building housing for not only the missing middle, but first-time home buyers. And if you look at the data across the country, and I've done developments as far east as North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, I've done work in Texas, Washington State, and I've done work in many counties in California. Many of the counties, including San Benito County, Monterey County, have become bedroom communities for San Jose because we're not providing housing for our construction workers, not just our teachers, not just our firefighters. I know many policemen who commute to Gilroy, people that I know personally. I know a lot of construction workers who commute every day to Hollister. It's not good for our transportation networks, it's not good for our environment, and it's not good for our people.
Great. Thank you so much, Sean. So we've talked about some of the impacts, how our residents are impacted, what we're seeing in our communities. So now we want to kind of shift and talk about some of the ingredients that we could use for a solution. So Nadia, I'm going to start with you to get your sense of some ideas around ingredients for solutions that are needed.
First and foremost, we have to start with the value that everyone deserves to stay in San Jose, and we are our best San Jose if everyone gets to stay. So that means that whatever policies that we come up with have to be community-centered and have to focus the voices and the values of the community at its center. The second thing I will say is that we have to move beyond just thinking about this from the lens of production. Yes, we need to produce more affordable housing, but we also need to preserve what we already have and protect the people who already live there. We talked about some of the preservation strategies that we've talked about through the Policy Link Network, things like community ownership models like community land trust, co-ops. How do we move wealth back into communities of color? And community ownership models are a way to do that. We need to talk about protection. We need real rent control in San Jose. We need more protections, expanding those protections for all people, and thinking about expanded homeless prevention services, both rent assistance and legal services as well.
Great, thank you. You've mentioned a number of items that actually we heard earlier this evening in talking about ways that we can help preserve and actually produce more affordable units. Victor, if you could share some of your ideas.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we got to remember, this is whatever solutions we got to do right now, we have to focus on low-income people, extremely low-income people, black and brown people, people who are facing the brunt of displacement, and this is a historical issue. Before you build a house, you got to own the land. And how did we get that land? We got that land through stealing that land. We got that land by pushing us out into certain areas of the neighborhood. So we got to make right of that part of history today, because none of you sitting up there are responsible for that right now, but we can make something different. So I echo that we also got to look at alternative models that we've talked about. There's community groups already invested in land trust. There is cooperative housing. If it wasn't for cooperative housing, a student like myself that went to college, I wouldn't have made it out of college. I wouldn't have made it out of UC Berkeley. I couldn't afford to live there. But cooperative housing was a real solution for someone that was low income like me, that came from that kind of background. And I do agree that we need to expand and look at being cutting edge in terms of like rent control. We need to expand that to duplexes. We need to expand that to our family homes. That's what Mayfair is. It's built on duplexes. And lastly, like, we got to think about how do we build real affordable housing everywhere, and how are we going to distribute those slots to those Black and brown people that we saw in that data.
Great, thanks. So key points you brought up, so focused on very low income and the importance of home ownership, and because that provides wealth generation in our communities, that's so important. Jeff, can you share some of your ideas for solutions?
Yeah, gladly. I think there's really three rules or three things we could do to help it, and that's housing, housing, and more housing. That's really number one. I think one thing, but aside from that, what we can do now, I think permanent housing vouchers, Section 8, more of that would be super helpful. The temporary stuff doesn't really help because it lasts a year and then they're out on the street again. I think, I like the expansion of rent control to other properties, not just my own, just the small subsection of property. I think it should apply to everyone. But I don't think it needs to be as strict because it has created animosity and it has created a different set of rules now where we screen differently, we ask for higher deposits, and because we're looking for that perfect tenant, because the cost of eviction is very expensive now. I had one more, I can't remember, but that's basically housing. That's
more
really
housing,
it. Yeah.
more housing, and more housing. We got that. Sean, we're shifting to you. If you could share some of your ideas for solutions.
First of all, I agree with Jeff that we need to build more housing, and I think the mayor and city staff is working pretty hard at that. I think one of the biggest issues that the city has faced and the state has faced is the loss of the redevelopment agency. I think this city produced 21,000 affordable housing units when RDA was in existence. We need to find a permanent, broad-based solution to backfill the loss of RDA dollars. And we can't do it alone with the IHO on the back of new housing. I think we need to look at other funding sources such as a commercial linkage fee. It's very important that we keep that commercial linkage fee at a rate that maintains our regional economic competitiveness. I think San Francisco recently doubled their commercial linkage fee. And we've got to find other broad-based solutions. We need to bring back a housing bond in the city. But new homeowners can't pay for the cost of subsidizing the housing. I was just looking at the Legislative Analyst's Office report on affordable housing. In order to produce the 1.7 million houses that the state needs to produce, we would have to generate $250 billion worth of funds. The government can't do it. We have to do it in conjunction with the private sector. And I think the mayor said it right. We have to turn over every rock that we can to find solutions. And this is a great conversation, so thank you.
Great, thanks, Sean. So definitely more funding sources needed and continued partnerships really will be critical. The next question really does speak to our aspirations here in the city of San Jose. And we're a growing city. We're excited about our more urban future, but we're conflicted with how do we accommodate the new growth and development that we know is coming. More people are moving in. How do we balance that with continuing to provide home opportunities for our lower income residents? Nadia, how would you like to respond to that?
Turn on my mic. So I was lucky enough to be involved in what I think is one of the biggest success stories in San Jose, which was the agreement that Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park residents made with Pulte Homes, which is a developer, to redevelop that park, but also allowed residents to stay. It's going to allow the residents to stay at the same rent. And so it's a huge victory. And I think that we have to really look at this in the context of it wasn't just like, you know, a developer did the right thing and these people did the right thing. But there's more to that story than just like everyone coming together and having a kumbaya moment. I think there are really three factors that allowed that really important victory to happen and that really important success to happen. One is the residents were organized. And so we need to really support efforts to organize tenants, to organize residents, to empower them, to educate them so that they're able to advocate for themselves and to advocate against displacement. Secondly, there were really, really strong protections that San Jose had to protect mobile home park residents. And actually to the point where we even stopped the train to make our council policy about mobile homes even stronger in order to be protective of people who live in mobile home parks. And so I think the same needs to be true for rental housing. We need to have strong protections for rent control buildings and naturally occurring affordable housing. We need a strong Ellis Act that will prevent the displacement of residents. And lastly, you know, we do need strong partners. Both the city and both Pulte were really strong partners in coming together and working together to an agreement that allowed development to happen, but is also going to allow the residents to stay. So we need all of three of those as we move forward in terms of increasing our growth, but also protecting the people who are already in our city.
Great, thanks. And thanks for highlighting what you believe is a model, something that we can look to replicate as we move forward. Victor, your ideas.
Yeah, I think coming from a community that's, again, we're from Mayfair, and we do need legal support for our tenants. We need services for them that's funded by the city because we do not have that kind of money available to us. We need to have that kind of support that when San Jose says, we want to make sure everybody stays here, well, then you got to back it up with your funding. You got to back it up with who you're supporting. So for me, that's one of the things that I would like to see in the city for all of our residents and all of our tenants. The second thing is that we do have some really strong protections. So how do we build on those protections and expand them and become like a leading force in terms of like that kind of protection, especially like if we don't have to mess with Ellis Act, let's not mess with it. Let's either make it stronger or leave it alone. We need to make sure that our people are not displaced because we all want to live here. We all want to have nice communities. We all want to have the same amenities that for years you didn't give to us. Now, for us, I think one of the models would work that you got to have strong community engagement process between a developer and a community. It has to be upfront. It has to be honest. It cannot be a check the box. It has to be intentional, and we got to see some give backs to the community about what we want to see in that process.
Great. So meaningful, authentic community engagement and partnerships, really, really critical. Jeff, your ideas.
Yeah, man, I agree with Victor. We got to, include the developers in the process instead of organizing against them. And, I think as Councilmember Carrasco said earlier, is holding their feet to the fire all the time. I think it needs to be a more collaborative effort. I'm going to be blunt here. I think the city always says we want housing, but, when you go to the city to do anything, the reality is they don't really want housing. And I've found that out just trying to develop a couple units myself. It's very difficult. I don't see how, Sean keeps his wits about him. It's super difficult to develop in this city. The general plan limits density. I think the general plan needs to have some modifications, specifically things like infill, where you can take existing buildings and add new units with inside there. There's a lot of things like that, like parking, density, and other issues that just need to be brought up into this current millennium. The parkland fees that people talk about, very expensive. It can be as low as $10,000 or $11,000 per unit, or as high as $24,400 per unit, and it very much mirrors the census tract and where how those fees are levied. So I think that needs to be changed too. The reality is you need to find ways to work with the developers and reduce these fees to build more housing.
Great, thanks. So you're looking at changes in policies to help facilitate more development. Great. Sean.
I was 6'2" when I started in the business. I'm 5'6" now. So, no, in all seriousness, the city of San Jose is actually a pretty good place to work with staff compared to other cities in our region. I could tell you all some horror stories about working in other cities like Cupertino, for example. So could we do things better? Yeah, we could do things better, but we've made a lot of progress. I really appreciate what the mayor's done in his leadership on trying to increase housing production, staff's work on the housing crisis work plan. These are all important things. One thing I'd really like to see the city do, though, I'd really like to see the city reach out to the state, to reach out to Gavin Newsom, to reach out to other states. Florida, for example, they produce more condominiums than any other state in the nation. And one of the reasons they're able to do it is because they allow the developers to use deposit funds to help fund construction. And you can do that and still protect home buyers, but we need to work with the Bureau of Real Estate at the state level to affect these changes. And I'd really like to see this city take more of a leadership role in the housing discussion nationally, because we're the 10th largest city in the country, we're the 3rd largest city in California, and I think we need to leverage our economic position more effectively to affect change for our local residents.
Great. Thank you for your idea. So we are pretty much out of time, and there was one last question. So you've heard lots of data, lots of information has been shared. If you want to take maybe 10 seconds to respond or comment, something that you weren't able to get in, I'll give you 10 quick seconds to get your last comment in. Nadia.
The only thing I'll say is we just need to be continue to be community centered, and I hope we can continue having these discussions at a time where people actually can stay and be here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Victor.
For me, is if we do produce, it has to be affordable housing for low-income people. And if you're not coming in with those intentions, then we must organize and say, no, we don't want you in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Jeff.
I think it is for me. It's the 3 Ps really need to be changed to production, production.
And Sean.
I have to disagree with Victor a little bit. We need housing in all neighborhoods, not just affordable housing. We need missing middle housing. We need workforce housing. Statistically, there's a substantial amount of evidence that suggests that building housing in communities reduces displacement. And I think there's a perception in the community that housing in their communities is bad, and I think we need to do a better job of changing that.
Great. Well, thank you all. We appreciate your time and sticking with us this evening. Appreciate your comments. And now we're going to segue back to Jackie and Jeff Ruster to talk about, I believe, displacement on businesses.
And I just wanted to, if the panelists could stay, because we'll be having council questions. Thank you. And I do want to thank you all for staying so late. I really appreciate it. So I'm just going to complete the housing portion by, Vic, could we have the, Vic, clicker. We still have 2 more slides. So just wrapping up on the housing side, we just wanted to quickly review what our next steps are. So we're going to be completing phase 1 of our work with our policy network partners that will result in a publication of our collective work. The chart before you provides you with a timeline for the phase 2 portion of our work. We are completing the analysis of a tenant and homeowner survey that was conducted over the summer. This fall, we will launch our stakeholder and community meetings that will include a broad representation of stakeholders as we begin to explore specific tools, programs, and policies we can develop to address production, preservation, and protection concerns. Once we complete the community and stakeholder engagement process, we will present our recommendations to both the Housing and Neighborhood Commissions to hear their feedback, make any necessary modifications, and will seek council approval early next year. The anti-displacement strategy will provide the City Council and the public with analysis along with recommendations that the City can implement to minimize and prevent the displacement of our most vulnerable residents. And we wanted to end our part of the presentation by giving you a visual representation of what we believe is the goal of this project, which is to retain what makes San Jose unique, special, and diverse. As Kim started with her discussion regarding our new development strategy, there is no place like San Jose, and our attempt to try to keep it its place we think is really important. And with that, we will move on with the economic development portion.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Jeff Ruster with the Office of Economic Development, and I'm joined by Vic Farley, also with the Office of Economic Development, the birthday boy for this evening. So we are here in response to a referral from the December 4th, 2018 City Council meeting, which directed staff to explore strategies and financial tools to mitigate small business displacement. And when you've seen us here before, when we've talked about small business, we really will set the context, usually just with the numbers, really talking about that there are more than 50,000 small businesses in the city. The majority of those are self-employed, accountants, caterers, house cleaning services, et cetera. And 60% of these businesses are owned by people of color, and 51% are immigrant-owned. So as we really thought about the strategy for how do we mitigate small business, and really taking into account the diversity of our small business community, we really tried to challenge ourselves to think differently about this issue. And so really what we're here to present to you is an initial strategy, which will be a pilot strategy for how we can approach this issue. And over the last 8 months, we've been basically working on two parallel paths. One of those relates to studying other jurisdictions, municipalities, and how they've approached this issue. And speaking frankly, a lot of the programs that we've seen, that we had the opportunity to study, they're either at a very preliminary stage, so they're not very robust in terms of the results. The results perhaps have not been good, or in many cases where the results have been positive, the efforts to scale those results have not been. But there are still kind of three general lessons to be learned. One, as it relates to displacement, and really specifically to transit-oriented development. And that is, if you wait to begin to deliver services to the small businesses, once the shovel first goes into the ground, you've waited about 2 or 3 years too late. You really need to begin early. Displacement happens long before the actual construction takes place. The second generalized lesson is that funding alone doesn't solve it. It's very important. The businesses need this, but also funding combined with technical assistance, business support services for business planning, marketing, legal support, real estate support, workforce development support. These are all critical components to help the businesses change their business model as they go through relocation or go through intense periods of construction. And a third thing is really related to community engagement. You really need to be working with community advocates, people that have the ear of the small business community, that have their trust, that can not only help you in terms of the outreach and stimulating demand for these services, but that can actually act as kind of an honest broker of sorts and help kind of bring back lessons to staff as we begin to think about what's working and what's not and modify those appropriately. The second path that we've been on is really one to actively listen and engage with small businesses to help us think about not only the challenges that they're facing as it relates to displacement, but really to think about how best to design the services and the support that we can offer them. So we've held many focus groups. We've done so with we did a design thinking session at the Mexican Heritage Plaza as part of our 8th annual summit on entrepreneurship and innovation. We've held various focus groups with the Alum Rock Business Association, the Santa Clara Business Association. We did one with the Small Business Development Center. We've had a couple convenings with the Small Business Advisory Task Force led by Vice Mayor Jones, and we've worked with the FDIC and the SBA, the Small Business Administration, as well to hear feedback from financial institutions as well. If you want to the next slide. And what we've heard directly from the small business owners is that I'm sure it will not be a surprise, there is not a lot of trust in government. And really, in order for them to be receptive to the services that are available to them, they want to work with someone that speaks their language, that understands their cultural situation in terms of not only their business practices, but their family situation, and that really having that trusted intermediary that not only has the business expertise, but the linguistic and cultural competencies are critical. They also want the services close to their business. Many of you have been or are entrepreneurs. You know it's very difficult, if not impossible, to close your doors to access those free services. So again, making it as easy for these businesses to access the services is critical. And they have really, on a technical level, that really helped us with where we focused our program development efforts. It's clear there's a need for legal services, particularly as it relates to helping the business owner to review and understand their rights and obligations under lease agreements, as well as have the required real estate support. So if they do need to move, they can find a location that best meets their needs at the right size, and have someone really work with them proactively in developing those budgets for tenant improvements and even facilitating the funding for those tenant improvements. So again, that influenced our thinking. The other thing, and the last thing of note, was that they wanted more notice. A lot of times, and we've met with some small businesses recently along the Alum Rock Business Corridor, they had invested in their properties, and really they had found out with very little notice. The notice basically provided to them through the lease agreement, maybe 60 to 90 days, that their lease was not going to be renewed. So again, this does not leave the business owner with much time to relocate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it over to Vic, and he'll take it from here.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor, councillors, as we all know, Good evening, Mayor and councillors. As we all know, well thought out development can create opportunities for residents and business alike, but without, as Jeff was saying, an effective approach to mitigation, it can also lead to a heightened risk of displacement. It's perhaps worth noting that the commercial property market in California has few limitations or restrictions. There's no deed restricted rent control or the equivalent of the Ellis Act, and the city is not allowed to represent directly the interests of either party, the property owner or the tenant. So the position the city takes is one of facilitation, coordination, but fundamentally this is a market in operation. So here in San Jose, the value of land and the volume of transactions have risen, in part reflecting the broader economic cycle of the market, but also aligning with and anticipation of major development. And here we can see there are three major drivers of development here in the city. The first are the large transit infrastructure projects, such as the BART Silicon Valley extension, and that includes land close on and to these stations, often referred to as TOD, or transit-orientated development, that many of you will be familiar with. Secondly, we have major residential development taking place in line with the city's general plan, and more recently, including new build affordable housing projects as part of the coordinated response to the city's housing crisis action plan. Again, we've heard a lot of that this evening. And finally, there are long-term, large, complex commercial mixed-use development projects that we are seeing in downtown, North San Jose, and more recently in the Winchester-Santana Row area. All require careful attention and management. And so the focus of the city has been to assess which business corridor is facing the most intense development pressure, not just in the immediate and short term, but over the next 10 years and beyond, taking into account the resiliency of business to manage such change. And our intention, as Jeff was saying, is to focus this presentation now on the outline of the pilot that we wish to bring forward and implement over the next 6 to 9 month period in response to these challenges. So the area we've identified is the East Santa Clara Alum Rock Business Corridor, starting nearby at 6th Street along East Santa Clara into Alum Rock up to the 680 interchange. In total, an area of 2.8 miles that includes over 400 small businesses. Why we've done that? Well, as part of our assessment of risk, we estimate that only 6% of small business owners actually own the property they're located in, and over 50% have month-to-month type lease agreements. This map shows the new BART line, the Little Portugal station, and the new transit-orientated development area that VTA are currently publicly consulting with the community and residents in each station area. The VTA's TOD area in this instance in Alum Rock assumes greater density and raises the prospect of increased building heights for residential, office and mixed use to be complete over the next 15 to 20 year time horizon. Depending on the outcome of the VTA's current consultation, the city tentatively anticipates this will be the subject of a major report to council in either late 2019 or early 2020. The second map introduces the 5 urban villages, in part overlapping with the TOD area and including new affordable housing projects. Many of these affordable housing projects, as we know, are in an advanced state of approval. The third map adds in the federally designated opportunity zone area. As yet, we have no projects that are known to the city in this location, but the scale and proximity to the new station is obvious. It is the combination of transit with residential development and potentially major commercial projects anticipated over this long 10-year period and beyond that justifies careful attention and consideration for the pilot. The pilot design is essentially in 3 components: information, services to business, and access to capital. In essence, the points that Jeff was outlining earlier. And it's focused on offering technical support to those small businesses at immediate risk of displacement. Closely collaborating with the Alum Rock Business Association and the East Santa Clara Business Association and other trusted community organizations who have the business owners at their heart. And finally, and importantly, given the recent history of the bus rapid transit project work, closely working with VTA on designing a comprehensive mitigation program for the new BART downtown extension. Strategically, the pilot enables the city to design and adapt a practical model that can be scaled up and applied more widely across the city. And using these essential components to the pilot is the essence of the work going forward. The city's ability to work with partners is to be a point of efficiency as the catalyst for supplying relevant information and sourcing those specialist services that we've referred already to, and upon request, making a referral for a business to an SBA-approved bank or financial institution to apply for a competitive rate of loan capital. The city, with the Federal Small Business Association, looked at the past 4 years of data covering approved SBA bank loans in the city. And this revealed that only 3% of total loan values were identified with businesses located in District 5, despite the relative maturity and average churn rates of new and failing businesses. So for some businesses, minimizing debt is a very sensible approach. It sustains them. But for others, it constrains growth. So the opportunity to make a referral to a bank or financial institution that offers SBA-approved loans is one tool that we can use to support business in the marketplace. The importance of providing information in languages other than English with access to a free translation service, such as in Spanish or Vietnamese, has been clearly identified. Small businesses need that technical advice that they can trust, can be offered for free, or at a low cost, and be accessible in a short timescale. In part, this has required us to source new providers, as well as working more collaboratively with existing organizations, as Jeff will set out in more detail shortly. The other aspect, though, of the pilot is the way the city uses public information to inform businesses of the impact of development. This is because small businesses are not used to engaging with the planning process in many instances, and unfortunately in certain cases have been given very little notice to come to terms with what is happening when a lease is terminated, as Jeff has referred to. As we know, to relocate a business successfully takes time, does incur cost, and must be carefully managed. So for the city, when small businesses are impacted, this problem does arise. And only in the case of an affordable housing project does the possibility of direct compensation arise. So the importance of early notification to a small business impacted by such projects needs to be tested and evaluated. The city will identify a point of contact within the Office of Economic Development to oversee the pilot, which is myself, and to support the Alum Rock Business Association and other local community partners directly to ensure that we have effective internal and external communication. In essence, what we are trying to achieve, if I can adopt something that Jackie, the Director of Housing, referred to, is a 3E model: engagement, efficiency, and effectiveness. As Kim Wallish was saying earlier in introducing the study session, this is our approach to joining up the dots. Let me return you to Jeff. Thank you.
So again, so the first part is information regarding the development process, but also information regarding business services. So again, working in very close collaboration with the Alum Rock Business Association, with some of our other partners. We'll have an 800 line. We'll have translation support associated with that 800 line. And if you go to the next slide, Vic, these are the partners that we will be working with specifically that have agreed within about a 48-hour time frame of receiving a referral from either the Alum Rock Business Association or city staff. Will be out there to meet with the small business owner. And a lot of these partners you'll see up there, such as the SBDC, New America, SCORE, others. We've been working with them under the business owner space umbrella for many years. Again, they have that linguistic, cultural competencies and the reputation and the credibility in the community. But we also have added 2 new partners, one of which is Start Small, Think Big. They are a national nonprofit. They're one of the few agencies, nonprofit agencies out there that actually provide pro bono legal assistance to low-income small business owners. So again, they'll be able to provide and work with business owners earning less than $128,000 a year for things to review their lease agreements, to help them with personnel matters, real estate matters, and the like at no cost to the business owner. The other is with the Minority Business Development Agency. They're also a national nonprofit. It's funded by the federal government. Historically, they have supported small businesses and helping small businesses to have greater access to federal procurement opportunities. However, they've recently received funding from the state of California and now are able to provide real estate support so they can work with the small businesses to help them find a new location, find the right size location, to size those tenant improvement budgets, and also to find funding through Small Business Administration lenders to help fund those improvements. The last component relates to the access to capital that Vic mentioned. So again, working in partnership with the Small Business Administration, with the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, they've actually convened the lenders for us, and they've brought the banks together. They've brought national community development corporations to the table. They've brought community development finance institutions. These are all U.S. Treasury certified and or Small Business Administration funded. And a good example, which would be LISC, the Local Initiative Support Coalition. They're the largest CDC in the country. And really the effort here is to really work in a targeted fashion to give them referrals, but also as they begin to work with small businesses that may not meet their underwriting criteria, for them to refer back so then we can connect them with one of our service partners mentioned earlier. They can help them maybe with their accounting, their financial records, their business plan, and their overall cash flow situation. Key will be local community partners. I've already mentioned a few: the Alum Rock Business Association, the Santa Clara Business Association. We are also very appreciative of the support we've gotten from Somos Mayfair and Vegilution. Again, these will be the community advocates that will help us in marketing the program and really getting businesses hopefully open and receptive to the services available to them. And so as we move forward, the last slide here, really what we want to do over this next 6 to 9 months is really assess the capacity and the ability to scale these services. Really want to know, is there going to be demand for these services? We're bringing service providers that have good experience here in San Jose, but we really want to be able to assess that we have the right service delivery model in place. We want to explore and really assess the impact of the early notification process that Vic mentioned. We also want to begin to identify business areas, districts for the next phase after we begin and really understand the lessons learned from the Alum Rock corridor pilot phase. And finally, we want to begin to think about developing recommendations as it relate to policy, to actual staffing internally as we look to scale this, and resource needs of both the service providers and some of the community outreach partners that we mentioned earlier. And so that ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are now concluded with the presentation. Thank you, everyone, for your insights and particularly for your patience given the lateness of the hour. I know we have many members of the community who want to speak. Many of them could not stay. So I'm just going to ask those who would like to speak and who are here to please come on down. And if I call your name, please come on down to the front. Casey Hill, Steve Dial, Rocio Molina, Pamela, I believe it's Vadra, V-A-V-R-A, Chris Patterson, Ramon Johnson. Come on down, sir. Thank you. Go ahead. If you're down, come on up. If your name's been called. That's right. If your name hasn't been called, then please don't. We're just people whose names have been called. Thank you. Ramon, why don't you come on up? We'll let you talk first. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Ramon Johnson, Mayor, City Council members, guests. I want to speak briefly about my experiences with displacement and my fears of future displacement. But first, quickly, I kind of wanted to give my history here in San Jose with housing and why displacement is such an issue, important issue with me. My mother and father came to San Jose from North Carolina in 1963. Now, North Carolina, very segregated area, and they came to San Jose with great hopes of finding a very more welcoming environment. So my father, who just got employment at Lockheed, went out with white coworkers in search of rentals to acquire, to then be able to purchase a home, and they were having a lot of difficulty. They couldn't figure it out until they finally dawned on them. The difficulty was the color of my father's skin. So one of the white coworkers, white coworkers went out without my father, and one of the white coworkers secured housing, and my father moved us in. And then the landlord wasn't legally able to get us out. Now, this was a strategy some of my friends used, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, here in San Jose when they came here. And you can hear more about that in an interview I posted on YouTube with Tommy and John under Ramon Johnson interviews Tommy Smith and John Carlos. It's really interesting. And then my mother and father fell in love with a house in Cambrian Park in the Park Wilshire area. And they were happy to find out they weren't excluding blacks, but the developer had a different strategy to put all the black families on one street, which for the most part, that's what they did. Subsequently, my mother and father got divorced, and my mother was finding, she was a substitute teacher, a hard time at making the mortgage on a substitute teacher salary, and was facing being displaced with 3 young children. And the stress of that led her to commit suicide. So that was my first experience with displacement. Now, fast forward to a few years ago, now I was in subsidized housing, had moved from one place. My case manager got me a duplex in the Spartan Keys area right by Spartan Stadium, and I lived there for 15 years. Went to San Jose State, pursued multiple degrees, was very active in the community, had a radio show. I emceed Music in the Park for a number of years, was doing, even the mayor said at one time I was considered the voice of San Jose. And then out of the blue, my landlord, who didn't live in San Jose, didn't live in Santa Clara County, didn't live in Northern California, decided he wanted to get market rate, gave me a 90-day notice. I couldn't find any affordable housing, and I ended up homeless for a year and a half. And my health disintegrated. Now I use a walker. I'm in and out of emergency all the time. And one of the insidious things about displacement is once you've been displaced, that specter of displacement hangs over your head for the rest of your life. And every night I go to bed, I fear waking up and getting that 90-day notice saying I have to leave. I live in a subsidized affordable housing unit now, but I'm afraid that they may go luxury. They're doing some things there. They put in a less tenant-friendly manager. They're less responsive to maintenance.
Ramon, thank you.
Okay,
I'm
things
sorry.
are just going bad where I'm fearing
Yeah.
I may be displaced again, and that could be a death sentence for me if I'm homeless again.
Thank you, Ramon. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good evening. I'm Steve Dial. I'm the CEO of the New America Community Corporation. So we're a 20-year-old Bay Area nonprofit. We provide services both here in San Jose and also in Oakland. We host 2 women's business centers, which are in part supported by the SBA. Again, one in Oakland, one in San Jose. We are recently concluding our work as one of the general contractors on the bus rapid transit project in the Oakland area. And we are in the process of waiting for committed funds so we can have specific staff geared towards business displacement. Because both in Oakland and both in San Jose, those are issues that need to be addressed so we can keep the vibrancy of communities and protect underserved communities. And lastly, I just want to give our support to the Office of Economic Development for their pilot plan and think that this is a good first step in terms of the city addressing small business displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Chris Patterson Simmons. I'm the president of the East Santa Clara Street Business Association, business owner of New to You Thrift Boutique on 436 East Santa Clara Street for 7 years. New owner of 330 East Santa Clara Street. I'm going to be opening it up in the next 90 days.
Okay.
So I do care about this city. I live in District 4, but I reside my business here in District 3. I'm very much supportive of the city's efforts to address commercial displacement in favor of encouraging investment along the East Santa Clara Street corridor. But efforts need to be made to mitigate the human cost of mom and pop stores. Going out of business is going to be a hard thing for them. Cost home by families and the community, but not for the outside developers. Some anti-displacement and small business retention elements of members of the East Santa Clara Street Business Association brought up at our meeting in June. Subsequently, improved communication and notification, and easy ways for small businesses to participate. Other considerations like poor streetscaping and lack of parking were also raised. East Santa Clara Street is pleased with the proposal that staff has brought forward and look forward to working closely with staff and other partners to address district small needs as well as Alum Rock Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Pam Vavra, and I used to be 6'2" also, but I can't quite reach this microphone.
Feel free to pull that mic on down, Pam. Thanks.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, if you could just pull it down a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you.
It just doesn't want to come
Yeah, it
down
doesn't
any
want to
further than that,
cooperate.
but that's okay. I'm here tonight with a nonprofit organization called SCORE, which I believe many of you are probably familiar with, but just to refresh your memory, our mission is to foster vibrant small business communities through mentoring and education. Our vision is that every person has the support necessary to thrive as a business owner. We have heard about the pilot project, and I want you to know that we are very committed. We're very aware of the situation, aware of the problems. We share the concern, and we have a force of 65 volunteer business consultants that are ready and anxious to help the city with this issue. Some of the things that we might be able to at least explore are ways that we can apply our existing resources to perhaps help out with the pilot project. Some of the things that I've been brainstorming about include enlisting SCORE chapters throughout the country, of which there are more than 350, for example, with over 11,000 counselors and mentors for small business owners. We might be able to help enlist some of those other chapters in similarly impacted communities. We might be able to explore other efforts, and we also have unlike many other organizations of our kind, we support nonprofits, and it might help to strengthen some of the local nonprofits, which is an area that we can help work with. One of our
Thank you, ma'am.
characteristics is that we provide unlimited counseling.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. After Casey is Rocio Molina, Sarah Castillo, Catherine Hedges, Brother John Pedigo, Mary Helen Doherty, and Eddie Trom.
Hi, good evening, council members, Mayor Liccardo, and to the friends of the city staff. I just wanted to speak briefly to acknowledge and appreciate, first off, the support of City of San Jose, in particular Office of Economic Development, and early support from Councilmember Perales for the unique opportunity that Veggielution has had to pilot a food cart entrepreneurship program called Eastside Grown as part of our work toward thinking through anti-displacement tools, in particular innovative ways to work with our local residents to ensure that they're able to stay in place. This work has put us in partnership with other organizations, including City, OCA, PRNS departments, Housing Department, New Funders, Somos Mayfair, Santa Clara Alum Rock Business Association, among others. And what I wanted to say is that in the 2 years that since we've begun, or the year since we've begun this program, which builds on early work in our homegrown talent program supported by the Housing Department, we have seen more than 20 local residents complete small business skills, advocacy, and community engagement training that puts them, along with us, in direct contact with residents from all over San Jose to initiate conversations about small business displacement right next to a food cart where they can enjoy some delicious food as well. I think that's the first part that I wanted to say, is that that kind of innovation is so important here in San Jose, that we're considering small business owners and entrepreneurs along the entire continuum, including those who might not necessarily have access to capital, might not have credit histories, might be just getting started in their business. San Jose is home to over 1/3 of the county's nonprofit service providers, many of whom are working directly on this issue. So I also wanted to urge you to please prioritize the voice of nonprofits and the residents that lead our work when you consider your anti-displacement strategy. Continue to encourage innovative, community-centric nonprofit partnerships in this work. Otherwise, we can all see the irony in those organizations like ours being at risk of displacement and our own employees being at risk of displacement while doing the very work of standing alongside community who are feeling this intense pressure here in Silicon Valley. I have a couple of stats I just wanted to read very briefly because SVCN has gathered some information about the dire situation of nonprofits. In a 2015 Bay Area survey of nonprofits, 82% of respondents noted that they are concerned about the real estate market's effect on their long-term financial sustainability.
Thank you, Casey. Sure. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. I realize I'm literally in the middle of UN bedtime, and so apologies in advance. Eddie Chung with the Silicon Valley Organization, with the region's largest chamber of commerce. First off, I want to really thank the Housing Department and the City Council for hosting a study session on anti-displacement strategies. It is an important dialogue to have, and the SVO stands ready to be a part of the solution to mitigate displacement in our community. I will point out that significant academic research has been dedicated to the study of displacement. In particular, I would like to point out that about how the addition of market rate housing could also significantly reduce displacement. One such report is the February 9th, 2016 report by the State Legislative Analyst Office titled Perspectives on Helping Low-Income Californians Afford Housing. The report directly addresses the challenges in relying solely on housing vouchers and affordable housing construction alone, as those solutions are not necessarily scalable to meet all the need in our communities. The report also promotes additional market rate housing construction as key to mitigating displacement. Last week, the City Council took a bold step in facilitating housing production by extending the downtown high-rise fee reduction program. The fee reduction program would facilitate nearly 3,500 housing units that may otherwise not be built. It's a signal that San Jose is serious about housing production to ensure that those who call San Jose home can continue to do so. I will say that in the staff report on the presentation, I strongly encourage the mayor and council to consider more market rate construction of 20 units or more, because the key to producing affordable units is through the inclusionary housing ordinance. You need to move both market rate and affordable units together to ensure that we solve our housing crisis. In the urban housing market, the only way to make sure that all people find reliable shelter and avoid displacement is to build more homes. I hope that the council will consider this as a key pillar of an anti-displacement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and the council. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I represent PACT. Thank you very much to the Housing Department for all their research. And I and other members have attended some of the anti-displacement sessions, such as ones at Somos Mayfair. And I think they did a great job of capturing what we experienced in those meetings. And I hope the city can do its best to implement the anti-displacement strategies. And I'd also like to speak as an individual who is at risk of displacement, because I have an affordable apartment. It's a lovely apartment, but they keep raising the rent. Last year they tried to raise the rent 11% because it's indexed to AMI. Luckily, they had a change of heart and dropped it to 5 or 6%. But even with that level of increase, I'm paying my utilities with my credit card and buying gas with my credit card. I can't pay all my bills. I'm just getting deeper and deeper in debt. The next time they raise the rent, especially if they raise it 11%, or if they say that they've had enough damage by the 50% of tenants who are formerly unhoused and not taking good care of the building, if they pass that along to the rent-paying tenants, I'm going to be displaced, and I'm not going to be a high enough priority to get into housing. I'm going to be living in my car at safe parking because I don't have a substance abuse problem. I'm not in and out of jail. I'm not in and out of the ER. I'm a good citizen, so I'm going to be at the bottom of the list. And I may have to leave San Jose, which is a shame because I made all these connections with PACT and everything. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. After Ms. Doherty is Nina Gomez, Gabriela Gabriel, Sandy Perry, Susan Price, Deborah Hernandez, and Matthew Reed.
I would just note that Father John had to leave, and he left written comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mary Helen Doherty. I'm speaking as a member of the PACT housing team, and I also want to thank the staff for your extensive work, and I look forward to the results that it will help create. It's clear that displacement of residents and small businesses has already negatively impacted our city. I also understand that the staff has been charged with preparing a study session on equity based on concerns expressed by council members during your budget hearings. And I would just say, please respond to the crisis related to displacement by centering the needs of all people equitably, voting to protect the most vulnerable residents of our neighborhoods, preserving the enriched cultural diversity that San Jose exemplifies, and by redistributing our financial resources to remedy past inequities. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. I'm Nina Gomez, and I'm here to let you know that I'm being evicted, but also it's on an elderly abuse. So the landlord is asking me to evict. I've been living there for 3 years, and they're asking me to leave the premises, but haven't been served the proper way. So that's what's holding me back, is that the landlord hasn't submitted the paperwork that's supposed to be proper. And so it's my son and myself that are just waiting and don't know what to do. I've been all over asking for help, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you have reached, Danny Garza has helped me in that point to direct it to all the districts. District 5, I work with Capital and Doburn, and I spend a lot of time working with the community. And so now I'm here, which I thought I never had to do that. I'm just looking for a place to live, and we can afford the rent. So, as long as it's like low income, that's what we can afford. So I know that a lot of you have listened to my text, and I've put myself in a spot that I have been honest about everything that I'm doing, but just don't understand the eviction.
Ma'am, Jackie Morales-Ferran is our housing director. I think she'd like to hand you some information. So perhaps she can find some folks that can help.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Sandy.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Perry from Affordable Housing Network, Cham Deliverance Ministry. First, I'd like to protest the way this hearing was organized. It was postponed 3 or 4 times, and actually tenants had to wait 5 hours here to even begin to testify. And we need to do better than this. Before deciding how to prevent displacement, we have to make up our minds that that's what we want to do. Nadia Aziz made a statement here that people deserve to stay in San Jose, but I don't think that's a settled question either in our community or on this council. Displacement is bad for community, it's bad for families, it's bad for environment. It creates homelessness. It's bad for our diversity. But we're still not united on this. I've been to many, many hearings over the past several years where landlords get up and say, we don't have a housing problem. If you can't afford to live here, just leave. And that's a very widespread sentiment in the landlord community. Displacement, as we have seen, targets especially people of color. It's not an accident that all those 6-5 votes that were referred to tonight, all the white council members were on one side and all the Latinos were on the other. However, it's not just about race, because at bottom it's really about money, and we have a lot of low-income white people are being forced out also. The first thing we have to do is what the representative from Berkeley said, is to plan ahead. Right now our city is planning to displace people. If you look at the general plan and add up the figures, the plan is to get rid of 400,000 people out of San Jose. And as far as I'm concerned, talking about anti-displacement and having that general plan makes no sense whatsoever.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and members of City Council. My name is Deborah Hernandez. I have a Section 8 voucher, and in 2012, I moved to 1530 West San Carlos Street, cottage number 4. My landlord never did any repairs, but he said if I clean up the land which was adjoined to my backyard, I can use it so I can have a garden with food, with help from Sacred Heart La Mesa Verde Garden Club, which I spoke here 2 years ago for urban gardening. I could be allowed myself and the residents to grow and eat fresh food. My 6 neighbors are on a fixed income or disabled in these tiny cottages on West San Carlos Street. We learned in March of this year that Vijay Mani of Cupertino, who represents a lot of Indian investors, she told us her plan was to demolish everything for high-rise condos with a parking garage. Vijay then said she would issue, if we hadn't moved by the eviction notice of 90 days. I happened to find a condo to rent that accepted my Section 8. My 6 neighbors, all disabled, have not found a place to relocate. We are all like family. We all help each other in many ways with health care and other issues, and now we are being separated and for fear of being homeless. Residents at 1530 West San Carlos Street, from 15 years down to 7 years, all of us believing and led to believe that this was our forever home, as we all believed, as told to us over and over from prior landlord, that he had no intentions ever to sell. Being displaced is scary and a hardship, since we all have no savings or a future plan. We are afraid of becoming homeless and dying on the streets. The last thing my landlord said to me when he sold the place at $21.7 million from Housing Authority, "This is easy money. It's time to move on." Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Gabriela Gabrian. I actually live where Deborah lives. And yes, we will be moving next year for urban development, which I have lived at the same place for 10 years now. It's the first time I have been stable in like 20 years because I was disabled and homeless. And during the stability here, I have been able to, like flourish, expand, develop. And yes, the shifting is going to be difficult, but I'm going to use this opportunity to incorporate wherever my next home will be. However, I just wanted to bring to the attention that there is a transition required of adjustment, preparation, expenses, and perhaps I would like to stay in the same location because I'm accustomed to the clerks at the store. The roads are being nicer. I already had developed a family in my community. I advocate for, the low-cost housing and homelessness. I'm a mentor at NAMI. So I built roots here, and it's because I have good soil. So I would like my next soil to continue to be good, and I don't know what that looks like, but I know that in the process, the support of the transition, moral, emotional, and financial, is a necessary step. And I understand growth and wellness, and the transition and the new and the old has to find a way to meet together. And with all of these wise minds together, creativity has to evolve, and I'm looking forward to hear a strategy that would benefit everyone.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Originally, I had good afternoon. Anyway, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members and staff, my name is Susan Price. I'm from Pact, and I'm a small landlord. And you just heard from one of my my new tenant, that was Deborah. Deborah and Gabriela both live in a little area that is a little piece of 1925 San Jose, little tiny cottages. It's on a parcel. It's on West San Carlos Street, but you have to drive through the parking lot of a Salvadorian restaurant to get to the big wall behind which they live, and there's a gate to get in. And it's 6 little cottages, tiny, tiny, and they live there with their other neighbors who are all older, disabled, low income, and have housing vouchers. Now, this property that they live in was sold in March, and it was bought by an investor group, well, from India, if I understand correctly, and their representative is a woman who lives in Cupertino. And they told in May, they told these 7 residents that the building everything was going to be demolished, including the restaurant and the car lot next door, and possibly who knows what else, because they are going to tear everything down and they're going to put high-rise condos. And that they were told that they needed to start looking for places to live because in December they would get a 60-day eviction notice. Now, so far, only one person has found a place to rent, and that was Deborah, who found me. She's on Section 8, and that was through Nextdoor, which is a brilliant idea. Thank you for doing Nextdoor. But the others are still kind of not found anything, and I don't think they have the strength or the energy to actually find something by that time. I'm very much worried about them, and that's why I'm here tonight. And I'm sorry that Deb Davis is not here, although I've written her about this. They also do not qualify for the Ellis Act because the roof is not continuous. So these people,
Thank you.
I know, but they're going to be but when we displace.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the time's expired. And for the record, Deb had to leave. She's unfortunately very ill. She cannot stay. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matthew Reed from SV at Home. I want to thank staff for all their work and the panel for engaging in this critical discussion. Because we haven't built the housing that we need and we haven't protected the affordable housing we already have, and we haven't provided the tools needed to keep people from losing their homes, families are struggling to live here. And many have no choice but to double up, to end up unhoused, or simply to leave. One indicator we've been looking at is the dramatic decline in public elementary school enrollments in San Jose. In the last 4 years, Alum Rock is down roughly 17%. Franklin McKinley is down about 14%, and San Jose Unified is down 13%. Research shows that displacement is a complex, multi-dimensional challenge that requires comprehensive toolkit of targeted solutions, including production, preservation, and protection. While new housing is critical everywhere, we know we can't build our way out of this immediate crisis. We do know, however, that we need to build and preserve more affordable homes, and to do that, we need significantly more money, and the Council has opportunities upcoming to take bold action. As we discussed last week, there may be some resources from eBay that could be redirected into the Affordable Housing Fund. In the near term, you can continue to explore a ballot measure for affordable housing funding. In the spring, the city will have the opportunity to approve a new commercial linkage fee that should generate critical resources for affordable housing in the city. And next month, the council will take action to approve updates to the inclusionary housing ordinance, which ensures that housing is dispersed throughout the community and generates resources essential for affordable development. We believe the best practice for a comprehensive anti-displacement policy addresses the 3 Ps.
Thank you.
Production, preservation, and protection, and we're looking forward to supporting staff in this endeavor.
Thank you, Matthew. Rosa Vargas, followed by Ramona Mendoza, Shelley Leser, please forgive me, Shelley, if I mispronounced your name, Dilsa Gonzalez, Elizabeth Quesada, Cindy Bautista, Rosa Sanchez, Andrea Portillo, Aurora Solis,
Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shelley Lizer, and I want to thank the Housing Department for the great work you've done. I also want to mention that I'm in fear of displacement, and I was in future displacement, and I was in fear of displacement before. What happened before was I had a really bad manager. He was cited for all sorts of illegal things. So with the help of Nadia and the Law Foundation and Sandy Perry, we managed to get rid of him. Now we have actually very good managers. However, if I get displaced, it'll be not just a matter of moving, but I'm getting very innovative medical care, not through Kaiser, but also through the specific doctors, the oncologists I have. And if I have to move, and if I don't have it, you know, my breast cancer, if it comes back, I don't think I can duplicate that, and, you know, probably I'll survive, but, you know, that is a scary thing. So that's my first concern. Also, I'm very concerned about the fact I do not think having Google move in will be to our benefit. It will be to the benefit of the business community. However, I mean, Google is taking land as an investment. People have already been displaced around Diridon Station. This is not in the interest, this is in the interest of the business community, but not in the interest of others. I work with a lot of unhoused people who are awesome human beings, and they're going to be more unhoused if Google comes in. So that's my fear. Please, please care. We have a shrinking middle class. Please care about all of San Jose. That is your responsibility, City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Quesada, and I am an organizer for Somos Mayfair and Vecinos Activos. So in 1808, Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Spain. Mexico was a colony controlled of the Spanish crown. This foreign power economically exploited the politically controlled the people of Mexico. Mexico had a government, but this government served the interests of the elite and the foreign power of Spain. And Mexico considered this government to be a bad government. Indigenous, mestizos, Africans, Mexicans, people organized a rebellion against the Mexican government and the Spanish crown. A priest from the town of Dolores, Guanajuato, Mexico, by the name of Miguel Hidalgo, was one of the many leaders of this fight for freedom. So in the early hours of September 16, 1810, Miguel Hidalgo organized an action and delivered the famous speech called El Grito de Dolores to motivate all people to rebel against the current Spanish government. El Grito was a cry to be called to action that sparked the organizing movement and the liberation of the Mexican people. Today we share this story to recognize the courageous actions of thousands of Mexicans who were of indigenous, African and Mexican descent. Today we share this history to uplift the true nature of September 16, which is a day not just of festivities, but a day of liberation. Today we want to thank you for commemorating this day of history on September 13 of this current year, 2019. We thank you for that. As we did on September, we also had our own grito. On September 16, we came out here to City Hall and we did El Grito de los Inquilinos outside of this wet City Hall Plaza. So this story today is not just about Mexican people, but a larger struggle for human rights.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll continue the letter. Our rights as tenants is being attacked during a time of extreme levels of displacement and gentrification crisis in San Jose. We must free ourselves from the idea that making profit from housing is more important than making sure all tenants, all people have a roof over their heads. Today, their legacy reminds us that we must unite and fight for justice and to build a movement focused on the people most impacted by displacement and gentrification. We are here to say to everyone that we must organize and rebuild a movement to protect and preserve our tenant rights, a movement that demands equitable development, a movement that encourages people to say ya basta, enough with a lack of urgency, and it's time to prioritize our human rights of housing and fight that foreign power. The same power that allowed redlining and refused to invest in San Jose and its poor residents of generations. The same power that did not take the initiative to create tenants' rights increases access to its most impacted people. And today, you are the power to change history and remake it, to keep our vulnerable people living in East San Jose by making us part of that decision-making. In honor of El Grito and willingness of working in collaboration, we want to give you, all of you guys, a bill that represents our history and solutions. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get them through that front door. However, they are on the back. We hope you take them, but I was able to bring Sam Ricardo's his. Hopefully you are part of our solutions.
Thank you very much. If you could give it to the clerk. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy. I'm the community organizer Secret Heart and a tenant in District 3. I have lived in a rent control with my family for the last 11 years by the Washington neighborhood. After hearing and reading that there's not enough building being demolished, it makes me angry and saddened that soon San Jose will not be my home. I have searched for new places in San Jose, but the rent is too high, and the constant discrimination that my family face. As one landlord asked my background through the phone, and her response was, "I don't want you Mexican destroying my house." Talking, I don't know what that means, and I hope it doesn't mean that she doesn't want me here. Talking to my neighbors, friends, and community members, and witnessing displacement in my community, I can see the stress and the pain living here in San Jose. The concerns if they can stay at their homes that they pay each month with 2 jobs or 3. We need to preserve our rent control apartments. I urge all to strengthen the RLX Act for 100 rent control and 100 right to return with the same amount of rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. After our next speaker is Olivia Ortiz, Maria Jimenez, Celia Alvarez, Elizabeth Agramont, Justiniano, Maria, and I'm having a hard time reading the last name, but it looks like Maria Arinoa. Forgive me if I'm having a hard time reading that. Robert Aguirre and Jeffrey Buchanan. Hi.
Hi. Mi nombre es Rosa Sánchez.
Un momento, por favor. Hay una persona que puede traducir. Gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Rosa. Yo soy una orgullosa líder de Somos Mayfair con el grupo de vecinos activos.
Hi, my name is Rosa, and I am a very proud leader of Somos Mayfair with the group Vecinos Activos.
En nuestras reuniones de vecinos activos escuchamos problemas sobre las viviendas que miembros de la comunidad tenemos, como son las desplazaciones de familias por el alto costo de vivienda.
In our meetings, the Vecinos Activos, we hear problems about the communities and the members of the community and their issues. For example, the displacement of these families due to the high rent in their communities.
El de no poder encontrar a otro entra de una lista de apartamentos de bajos ingresos por nuestro estatus migratorios.
One of the reasons is not being able to find or enter into a list of apartments due to low income or low wages, or because of our our status of immigration.
El de no tener un control de renta y que no los dueños de apartamentos, casas, duplex no estén aumentando la mensualidad cada mes o cada otro día de otro mes y nos amenazan cada vez que les pedimos que arreglen nuestro de apartamentos.
Due to not having rent control and the owners of the apartments and the homes and the duplexes, and the fact that they raise the rent every month and it seems like every day, we are asking that they fix these apartments for us.
Vecinos activos estamos orgullosos de encontrar de desplazamiento y creamos una póliza de preferencia local para vivienda asequible.
Vecinos activos we are organizing against the displacement, and we believe in the policy which says that preference for local living be easy and accessible.
¿Cuál es el problema? Estamos construyendo viviendas asequibles, pero muchos de nosotros no tenemos acceso a estos servicios públicos.
What is the problem? We are building these homes that are accessible and easier to pay, but a lot of us don't have the accessibility to these public services.
El proceso de lotería está desactualizando y no tiene la cuenta de tenemos una crisis de desplazamiento y
Gentrificación.
Gentrificación. La gente de San José tiene dificultades para acceder a una vivienda asequible. Muchos de nosotros no tenemos los documentos que necesitamos para proveer la residencia y necesitamos encontrar una manera de residuar las unidades de vivienda asequible de nuestra manera más justa.
Okay. So the people here in San Jose find it difficult to live in these places. A lot of us don't have the documents that are needed to live in these residences, and we have found that there is no way to redistribute these resources in a way that is just.
¿Cuál es la solución?
What is the solution?
El 50% de todas las viviendas asequibles en San José deben reservarse para abordar el desplazamiento. Dar prioridad a las personas que viven en los distritos de la ciudad que enfrentan desplazamientos en este momento. Dar prioridad a las personas que viven y trabajan en San José. Aumenten el acceso al propósito, un uso alternario de los documentos.
So, ¿cuál es la solución? El 50%, oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What is the solution? 50% of the neighborhoods in San Jose should be reserved for the community, to give priority to the people who live in those districts of that city, to give priority to the people that also work in San Jose, to increase the access to these alternatives and to the documented.
Lo siento, el tiempo está agotado. Thank you, I'm sorry. The time's exhausted. Okay, gracias. Gracias. Bienvenido.
Hola, mi nombre es Olivia Ortiz y soy líder en vecinos activos en Somos Mayfair. Tengo 13 años viviendo en el área de Mayfair, Distrito 5, y con el paso de los años, desafortunadamente, he experimentado desplazamiento de familias y amigos.
Hi, my name is Olivia Ortiz, and I am a leader at Vecinos Activos in Somos Mayfair. I have been living here for 13 years in District 5. As far as the, and after some time, I have experienced displacement of families and friends.
Estoy aquí el día de hoy frente a ustedes por muchas razones, pero una es porque le prometí a mi hijo de 8 años que haría lo posible para que él no pierda su casa, su escuela y sus amigos, ya que el año pasado perdió a uno de sus mejores amigos por la crisis de viviendas.
I am here today in front of you for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is because I made a promise to my son of 8 years, of 8 years, because he lost a friend to one of his best friends to the crisis of this situation.
Y le afectó mucho emocionalmente. En Vecinos Activos creamos la póliza de preferencia local que ofrece cierto alivio a familias de la comunidad y está basada en las necesidades de la comunidad.
This affected him very much emotionally. In Vecinos Activos, we believe that we created a policy that the preference of the local necessities of the community.
Les pido por favor que apoyen esta póliza y también trabajen más para tener más protección para los inquilinos, pero más que nada para nuestras familias inmigrantes.
I asked that you please support this policy and work to have more protection for the renters, but more than anything for our families, immigrant families.
También quiero pedirles que ya no atrasen más la fecha para decidir la póliza de desplazamiento, ya que esa discusión se tendría que haber empezado en la primavera de este año.
Also, I would like to ask that you no longer put back the date or set the date back of the policy of anti-displacement, and that this discussion should have been started a long time ago, back in the spring.
Nuestras familias están siendo desplazadas a diario, ya que nuestro distrito es uno de los más afectados en la ciudad. No es justo que sigan retrasando este tema tan importante.
Our families are feeling the displacement every day. Our district is one of the most affected in the city. It is not just that you guys keep putting back the topic that is so important.
Deben de tomar una decisión en diciembre. Esperemos que tomen la decisión, que no tomen la decisión de tratar este tema, pero si piensan en atrasar este tema tan importante, antes de tomar una decisión, piensen en el mejor amigo de mi hijo, que no tuvo el apoyo de ustedes, y como él, hay muchos de nuestros niños pasando por esto. Muchas gracias.
We hope that you guys take a decision of the. I hope that you guys take a decision on this topic. And if you guys think of putting this topic back on the shelf that is so important, please think in my son's best friend, that he didn't have the support of you guys. He didn't have your support. And like him, there are a lot of children that are going through this.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde y nuestros concejales.
Un momento, por favor.
Yo,
Could you
María
pull the
Jiménez,
microphone?
mexicana,
Un momento.
llegué a esta bella ciudad de San José, California, en 1989, del Distrito 7. Y soy voluntaria de Luna. Este es un grito de fondo de mi ser. Tengo ya 4 nietos. Aquí todos van a las escuelas como debe de ser. Uno de ellos, el mayor, de 22 años, está sirviendo en la Marina de los Estados Unidos. San José ha sido como mi segundo hogar, solo que actualmente, debido a que esta ciudad se ha vuelto inestable, tocante a que las viviendas están totalmente inaccesibles a la comunidad de bajos recursos. Yo pienso que si nuestros representantes reflexionan en verdad y se ponen nuestros zapatos, nada cuesta, todo va a estar mejor. Viviremos sin zozobra. De otra manera, también mi situación y la de mi hijo discapacitado va a acabar drásticamente, va a cambiar drásticamente sin poder ni siquiera rentar un cuarto para vivir, ya que mi hija con su esposo y mis nietos se irán para la ciudad de Sacramento en el próximo año por el costo de la vida de aquí. Por favor, señores concejales, pedimos mejores protecciones para los inquilinos que sean notables. Para el 5 de noviembre les pedimos que fortalezcan la ley de Ellis, 100% control de renta, derecho de regresar con la misma renta de antes. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Hi, good evening. I'm Maria Jimenez. I'm Mexican and I arrived to this beautiful city of San Jose, California in 1989. I'm a leader of Latinos United for New America and a resident of District 7. I would like to share my cry as a tenant. I have 4 grandchildren and they all go to school as it should be. And the eldest, the 22-year-old, is serving in the U.S. Navy. I identify San Jose as my second home. However, this city continues to become more and more unstable. Homes are totally inaccessible to low-income communities. I'm convinced that if our representatives reflect and put themselves in our shoes, we will be in a better situation where we do not have to fear displacement. Otherwise, my situation and that of my disabled son would change dramatically without being able to pay for even a room. Since my daughter, her husband, and grandchildren will be leaving to Sacramento in the next year for the same reason of high costs here. So please, council members, we ask for better protections for tenants and more affordable housing. On November 5th, we ask that you vote to strengthen the Ellis Act. We ask that you vote for 100% recontrol, 100% right to return with the same rent as before. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Agramont Justiniano, and I'm a member of the Sacred Heart Housing Action Committee, and I live here downtown in District 3. June 8th of this year, my ex broke up with me. We were living together in a 2-bedroom apartment that I was paying $600 for, something that I could afford, especially as a student at that time. I was forced to try to find another place to live, and that was extremely hard to try to find something because most of the places you had to make 3 times the amount of rent, which I didn't make. Then you had to have like first or last or deposit, also money I didn't have because it was something unexpected. And so fortunately, I was able to find something. It's 2 times what I'm paying now, but at least I could say that's something safe and accessible because I had to worry about having access to transportation for work that was close by. But I can't say the same as that's the same for a lot of other folks who are forced to leave unexpectedly and try to find somewhere affordable. It's really difficult, and it was causing me a lot of stress just thinking about it. Like from day one, that day, I had to keep thinking, keep searching. I couldn't really be sad because I was like, I'm not gonna have a place to stay. And even the job I'm at now, I don't, I'm one paycheck away of not having a place to stay. And so that's a sentiment that I feel like a lot of people resonate with living in downtown San Jose, and that's why we need to support the Ellis Act and have 100% recontrol so that when folks do have to unexpectedly leave, that there's more affordable housing that's available to them, and that we don't make a bad situation worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is for Councilmember Perales.
If you could leave it with the clerk. Thank you very much. After Mr. Buchanan is Robert Aguirre, Shirley Stager, I believe, Cheryl Vannon, Mr. Larson, Sean Reinhard, Anil Babar, David Lowe. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, on behalf of Working Partnerships, I'd certainly like to thank Housing, Planning, Economic Development, Jackie, Rosalind, and Kim, everyone who's been involved, the community partners here with the and Councilmember Carrasco, everyone who's been involved with the Anti-Displacement Policy Network effort. It's been a tremendous amount of work, so great to seeing it move forward. As a city, we've put a tremendous amount of energy into market rate production solutions. Imagine what we can do if we can put that same kind of energy into producing affordable housing, into preserving our naturally occurring affordable housing, into exploring and strengthening our tenant protections. Certainly through the CASA process, a number of folks, stakeholders, the mayor and others have seen what the power of bringing together diverse stakeholders and looking at all 3 Ps and moving that together as a package. With the ADPN work, we've been blessed to see all the different cities that have had new ideas. The TOD Preservation Fund in Denver, New York City's approach to right to legal counsel, all the exciting opportunities around community ownership with CLTs and co-ops. Certainly, we know from the data that this is a big problem that's impacting not just disproportionately our communities of color, women-headed households, young families. It's really impacting places across the city. I myself recently had an eviction notice. I was lucky to have the resources to deal with it, but I think about the working families that we work with every day. How are they going to deal with moving expenses, first month, last month, security deposit? We talk a lot on this council about penciling out. Think about the families, the thousands of families in each of your districts that are experiencing having to make that pencil out every day. Literally every single district in D1 in Vista or in Winchester Quarter, D2 in Vista Park, D3 in Japantown, Dearden in D3 and D6, Berryessa in D4, Alum Rock in D5, Central Midtown in D6, Spartans Keys in D7, parts of Evergreen in D8, Branham in D9, Playa del Rey in D10. Every one of these districts has somewhere that is at risk of displacement, experiencing displacement. I encourage the council to continue working with the community and staff to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'll make it stay down.
Good luck.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Stager with Affordable Housing, also representing family, friend, neighbors, and fellow coworkers. I also appreciate the housing presentation, all the work that went behind it. I have 3 questions tonight, and a 4th question I'll answer myself. Number 1, what do you consider affordable housing? Will it truly be affordable? Number 2, the future plans for those in the homeless shelters off Julian. What is it? Number 3, this weekend I spoke with a landlord, and we both agreed that it's the extreme greed of this valley. Thus, what are you doing about corporate landlords that runs their properties and tenants as huge profit businesses versus the traditional small landlord? Number 4, my question, what is displacement? It's a heartbreaking event when families are broken and scattered due to demolition, evictions, escalating rents, and property taxes destroying their support system, their family care when ill, and loss of hope. My perception, my family's been here since mid-1800s, And I feel now San Jose used to be a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Kevin Larson, parent. First off, I really appreciated this dynamic idea that the mayor did with the $200,000 granny units that go in the backyards of different places. And it was very dynamic, and I really appreciated it. So it takes 2 weeks to build that home in the backyard. You know, that's phenomenal. But there's a problem. The problem is communication. We lack communication. It's something I'm kind of familiar with because I try to do it good. Some people say I don't communicate well, but we lack communication here. So great idea, but not a lot of people know about it. If I go ask people, do you know about that? They don't know. Number two, I really like the attitude of council members Arenas and Carrasco. I want to put in a good word for them because kind of like that's why I'm here. Otherwise, I really don't care, you know, because they care. When I talk to them, they really care. So otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. It's caring. It's people that care that you need to communicate. You need to get that across. Do you care? And I don't see it from a lot of people, especially the workers in the city hall. I mean, no offense. Some departments good. Mayor, just so you know, your department, communications department, awesome. Your staff, I've even talked to the communication rep, the person paid to be liaison. 3 people haven't emailed me. Here, there's names. I want an email back. I got no response. I mean, you know, you got a big communication problem with your staff. They need to return every email. I'm sorry we don't have a response. It's not happening. You know, you're a good man, but your people are letting you down. This is a dynamic idea. I'm almost done. These are great ideas right here, okay? But nobody really wants to think about them. Garage retrofits. Garages. It could be the tiny space. You could put a window in the front. These are done all the time. Garages. How many thousands of little tiny spaces could we create for elderly people? I presented that a long time ago, but no response. Second, and really last idea, the schools are shrinking. Many districts have 2 schools that they're closing completely. Why not have elderly housing there? The city needs to get on board with that. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be emailing your staff, and they don't respond to me. I'm just being frank with you.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the long haul tonight. I wanted to thank the mayor and the council for scheduling this study session and ensuring that the council could hear from a balanced view on the topic of displacement. We all agree that displacement is a serious concern. There's been a significant amount of research that's been conducted that has pointed that the reduction of displacement can be attributed through market rate development. As far as the 3 Ps are concerned, there's been considerable effort devoted to protection. We've seen the council over the last few years put considerable effort to in the area of protection. We've seen what the state has done in the area of protection. Imagine if all this effort that we've devoted to protection can be devoted to production. Between all this legislation, we feel that the issue of protection has been settled, and it's time to move on. As far as the state law is concerned, I want to point out one thing, and that's been said today, that the issue of duplexes has been addressed with state law. It has been covered, so it's time we move on from protection, we move on to production. Thank you. Good night.
Welcome. After Mr. Lowe is Robert Aguirre, Chef Sal, Alma Arredondo, and Camille Yanes Fontanilla. Hello, David.
Good evening. David Lowe speaking on behalf of Destination Home. I want to first off thank staff and all the partners for all the great work that went into today's really important discussion. For us at Destination Home, we really see displacement and the forces that are behind it as being intricately linked to our homelessness crisis, particularly when we think of the growing number of families and individuals that are falling into homelessness for the first time. As you've heard us say many times before, for every family or individual we get into housing, we have nearly 2 to 3 more who are becoming homeless for the first time. And so we really think it's important to be looking at how we can start to attack this problem upstream. That's why we're really pleased to see so many potentially impactful strategies discussed today as part of the presentation. And we hope it's something that you all look very seriously at in the coming months, and we look forward to working with you to see how we can not only address displacement, but also prevent more instances of homelessness in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Alma Redondo from Las Mariposas. I'm here to finish from the first session since I didn't finish. Our community in the Mayfair area needs affordable housing for first-time homebuyers and for tenants. We are seeing our fellow community members being pushed out by the extreme rental and home prices. Our community needs the opportunity to build wealth, and it begins by being able to purchase a home. Our workers need to be able to work toward this instead of having to work 2 to 3 jobs just to pay rent. Our young professionals, our young public servants have no hope of buying a home in this area. And some of them are even delaying starting families because they can't purchase a home. The thing about Las Mariposas development, it was for low and moderate income first-time home buyers. And it was not only affordable, we worked with the neighborhood housing services that helped us to be able to finance it. So they helped us with the whole process, the purchasing, the financing. I think it was an anomaly because I don't know that any other affordable housing units do that. But if we could pay rent, we could pay a mortgage. And helping us get into homes is so critical for our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Robert, let me go first. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak earlier as part of the panel. It was actually enjoyable. I wanted to get up and talk about actually small business displacement because that's not really being addressed well. Being a small business owner, I do want to say thank you to Jackie for all the rules, because all the new ARO rules and everything that's been proposed really have my business thriving. The problem I'm having now is how do I hire and retain qualified people, especially people that can't afford housing around here. And I'm one of the few that have access to some housing, and I'm finding what I have to do is I have to make that sort of part of the package. I have to knock off a couple $100s here and there. And I'm finding this is a trend with mostly not around here, but a good example, North Star Ski Area. They own an apartment building up, that's how they house their people. Well, this is something Google can do. This is something Apple can do. This is something the big corporations can have the ability to do if they want to do it. And I think that also needs to be explored. One, because I am seeing, like I said, I'm having difficulty hiring, attracting, maintaining people, mostly because of housing issues. I pay a great wage. I can't house them. I try. Anyway, ideas to think about because I think small businesses and businesses like mine are very important to San Jose.
Thank you. Welcome, Camille.
Hello again, Mayor Liccardo and council members. First, I want to make it clear that part of the reason why Somos' name was referenced quite a bit this evening is twofold. We follow the voice of community residents who drive our organizing agenda, and the talking point that Matt Reed shared around 17% of the Alum Rock School District being displaced or having to leave is also a staggering data point for us because we've spent the last 2 years organizing in the Alum Rock schools. I want to take a minute to thank the city staff and credit them for stretching themselves to engage with community differently, to ground themselves in the work of GARE, unpacking structural racism and equity, and to better understand our city's history of redlining and segregation that continue today and are at the undercurrent of a multitude of issues our city is facing. They've also worked alongside community and listened deeply, valuing and addressing specific barriers to engagement, providing childcare, food, translation, accessible hours, and access at different days of the week. Somos has been proud to partner with both your housing department and the Office of Economic Development to engage in these efforts, to make sure that residents and small businesses' voices are heard and that the nuances and the needs that they have are especially considered, as these are marginalized communities. Together alongside with your staff, we have learned in these spaces that both residents and small businesses want more affordable housing, that we collectively as a community want to holistically address the homelessness and underhousing in our neighborhoods, providing everyone with dignified housing to those most in need. This work didn't happen just in District 5. While we are proud to be in Councilmember Carrasco's community, we did these sessions throughout all of the districts, including the Cambrian neighborhood. We have learned, and we want to also make sure that we bring development to life and investment to life through strong and early and authentic engagement with developers, so that we not only mitigate the impacts of displacement, but also that we secure the benefits that the communities and the businesses need directly. So we ask that all of us work together in a sense of urgency as one community, centering ourselves on the data that we saw today and the stories that we heard, and the values that we actually are committed to making sure that no one is displaced from this great city. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Aguirre is Ruska Navarro? Go ahead, Robert. You're on.
Just me. Thank you. Robert Aguirre here. Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, for allowing me this time. I'd like to ask a question. Do you guys keep the temperature in here so low so that everybody stays awake, or so? I mean, what's the idea behind
We
that?
actually have zero control over it, but we hope it keeps you awake.
Yeah, well, there's no control in this room, I can tell you right now. We've lost control. The other thing is that I'd like to mention that when people come up here, I've been kind of watching what's going on, and a lot of council members don't pay attention. They're looking at a phone, or they're looking at a computer, they're looking at whatever, they're walking around, they're talking to each other. And from the other side of the dais here, that looks like people aren't really paying attention to what's going on. We're talking about a situation here that is affecting the entire city. This is not just a small section of people that live in a particular neighborhood or in a particular district. This is affecting all of us, and all of us are very much concerned about this. And I know some of us have experienced being evicted. Some of us have experienced being displaced either through eviction or through other things. Those things are greatly affecting people's lives and their mental stability. When you are put in a situation where you have to react and you have very little time to do it, and you're concerned about a family and not just yourself, this weighs heavily on you. And this is something that we really, really need to consider, something we need to think about, because when we displace people, we're not just displacing people, we're displacing lives. We're actually doing quite a bit of damage. And we need to take this very seriously, because think about it. What would happen if you got displaced? How would you react? What would you want this council to do about that situation? And that's the position you want to be taking here. Not the position of whether this makes good business sense or whether we're able to expand the size of the city or bring in more people or more jobs. We're talking about people like you and me. We know each other. We're family, we're friends, and we should treat each other that way. And forget about the profit so much and think more about the person. Our children are going to be going through all this, and whatever decisions we make here are going to affect our children and our grandchildren, and that's something you should certainly consider, and I thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Navarro?
Council members, thank you all. I know it's late and everyone wants to go home. Disclaimer, I'm here speaking on myself, not associated with any commission, board, or nonprofit that I'm associated with. But the reason I came here, and actually I wanted to rush here because a couple of weeks ago I was talking to some people that were concerned about trying to help, the homeless situation, especially with women that are out there suffering out in the streets. And while I was going to be speaking at this panel a couple of weeks ago, I actually decided, I saw a homeless woman and I decided to talk to her. And one of the words that stuck with me was, she just said, "I just need somewhere to be. I want a roof. That's all I want." Of course, I could tell that she's been going through a lot of trauma. She described some of the trauma she went through with their past experience. And this person's, it's gonna be hard for her to get back on her feet on her own and find a job. And I was talking to people at this panel, and I came to the conclusion that we need a new paradigm shift. right? Everybody here, you hear suffrage, you hear your constituents talk about the suffrage in their community, but we're dealing with economic factors, supply and demand, and we're at a point where we will not be able to meet that demand at all. And what we need to do is move to a new paradigm shift where we help people that are about to lose their homes, that are about to be displaced, and reach out to them to see if there's a way we could subsidize their rent or their housing or help them lift them through their temporary situation they're going through. So I know it's the end of the night and you guys are tired, but we're at a point where the new paradigm shift needs to happen. We need to help keep people in their homes and figure out how to divert funds to those type of things instead of maybe create a new measure, right? We could all try to drive measures to build more housing, but that's not going to help our situation. It's not going to help our homeless people. It's not going to help our constituents that are tired of seeing the homeless epidemic. We need a solution, and that solution is a paradigm shift, and this is why I came today. Thank you all, and have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Welcome. Alex, your last card.
Thanks. I'm speaking personally and wanted to share a little story. When I was working on the BART Phase 2 project, was walking down Santa Clara Street toward Alum Rock and taking stock of some of the businesses in that neighborhood. And I walked into one that particularly influenced me. It was looked like it was a tennis shop right on Santa Clara Street, around 15th Street in Councilmember Peralez's district, I believe. And small business, looked like it may have been owned by a Vietnamese gentleman. And I just thought, wow, it's so good that BART's going to come right underneath Santa Clara Street and provide all that wonderful transit. And I wonder what's going to happen to this business owner. Is he going to be able to stay as this displacement potentially, as this change that we welcome in our city comes? Is he still going to be here? Because he seems like he's got a really cool business, and we need lots of people playing tennis or doing other kinds of good things in our community. So just a sentiment I wanted to share with you, a story of how change happens in our city and how it may impact people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to council. I'd like to note, now we've had very extensive discussion from our panels as well as from the public, and I suspect that some of the most important conversation we're going to be having is in the weeks and months ahead as specific policy proposals emerge from this work. So I'm certainly open to the notion that we might limit discussion this night, given the fact that we're pretty late in the evening, if that is the will of the council, and focus our energies on the specific work ahead as we identify those policies and move forward.
Well, Mayor, I'd like to find out if it is the will of the council.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
And being the second oldest person on the council, I am totally worn down. And I,
First oldest.
I won't identify the first oldest. I'm totally worn down, and looking at my colleagues, I feel like a lot of you feel the same way. So I want to make a motion to limit discussion for a cutoff of 10 p.m.
Okay, that's the motion.
As the oldest council member, I will second that, but I prefer 9:45. That's okay.
All right, we'll let the bidding begin. This needs, I think, approval 2/3. Is that right, Ed?
Yes.
Okay, so 2/3 of us have to agree if we're going to cut off debate. So on the issue of the motion, I know several folks would like to talk. Let me just ask, would anybody like to talk? If you could raise your hand on that motion. Councilmember Reyes.
So in order to make this decision, I wanted to know, Jackie, I think you went over the next steps, and I think you're going to gather some additional information, develop it into a report, and then bring it back. I thought it was in January, if I'm correct. Could you clarify that so that we know when is another opportunity to actually provide some direction? Because I understand this is just a study session, and we're not really deciding anything today.
Correct. So we need to complete our community and stakeholder outreach on some solutions. And so I don't think we will probably get back as quickly as January, but sometime early next year.
So that's when we would, you would make a recommendation?
Correct. That's when we would have a recommendation with our 3 Ps and specific strategies we would want you to consider for us to move forward.
What is it that you're looking for today? Is there anything that you need from us?
Well, you know, we wanted to at least hear if you agreed with our overall vision of, you know, how we're moving forward with this equitable development framework and how we're approaching this issue, community-based. And I think it would be important for us to hear if you support that direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Spartan.
Yeah, I actually sort of had a comment. I think that this is a really critical issue in our city, and we have the Ellis Act coming up in November, and then we're not sure about the timing on when this comes back. I think we owe it to the staff and the public to at least have maybe some time-limited discussion on this tonight. I'm just as tired. I get it. We're all going to be out bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning at schools, right? Because it's international. It's the National Walk to School Day. So yeah, I get it. But this is really important. And even if we built off of Councilmember Foley's precedent of the 5 minutes or something shorter, I do think we owe it to the city to at least ask a couple questions or make a couple of key points so people know what we're thinking in public.
Councilman Suarez, are you suggesting a time limit for each council member of 5 minutes? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that would work for me.
Okay. Let me go back to the maker of the motion. Are you open to that?
Yes. Yes, that works for me.
Councilmember Foley, reluctantly? Okay, all right. Any other comment just on this motion? The motion's amended, it sounds like. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor
Thank you for changing that. I was not going to be able to support the 9:45. I traditionally don't like to support the 5-minute limit, but I do think that's a good compromise given the nature of the time of the day. Thanks.
Okay. Then on the motion, let's vote on the motion to limit time to 5 minutes per council member, which will be strictly enforced. Here we go. All right, that passes. So we'll go on to comment from the council and questions.
Just a clarification, Mayor, will there be time banking or is it a use it or lose it?
Use it or lose it. Okay. This is it. It doesn't mean you can't come back multiple times. It's just the aggregate can be no more than 5 minutes. Councilmember Esparza. And answers do count against your time. So asking true, false, yes, no is a good strategy.
All right, let's start zero.
Start over.
I wanted to say that we really do need to focus on some fundamentals, and that our primary focus needs to be on strengthening and fully using the tools that we have. And while we do focus on production, I think we're fully capable of continuing and strengthening tenant protections, and that the best way and the cheapest way to prevent displacement is to keep people in their homes in the first place. So whether it's ARO, the Ellis Act, or the mobile home rent ordinance, these are our most basic and important tools for protecting our residents and our communities from displacement. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, which is, one, how are we connecting what we're doing and our strategies around our homelessness plan with displacement? Is there somebody? Oh, there you are. You moved. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I think you can see some of the programs that we're looking at, which are trying to keep people in their homes. You know, the rental programs that we already are supporting, where it's, we're calling it a homeless prevention program, but that program could also be used to keep residents, you know, more broadly in their homes. So we are definitely trying to think about connections between the work that we're doing in homelessness and this work.
Because one of the things that we went over recently with our annual homelessness plan was the fact that we are housing people at an unprecedented rate, but people are becoming homeless faster than ever. I also wanted to point out the inability of our city's housing stock to absorb disasters such as the Coyote Creek flood or the fire at the apartment building on McLaughlin or across the street here at City Hall. When the apartment building across the street here at City Hall burnt down, we had the city, the county, multiple nonprofits all come together to figure something out because our housing stock really just couldn't absorb that. I had another question, which is, have we looked at the impact on mobile home parks and displacement sort of beyond our mobile home park rent ordinance?
I feel like we did a lot of work during our whole discussions on mobile homes and how we could preserve mobile home communities. I mean, I think we spent about 2 years just thinking about mobile homes and doing extensive work with the community. Whether it's enough, I think one of the biggest challenges, frankly, on mobile homes is that so much of it is controlled on a state level instead of a local level, that it doesn't really empower us to do as much as we think we could do if we had more local control over some of those conversations. So we are going to come back with our rent program, an annual report, and you're going to see our discussion regarding the types of questions and concerns we get with mobile home residents, and frankly, our inability to really address them very effectively, because those questions, those concerns have to go to the state, and there's very limited resources in the state to actually do anything about these issues.
Yeah, there are 3 people. I have 18 mobile home parks in District 7 out of the city's 58, and it really is de facto affordable housing. I also wanted to point out something. You know, there's something that we hear a lot about, which is, and I do agree that we need to build housing at all levels, but if we look at page 25 of the academic report, it says, building more market rate housing does not automatically improve affordability for low-income tenants. And again, I believe very strongly that we need to build housing at all levels. I think we can't lose sight of that fact, right? And we hear the opposite, and that's the myth, and this is the fact. Thank you. 4 minutes, 35 seconds.
She yields her time. Let's watch Councilmember Perales do the same.
Okay, thank you. Jackie, I'm kind of curious. You were stating you'll be, the idea is to be back in January, or remind me the timeline. I'm sorry.
Oh, you keep hearing January.
I do keep hearing January.
I can tell that you all keep hearing January, but I never said January.
No, she didn't.
I said sometime early next year, because I think one of the things
It just
that's
sounds like January.
I know it sounds like January, but it's not January. And part of that is we do really want to make sure that we have a broad community dialogue, because ideally we want to bring people together. And I think what was interesting and very revealing about the panel was that, you know, these issues and the understanding of these issues are very broad, and I think there's opportunity for us to bring people that we typically don't think of in agreeing to agree on some of these issues, and we need to try to do that. And I think that might cause the most delay, which is really trying to get some better consensus and understanding across the different spectrums.
Okay, thank you. I mean, and I'd look at a nice laundry list here of strategies, and you know, my interest is obviously being able to pick a good number of these that we're not currently utilizing, right, and then bring those forward. And I appreciate the homework being done to bring the dialogue to us today, the partnerships you've already built in regards to getting to today's study session, to all of our staff for being able to do so. And I know we've lost a number of community members, obviously, but appreciate the community members that came out to speak as well. A number of community members from my district, both residents and business owners alike. You know, it makes complete sense when you look through the maps, and this is not news to me, as I've seen a number of these maps through my role in ABAG, but looking at District 3 on the map, nearly 90% or more, if you take out the fact that the airport is a big chunk of why it's not all purple, is almost right, essentially all purple. And the reality is that this this data in itself, right, as we already know, is already old. And so what was potentially areas at risk of displacement and gentrification today are actually being realized, and areas that were realized then are only worsening. And it makes our role to be able to implement any and all policies that we can that much more important, and to do so as quickly as possible. Granted, we want to be able to again, engage the community, bring forward recommendations that we can support. But the crisis is real. It's happening today, and a number of the policies that we have already implemented over the last 4 or 5 years have been helpful. But even for an individual like myself, who was recently displaced with my family and a 6-month-old at the time, nothing that happened there was by any wrongdoing. But yet, inevitably, just because the cost of housing, and as a number of people pointed out, the paying a first and last month's deposit, right? Just the challenge there, and the lack of affordable housing, specifically here in the District 3 area, made it difficult to where even myself found it challenging, and I did have the resources and the means, and as one individual came up and said, what about the individuals, or what about the people that don't have the means, right, and the support to be able to move in an instance like that, and so it's that much more important. And I do really appreciate, in regards to the presentation, where we heard that you're not going to solve this problem from the top down. There's no way we are ever going to build enough market rate housing to then have a trickle down effect. And as we saw in the 90s was what was reported. In fact, the opposite may happen, and we may only exacerbate the problem at the bottom. We have to be able to build our way up from the bottom, meaning extremely low income, very low income housing that we need to be building at a much faster rate. And Jackie, I look forward to you coming back in January.
Should be a great holiday break for you, Jackie. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to know, why is the small business displacement strategy moving forward really ahead of the overall displacement policy?
I don't think the mic's on, Jeff.
Sorry, we have partners that are ready to work with us, focus on the Elm Rock corridor. These are partners that in many cases we've been working with for over a decade through the businesscenterspace.com initiative. We're already getting referrals from the Elm Rock Business Association and other partners in terms of businesses that are experiencing displacement. So for all intents and purposes, the need's there, we have the resources, and it gives us an opportunity to learn through the experience of providing these services and seeing what demand there is and seeing what impact there is from the services.
And just to clarify, there were 2 different council directions. So there was direction to develop a citywide residential anti-displacement strategy. And then there was a second direction to explore strategies and financial tools to mitigate small business displacement. So there are 2 teams and 2 parallel tracks, but as you rightly identify, the theme is related, so we're moving them forward with a lot of collaboration.
Right, and the same factors impact businesses as much as they do in residential areas, and that's transit-oriented or new transit, right? So I want to know what is the overlap? How are you using some of the information that you're finding with the residential overlapping with some of the information that you're finding with the business, with the small businesses, because I see that there's a little bit of an overlap, right? There's the small business owners are primarily people of color. I think it was 51% of those businesses are people of color. And so if we took a look at some of the information that you brought forward, I think it was Latinos and Black community that are most likely to be displaced here in San Jose. Is that going to match up with a little bit with some of the business displacement? Because I'm guessing if these are small businesses, they also are connected with families. They represent a family in San Jose. And so I wonder how you will overlap those two.
Right. I think if you look at the Alum Rock corridor, which is our pilot area for this, there's a significant number of businesses that are Latino. There is also a significant number of businesses that are also Vietnamese as well. So I think along the corridor, those are the two major kind of demographics that we'll be looking at that we already are seeing in terms of being impacted by displacement from a small business owner standpoint.
So that the other research is informing you in your small business strategy.
Yes.
And what I would also add is that because of this work, we are opening a dialogue between the two departments regarding this is interrelated, and we really need to be more comprehensive and be sharing our resources and our research in order to create a more effective plan, because like I said earlier, the businesses need the people and the people want the businesses. And when one of those populations starts to go, it impacts the other. And so we really need to think of it in combination to be the most effective.
Will some of your work that you do from today until we see the report, will that help shape the strategy that you'll recommend? How will it emphasize maybe on one of those P's? Will it be more preservation, protection? Will it be production? Do you expect to have maybe a recommendation in any one of those three?
Yes, we expect to have them, in all of those areas, but we will look particularly at preservation and protection, mostly in preservation because that's an area we haven't done much work on. So we want to at least be able to identify potential tools and the resources needed so that if it becomes available, we want to be ready to act.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't looking at one over the other, because I thought I heard that all three working together is the most optimal. And I'm at 22 seconds, so thank you so much for the work that you've done. I look forward to next year in that report. Thank you. Oh, and I also want to thank all the community that has stayed until the very end, and thank you for coming and testifying and sharing some of your very tough experiences.
Nice work. 4 seconds. Councilmember Foley.
I can name that tune in 2.5 minutes. So I want to focus on the production of the 3 Ps. Because I truly believe that building more housing, whether it be very low income, affordable housing, or market rate, and it should be a combination of all of those things, that will help us get out of the housing crisis that we're in. Someone mentioned earlier about the declining enrollment at several school districts, and that is very accurate, and that means that a lot of school districts have land. They have property that they're looking to close buildings and school sites, and they're looking at ways that they can build potentially on their properties to create housing for their teachers and their staffs, so that they keep their staff instead of having the staffs relocate to other areas and then they have a staff shortage. I know in the Cambrian School District, in District 9, they're looking at properties on all of their campuses to where they might be able to build housing. I know San Jose Unified has narrowed it down to 4 properties that they're looking at, investigating where they might be able to build housing and relocating properties. So my question is about partnering with the school districts. It seems that this might be an opportunity where the city might be able to I don't know, create a funding source or assistance in some way, at least open the dialogue with the school districts in ways that we might be able to create some housing stock. They have the land and the desire. We may have more of the expertise and the ability to help with some of the federal funding that we may have access to, or grants. I don't know, but I'd really love to see the plan come back with some partnership as it relates to the school districts and how we might be able to investigate that and move that conversation a little bit forward. And I know it won't be January, but maybe February or March. So have you had those conversations, or what's your thought about that, Jackie?
Yes, actually, the mayor convenes some of the superintendents, and I want to say 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we did extensive work on teacher housing. So the challenge with teacher housing regarding our funding is that many of the teachers don't qualify for low-income housing programs because their incomes exceed it. And in fact, there were many well, I wouldn't say many, 3 or 4 teacher projects across California that tried to use tax credits and actually failed to actually attract any teachers because the teachers' incomes were over what they could typically qualify for. So the state did pass legislation. It allows school districts to build housing on their sites for their employees. I think there is maybe some challenges with putting in city money without us doing some more work around the fair housing issues regarding the demographics of teachers in our community to ensure that we're not violating those laws.
Absolutely, and I'm very aware of the fair housing law, so that's very important, but it's not, when we say teachers, it's really not just teachers, it's their classified employees, it's their bus drivers who really do make lower income, lower wages that might qualify for some of those affordable housing. So, I mean, we use the term teacher, but it's really not just teachers. So maybe there's a way that we can look into this. I'd just love to see some sort of partnership or something that we can work on that might benefit them and benefit us. Thank you. I'll yield my 56 seconds.
Excellent. Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all of the staff and, of course, the housing department that's been working on this for the past year and a half, approximately, I think it was. I joined the team to study displacement throughout, not just San Jose, but throughout the nation, which really was an eye-opener, and found that this is happening. Really, it's just a national crisis, whether it's Brooklyn, East Austin, Chicago, East LA, or East San Jose, or as the map shows, it's just happening throughout the city of San Jose, but it's happening everywhere. So I just want to thank a few folks in my 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Of course, the Housing Department, Planning, Working Partnerships, the Law Foundation, Bicycle Coalition, PAC, Sacred Heart, School of Arts and Culture, ICANN, Somos, Mayfair, Siren, and Destination Home. I know that there's probably a few other folks in different departments, but everybody has recognized what a crisis we're in, and it's going to take all of us putting our heads together to really come up with solutions to make sure that we continue to be an inclusive city, because our residents deserve it, but the future of San Jose deserves to be just as diverse of a city as it has been, the city that my parents came to love and that made this their home. One of the things that I found very interesting in the report, Jackie, that I think is worth mentioning is that, and I don't know what slide it's in, but just very quickly, where there is an investment in transit, there seems to be a direct correlation to housing displacement and displacement of businesses. And we saw that with BRT. the first day that I walked into this office, that was one of the things that, that's going to be the bane of my existence, because we're still dealing with some of that, of course, but that was really one of the very first things that we had to deal with, not knowing what we were walking into, because we weren't getting any phone calls. At that time, none of the businesses were organized. The Alum Rock Santa Clara Business Association had not been revived, and we had to go to VTA to really work on getting a little bit over $2 million with the vote of in support of the mayor and the other VTA directors, but to really help them keep their doors open while BRT was built out. But now with BART coming through, that continues to be a huge, huge concern for those businesses. And of course, we know that some of the property owners have not worked in good faith, and there's already some displacement of businesses and folks that are already leaving again the corridor, both in the Santa Clara, west of 101, east of 101. And so I know that when you come back in January, I imagine that we'll be, am I misquoting January? Or is that just, what did you guys do? You guys just, oh, it's a joke now. Okay, ha. So whenever you come back, and when you come back, you will be addressing, I know you'll be addressing more the issues of, I have a huge concern about business displacement as well, because I'm working so closely with Jesus Flores and all the other businesses along the corridor, but as it pertains to the transit corridors and how it impacts especially our smaller businesses who have been there for generations, and they're part of the landscape. And so, I've said it before, these businesses have been handed down from generation to generation, from grandfather to grandson to grandchild, and now suddenly they're having to close their doors, and forevermore we will not see them again. And so it's just a tragic loss for us, these businesses who have been providing services and products for us. So I'm about to lose my last 7 seconds. The last thing I want to say is, last week we granted a high-rise development where $67 million of tax subsidy was given to ensure that we get 2,500 units built. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you.
Forcibly, 0 seconds.
Yes, forcibly, yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
I heard an alarm somewhere. I want to thank again all the members of the community who came out to speak and share their often very painful experiences with us. And I want to thank the staff and all the consultants and everyone who's worked together with staff. I want to ask a very basic question, and this isn't meant to be anything other than just facially what I mean it to be, which is, I think going into the study session, we have all heard and experienced and seen the pain of displacement throughout our communities. I live east of downtown. There are families in my neighborhood that were displaced in various ways, all for economic reasons. And I know that's happening in every neighborhood in this city, and certainly in some more than others. What I want to know is, what should we take away from this study session that is new information that will help us understand what's our best next steps with the limited resources we have, with the limited time, energy, and money? What should we be taking away saying, aha?
Well, I want to defer to our Berkeley presentation where she summarized, the things that we should be thinking about. And I think one of it was, we're trying to think of displacement now when we already have identified some of the key transit areas where we know there's going to be change. And so for me, that aha really is if we're going, if we look at our partners in OED where they focused on a particular corridor, I think for us, the aha is perhaps those are the areas that, as we begin to think, we're not going to have enough resources to do everything, right? Because as you said, it's occurring everywhere in the city. So perhaps those are the places, as we begin to think of where we begin to deploy and start, that we need to think about those areas much more carefully, because they will have the greatest impact.
I think on the small business front, I think in this focused area and kind of with very little extra resource, I think the aha, not sure how big, but it's we really believe with the strategy we're bringing forward, we're giving the small businesses a fighting chance of survival in terms of the comprehensive nature of the services we're offering, and hopefully through the intermediaries that we're working with, that they'll be open to it and take full advantage of what's there, because they're being provided by excellent organizations that have experience in serving small business, and we're hopefully giving them that fighting chance.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that. I think Jackie really captured it in terms of, the transit-oriented displacement I was describing. Although the train has left the station on some of that getting in before the, market takes off, there's still a lot that can be done. And I think really focusing affordable housing in on those areas is really important. Also, I think in terms of saying we can't just build our way out of this with market rate housing, it seems like that message has been internalized by some of the council members, but that's something that I would stress, and that the protections matter is not settled, as we heard from so many, folks who are hurting here tonight. So really thinking about, as much as we need more housing, we have to stabilize folks today. That housing takes a long time to get built. It doesn't filter in all the ways that we think it does. So there's a lot that needs to still be done to kind of stop the hemorrhaging.
The issue of market rate housing, I know that's something, since the days I was in grad school, studying affordable housing, that was constantly emphasized. Market rate housing isn't going to do it, understood, but in a unique market where we've had 6 times as many jobs as housing units created over the last more than a half decade, where what I'm hearing from many seeming experts in this area is that we're seeing a cannibalizing of naturally affordable housing by folks who can typically afford more affluent housing. Isn't it part of the solution at least to stop the pressure?
Yeah, I think, as I said in my presentation, we need more housing at all levels.
Okay.
I think that's critical, and just being really thoughtful about where housing goes and being aware that luxury housing in neighborhoods that have existing displacement pressures can exacerbate that pressure, and that affordable housing is critical to help stabilize neighborhoods in that context too.
Okay. And then just as a last note, just I'll put it on everyone's radar, I think we've got a very significant issue we've got to resolve with VTA around this transit issue. Because I was in Seattle and they said on public land owned by the Seattle, whatever the CTAC agency is, it's like 80% affordable housing. I think we have a 35% policy in VTA, and I remember pushing with then Supervisor Chavez to get to 35 because they want to go lower. And there is a very large expectation by that agency that they're going to somehow or another leverage housing development near transit stations to pay for the transit and sustain the transit. They've got a point, we've got a point. We've got to find a way to resolve that. And I just want to put that on everyone's radar, and I'm out of time. Okay, any other comments? Oh, all right. Thank you, everyone. And look forward to continuing this conversation. The meeting's adjourned.